Well, good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, September 10th, 2024, and it's my pleasure to call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Supervisors. Welcome to everyone in the room and those of you that are joining us online. I don't see that Pastor Klatt is with us today. So with that, we will move on to this Pledge of Allegiance. And Supervisor Heidel, would you lead us?
Absolutely. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're starting. Let's go.
All right, wonderful. We'll now move on to the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. And before we take any board comments, I'd just like to state the obvious that we have an incredibly packed agenda today. We have so many time restraints and markers that we have to meet in really important board items. I would like to ask my colleagues if there's any objection to limiting public comment today to 2 minutes on all items so that we can hit our markers and allow the public to, as many to participate as possible.
Is that necessary if there's only like one person, or are you thinking of just
I think we just for the sake of efficiency today,
okay.
But I'm asking you for what is your suggestion?
Well, the large number of department matters and agendized items means that we're going to have a lot of comments. So I think we need to try to limit it from the start. Otherwise, we're going to fall behind.
Okay.
And we also need, it's not on our agenda, but we will have a working lunch. The board will recess at 11:30 for closed session, and we'll be working from 11:30 to 12:30 at least to get our closed session items before our afternoon sessions. So.
Okay.
I'm not really a fan of where we're going with it, but I'll go with you guys.
All right.
I would just encourage all of us to be concise as well.
Sounds good.
I hate
Good luck with
limiting the
that.
public
Yes.
when we go on and on and on.
Totally.
Exactly. I agree
Yep,
with that comment.
agreed.
All right, thank you. So at this point, are there any comments on the consent calendar from board members?
Yes.
All right, Supervisor Harlan, lead us off.
On item number 5, no concerns with the item. It's just that this topic has come up before about the number of committees that commissioners are appointed to and potential conflicts between commissions. So I'm asking that we have the record reflect, and I sent this to Kim, that during our next update of the board, committee, and commission handbook, that we consider adding language to address the number of committees that a volunteer may participate and whether there are any conflicts of volunteering on certain committees and commissions and boards. We've just never had that clarity.
All right. Thank you for your comment. Any other Supervisor
I think-
Turnbull?
Yeah, Kim had a comment on that one as well. We're on number 5, right?
Well, let's go ahead and finish board member comments and
Okay,
then we'll
then we'll do
have
Kim's.
yeah,
Okay.
Kim. Supervisor Turnbull?
Item number 4, I'm going to vote no on that.
Supervisor Heidel?
No comments.
All right, Supervisor Lane?
No, I would just want to reflect that with regards to number 5, Mr. Frega is currently an appointee on the Civil Service Commission. And if appointed to the Planning Commission, he will be resigning from that
Very good.
appointment.
And my only comment is I'd just like to have folks recognize that we are seating the Youth Commission in this agenda. And that's always a wonderful thing to have the youth of El Dorado County participate through this next year with a link to the Board of Supervisors. So I'm excited to welcome the Youth Commission for 2024-25. And Kim, I believe you have an announcement.
Yes, I would just like to read into the record regarding item number 5, a clerical correction, to include the language where it states appoint Patrick Frega, member District 4, and include the language effective September 13th, 2024, with a term expiration 1/1 of 2027.
I know you meant District 5. You said 4.
Sorry. I'm on your mind.
District 5. All right, thank you for clarifying. All right, excellent. So at this time, we will take public comments on the consent calendar. Our open forum is a time to comment on any item that is not on our agenda. As a reminder, the board takes open forum comments at 1 o'clock. So Kim, can you please open public comments on the consent calendar?
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 2 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Not seeing any comments in the boardroom. Let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Tara.
Good morning. Tara, can you unmute yourself?
Yep, got it. Okay, thank you. First of all, can you go over a brief comments on consent versus open forum
Open forum is for comments that.
for those that have not been here a while?
You bet. The consent calendar is on our agenda, and so this time is for any comments you have on those items that are listed on our consent calendar. Open forum is a time to address the board on anything that is not on our agenda today. And those
Great.
comments happen at 1 o'clock.
Thank you. Okay, and thank you for clarifying that. So
Absolutely.
yes, I do have a comment on consent calendar. Number one, it's item. I'm afraid I'm going back and forth. I might lose it. It's the item for the bike trail. The bike trail. It's the is that item 25 where the agreement, agreement for the bike trail?
On the bike trail.
No, you want me to pull it up? Okay. Dorado County.
Number 11,
Can you read just the caption?
the Bass Lake. Your time's running out, Tara. Just make.
That's it. Thank you. Bass Lake. All right, you guys, well, if you could have shut that down while I was looking for that. Okay, so Bass Lake, here's the thing.
Bass Lake.
We, the public, want to see on these.
Bass Lake. I'm sorry, go ahead, Tara.
Can we stop the clock so I can have 3 minutes for my comment?
We're limiting everyone's to 2 minutes, but we'll give you another minute for your comments.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Fundamental, this is a general, you've heard me before on this, is a general comment, and this one just emphasizes we the public would like to see the cost analysis of these agreements. Many times these agreements are put out, and I'm looking at some of the language here, where is the funding? There is a funding source that describes, I think it's a zone of benefit for the Bass Lake area. It's the second funding source second to developer. I think the developer was 4%. Bass Lake was 80%. 80%. So one, can you clarify if that's the zone of benefit? And two, we would like to see the breakdown of the zone of benefits on these agreements. The public needs to clearly have the transparency of what is being funded by the existing residents versus what is being paid back to the county, versus what is being paid straight out from the developer. This is something that has been talked about for years. So county, El Dorado County, the public would like to see that on the agreements.
All right, we'll answer questions when we're done. Thank you so much.
For years. So
Oh dear. Okay, thank you, Tara. We'll come back on that. Another public comment?
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
Good morning, board. My interest is item number 6. This is Supervisor Thomas in the El Dorado County Office of Education recommending the following. This is the creation of the 2024-25 El Dorado County Youth Commission. As we've had the kids shadow the board in the past, I just wanted to highlight and acknowledge the stepping up and the participation of these individuals being representing the high schools of El Dorado County. In short order, I want to say that I give kudos to all of these kids for taking the time when obviously they work very hard just to get their grade point averages up, and also in today's modern school system, their day is so long. That they would do this, I think needs to be identified. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. I'll bring this back to the board. So briefly, can we clarify how the public can understand the different funding sources versus, in our agenda items, and when that explanations come, or the
Well, so-
details come? Yeah.
Sure. In general, for our items, I mean, you can see that the funding section identifies where the funding's coming from, and there's a percentage listed if that information is available. Then there's also the financial impact section, which will provide additional information relative to that funding section. With this item in particular, and I did text the director to see if he was prepared to respond, but I can say, I mean, these are both for the, let's see here, for the offsite road improvement agreement. That is a condition of approval associated with a tentative map. That development of that improvement is solely funded by developer funding and the Bass Lake Hills Specific Plan Public Facilities Plan, which is also developer funded monies. So
Perfect. That's great.
is that good enough?
That is actually good enough. Thank you very much. All right. Bring this back to the board for motion on the consent calendar.
Adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Supervisor Turnbull will register a no vote on item number 4. A statement regarding item number 5 will be included from Supervisor Parlin, and there's a clerical correction to also item number 5, adding the effective date of September 13th, 2024.
Very good.
I'll move the item.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we will now move on to item number 23, which is our 9 a.m. time allocation. That's all right.
Item number 23 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, receive and file a presentation on bioeconomy development opportunity zone rating, 2, accept a grant award under the United States Department of Agriculture Rural Business Development Grant Program, 3, authorize the Chief Administrative Officer or the Assistant Chief Administrative Officer to sign the Rural Business Cooperative Service Financial Assistance Agreement, 4, authorize the Chief Administrative Officer or Assistant Chief Administrative Officer to execute any grant-related documents, 5, authorize the Chief Administrative Office to procure an appraisal for planning purposes for portions of the Sierra Pacific Industries site in Camino, and 6, approve and authorize the chair to sign a budget transfer.
All right, wonderful. Leading us off today,
Sue.
Sue. Good morning.
Turn that on.
I know.
Rookie move.
Okay. We have a representative of EcoStrat to give us a brief presentation on the Bioeconomic Development Opportunity Zone and what that is and what it means to us. So
Wonderful. We've heard a lot about biomass. It's wonderful to get a
Have you
deeper
had enough
update.
yet?
No, we're looking forward to more.
Perfect. Thank you everyone so much for having me. I just want to confirm, do I have 2 minutes to run through the slides or how much
No,
time?
you are a presenter. That's different.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I can do it in 2 minutes, but it's going to be a lot of information. So just wanted to confirm. Okay, great. I will just share my screen here quickly if it will allow me.
Good morning. We're happy to have you with us this morning. Thank you for walking us through this.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. Can you see my screen clearly? Is that
Certainly can.
on the,
Perfect.
okay. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you again so much. My name is Erin Garswood. I am the head of special projects here with EcoStrat. I'm also head of the Bioeconomy Development Opportunity Zone Initiative, or the BDO Zone Initiative for short. Really, the goal of this initiative is to help accelerate biomass-based projects across communities in the U.S. By designating areas as BDO zone, investment grade BDO zone ratings. So I'll just provide you with a brief summary of what the initiative is and walk you through a bit of the process. I plan to do this in about 6 or 7 minutes, but if there are questions, please feel free to jump in and interrupt me. So in a summary, the BDO Zone Initiative is certifying regional readiness for bio-based manufacturing. It's helping to create global connections between local communities and project developers globally. And in turn, this is helping to create an influx in clean energy opportunities for said communities. Now, what a BDO zone rating essentially is doing, or what it is a standards-based assessment of a specific region's suitability to host new biofuel, renewable chemical, biogas, or bioproduct manufacturing plants. We often compare BDO zone ratings to credit ratings, but instead of assessing credit risk, BDO zones are looking at biomass feedstock and infrastructure risk within a particular geographic location. So essentially what these ratings are doing is sending a clear signal to project developers globally that El Dorado County, for example, is a great location for a new project, and essentially has the biomass feedstock and infrastructure to be able to support a new biomanufacturing plant. So it's kind of, if you can kind of imagine it, it's similar to having little bullseyes on a map that highlight the best locations to host new projects in North America. As I mentioned, similar to a credit rating, BDO zones range on a scale from AAA down to a BBB. These are considered investment grade ratings. Anything less than a BBB is just considered to be more of a speculative grade and may indicate higher feedstock supply chain or infrastructure risk. Now, all BDO zones are based upon a credible framework that I'll touch on more on the next slide, but essentially they undergo a fairly rigorous and extensive due diligence process. A lot of the time, BDO zones are comparable to a feedstock study, but they are not meant to replace a feedstock study. Essentially, BDO zones are based upon 3 pillars of due diligence, which are feedstock surplus, supply chain strength, and infrastructure. So we're essentially looking at whether or not the region has enough biomass feedstock to support at least 50,000 tons to be particular. We're also looking at the supply chain strength and whether or not the region has a resilient supply chain in place and a supportive community that's looking to attract new types of projects. And finally, is there existing infrastructure such as an industrial park or perhaps a parcel, brownfield site or a parcel of land that has basic utilities, transportation, workforce, etc., that again could be a great spot to host a new project. And then again, based on these requirements, a region will then receive its investment grade BDO zone rating. As I mentioned, just to touch a little bit more on the due diligence that goes into these ratings, the reason that they are credible is because they are based upon the standards for biomass supply chain risk. These standards were developed by our company, EcoStrat, in partnership with Idaho National Labs and funded by the U.S. Department of Energy's BETO office back in 2021. This was about a 6-year project, but essentially this is the framework in which all BDO zones are based upon. It's a credible national standard that is recognized in the industry. It is a national standard in Canada, and we expect this to be a ASTM accreditation by the end of this year. And just to further the recognition and credibility that the initiative has seen over the last few years, specifically the USDA announced its plan building a resilient biomass supply earlier this year as a response to President Biden's Executive Order 14081. Some of you may be familiar with this plan, but essentially this plan was developed to help highlight projects and initiatives that can help accelerate biotechnology and biomanufacturing in America. And BDO zones are specifically referenced in this framework 4 different times as important tools to do just that, to help accelerate project development. I do want to specifically highlight that the USDA has been a really notable source that has been supportive of the initiative over the last few years. It has supported over 20 rural communities across America over the last 3 years through its Rural Business Development Grant to help fund communities by obtaining BDO zone ratings. Now, just to briefly show you what BDO zones look like, I just have about 3 or 4 slides to go here. But this is what the BDO zone rating is meant to look like. As I mentioned, it kind of resembles a credit rating, which you can see to the right of my screen. There's a couple of screenshots of a example report that was issued in Bon Weir, Texas a few years ago. At the time, this was the very first AA BDO zone rating. It identified 2 million green tons of woody biomass within a 75-mile drive distance, which is traditionally the size of the BDO zone rating. This BDO zone specifically is also significant because it supported the siting decision for a fairly large sustainable aviation fuel developer, which is called USA Bioenergy. They are currently using this BDO zone rating to support the capital raise to help fund that project, which is being led by Barclays Bank. So this rating, in addition to the 25 plus BDO zone ratings that are currently on our website, can be viewed and downloaded for free at bdozone.org. And just quickly speaking of investment, this is our investment coalition. This group announced $1 billion of private capital to help finance new projects that would be located in BDO zone ratings back on Earth Day in 2021. You can see the faces and names of some of these men and women, but these are groups that you're familiar with, such as Goldman Sachs, Citibank, Live Oak Bank, etc. Again, more information on this group can be found on our website. Before I wrap things up, I do just want to quickly touch on how BDO zones function as an economic development tool, because ultimately that is what these ratings are designed to be. Essentially, BDO zones are marketed to help identify the best locations for new bio-based project development. We help market and promote these ratings through a variety of different marketing efforts, such as press releases, advertisements, webinars, media posts, etc. We have also partnered with the world's largest bioeconomy daily, which is called The Digest, to put on monthly webinars that enable new BDO zones to actively connect with hundreds of project developers, investors, technology companies, stakeholders, etc., in the bioeconomy virtually through these webinars. This is just an example that was done in Barnwell County, South Carolina, a couple of years ago. But again, more information on some of these communities and these webinars is available on our website. Now, I have one more slide after this. Actually, I was going to say this is my last slide, but this just gives you an idea of where the initiative is currently at. This initiative really launched during the heart of COVID in late 2020, early 2021. And at that time, there was 1 BDO zone rating. The following year, there were 6. And as of earlier this year, there are, actually, this is an outdated slide. This number should be 60. There are currently 60 BDO zones either issued or in the process of being issued. We expect this number to surpass 80 by the end of this year, but obviously you can see the list here with names of some of those communities in North America. We do have a couple of other BDO zones currently pending or issued in California, but we are very excited to be starting this project in El Dorado County and looking forward to working with you all to hopefully move this forward. Now, just to conclude here, because I know I'm throwing a ton of information at you, so I apologize. But essentially, this is meant to function as an economic development tool to help attract new bio-based projects and investment to your region. Ultimately, the initiative is here to help connect you with interested developers and investors globally through the variety of marketing and promotion tactics that I mentioned. In addition, there's $1 billion of capital allocated to help support new projects that would be located within BDO zone ratings. And really the goal here, like I said, is to help attract new projects to the areas where they are most likely to support it. So I'm happy to wrap up there. And if there are any questions, please let me know. I'm also happy to share this slide deck with the group as well for more information.
Well, Aaron, thank you very much. That was an incredibly clear and impactful presentation and very exciting. I see Supervisor Parlin has her button pushed.
Yeah, no, I just want to thank you, Aaron. Well done. And I wanted to point out for everyone that we have Norma Santiago in the room and also Greg Stanton, who have been instrumental
Yes.
at leading the county into figuring out how to get back to doing, biomass and forest management and what do we do with all that vegetation. So just wanted to say kudos to you guys. Thank you for, I don't know how you tripped on this effort, but this to me seems pivotal.
Yeah.
Really that we'll get a rating. I'm hoping it's an awesome rating, but we'll see. And then the investors are already there as a coalition. I mean, wow, what more could you ask for? So thank you for all of your efforts.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to thank Lori and I were on the ad hoc committee when we've been pushing this for a long time, but I've been pushing it when Greg used to be in charge of environmental management, when I was on the solid waste advisory committee about bringing biomass and new technology to El Dorado County. So thank you guys for everything you guys are doing. You're doing a great job. I really appreciate it. And there's a lot of things that could bring to our county. And I noticed that Butte County was on this. Well, Sierra Institute is going to be doing a presentation, and that is one of the ones that actually got on that list. So they're doing a presentation on the 23rd. Lori and I will be out there in Pioneer Park, and they're doing a presentation on the 24th here. So I want to thank you for everything you guys have done. I really appreciate it. We need to work towards the future, because the problem is, what are we going to do with all this green waste? Especially when you can't, no more yard burning, especially when CARB comes down and says you can't do this anymore. So it's got to be taken somewhere. And if you go to the CAL FIRE website, it says take it to the nearest biomass facility. Well, where's the nearest? Clear in Lincoln. That's a long ways. It really is. So it's not cost effective. And this, if we do get a biomass here, it's going to bring good jobs, high paying jobs to the county, and reduce our, our forest and waste vegetation in this county. So it's going to be a big plus for all of us.
Very good. Thank you. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, what are the proposed boundaries of the BDO zone? Is it all of El Dorado County? Is it portions of El Dorado? It's everything within the county boundaries. Okay.
It's about a 75-mile drive distance. Yeah. So it'll be from a specific center point, and then a lot of the time it's incorporating multiple counties, but in this case it would be, covering the entire El Dorado County.
Excellent. Thank you.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Lee? No? All right. And so I see that on our agenda item today, we have to accept a grant award for $75,000 to fund this initiative. So does that fully fund the development of a rating?
It does. So it covers the entire technical assessment and the associated marketing and promotion of the BDO zone. And that was through the Rural Business Development Grant. So by accepting those funds, EcoStrat will be able to initiate the project and start actually working on the technical assessment.
This just makes sense. My
Yeah.
goodness,
Absolutely.
that's
We're
so
just gonna keep
exciting.
going.
Yeah,
Keep going
that's
as fast as we
wonderful.
can.
Right.
I would like to invite Greg or Norma up here to add anything. You've been, as Supervisor Turnbull said, so instrumental in this effort for quite a while.
Good morning, board. Thank you for having me here today. Thank you, Aaron, very much for the presentation. In terms of funding, there is an in-kind match, and you've heard about the fact that this is an economic driver. It's economic development. So Kyle Zimmelman is part of that match. There's some hours in there for him. There's some hours in there for me, and there's some hours for Tara Stout as well. And the other thing I wanted to mention, your board has graciously provided letters of support in the past for projects that we've tried to move forward. And I want to acknowledge those small businesses that provided letters of support for this grant application, because not only are we looking to attract investment and project developers, et cetera, but by virtue of creating that economy, it'll have a positive impact on smaller businesses throughout the county. And so those that provided letters of support were Joe Vicini Inc., El Dorado Northern Lumber, Hangtown Welding and Equipment Repair, Woodyard Placerville, North Machine Shop, High Sierra Industries, Borges Timber, Highway 50 Firewood, Acer Landscape Materials, and Jim Davies, Registered Professional Forester, as well as the El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce, El Dorado and Georgetown Divide RCD. Yes, Mark, when he's not attracting funds for the county, he's supporting others that do. And so far, the South Fork of the American River Collaborative all provided letters of support. And I have to mention North Machine Shop has been around for decades and decades. It's in the upper end of Placerville. And they used to provide specifically services for the mills in this county at one time. And obviously that they've pivoted and are still successful and working in the county, but there's an opportunity for them there as well. So I just wanted to recognize those folks and their letters of support.
Very good. Excellent.
Thank you.
Very exciting. All right. Well, seeing no board comments more at this time, let's go ahead and take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 23. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Boardroom? All right, Norma, come on down.
Norma Santiago for the record. I just wanted to share that 10 years ago this August, I sat in your chair and we did a presentation on the intersection of forest management and watershed protection and restoration and the need to process this biomass. So that's 10 years ago. And we still got a long ways to go, but this is a great initiative to get that started. Because in order for us to actually get people to invest in El Dorado County, having this rating is a great, great opportunity. And thank you so much for your support in that effort.
Thank you for your support throughout the years.
Yeah, thank you, Norm.
Is there anyone else in the boardroom? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
And now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Oh, thank you for having this opportunity. I want to thank Erin for her excellent presentation and also the enthusiasm that seems to exist by others that are supporting this item today. Norma, it's good to see you back and certainly engaged in the interest of El Dorado County, even after 10 years. You look good. Related to the item itself, because I had been in the past on the Community and Economic Development Advisory Committee, this represents exactly what we were looking for. At the time that we put in to be able to find supportive economic development items like this, it was hard. It was hard to get the acknowledgement that El Dorado County exists and also that it is important on a more global perspective. So thank you, Erin, so much for making this presentation. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, we'll bring this back to the board. And as Supervisor Parlin said, this very well could be a pivotal opportunity.
Yep.
Which
In
I
the
would love to
marketplace.
move this item.
Yep, and I'll second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Well, carry forth and let's
Yeah.
get a rating and tie ourselves to some investors and let's get this party going.
Triple A,
Hey,
triple A,
Biomass.
triple A.
That's
Triple A.
right. We look forward to seeing the results. So thank
Yeah.
you very much, Erin. Your presentation was excellent. We
Yes.
appreciate you being with
Thank
us.
you.
Beautiful
Thank you,
job.
everyone. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you to Greg and Norma for coming
Yeah.
down from South Lake Tahoe to be with us.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
All right. Did you have some comments?
No, I was waiting to see if you wanted some input on the department matters.
Yes, I would love some
I'm just
input
ready.
from
We're
us.
trying to be efficient today.
That's right. What do you
Which one?
suggest?
So the tribe did want to be here, and so I don't have enough time to text them and get them here. They
Okay.
wanted to be here personally, and we have a little more time than would allow for the proclamation. And I know we have staff waiting for the opioid
Let's do
settlement,
item
so
number
let's
22.
do item
I
22.
love it. Great. All right. Kim, please open up item number 22, please.
Item number 22 comes from Health and Human Services Agency recommending the board, 1, receive a presentation on HHSA's proposed opioid settlement funds utilization strategic framework for the disbursement of opioid settlement funds in El Dorado County, and 2, provide direction to staff on the proposed framework as follows. A, accept HHSA's strategic framework of approach as presented, Or B, recommend changes to the strategic framework? Or C, provide alternative direction to HHA for the use of these funds?
And I believe I saw Jim here
Yeah,
earlier.
where'd he go?
Mr. Deal in the house?
Here he comes.
Here he
All comes. Right.
He's coming.
They're coming.
All right, come on down, you're up. No,
That's okay.
we appreciate everyone's
You're good.
flexibility as we're running an efficient ship this morning. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning.
Hey, Olivia.
I'm using technology for my notes. Okay. You can put up the first slide, that would be good. Morning, Chair Thomas, members of the board. I'm Jim Deal, Chief Assistant Director, El Dorado County's Integrated Health and Human Services Agency. With me today is Neil Tester. He works with me as an analyst in the Compliance and Continuing Quality Improvement Unit of Health and Human Services and was instrumental in developing the materials I'm presenting on today. So if we get a deep dive technical question, I may turn to Neil for support.
That's strange.
Yeah,
That
today
is
is
weird.
odd.
It's a
It
delay.
is.
It's a delay, yeah.
It's like a 20-second delay or
In
something.
case we missed something you said.
Yeah, for
I
the
guess.
last item.
Technology is not my friend today.
Let's see if that
Okay.
continues, so.
I think we're good. Thank
All
you.
right.
So California joined national lawsuits against manufacturers, distributors, and other entities for actions contributing to the opioid epidemic in America. The funds that were received through settlement of these lawsuits were collected and distributed to the state fund and are then subsequently distributed to participating subdivisions, of which El Dorado County is one. As an early adopter on this, we got a better, the foresight of the county, which I was not a part of the time, so this is just me complimenting people who were here before, got us a better rate for the legal fees associated with this, the national standard being 15%, and we pay 3% related to that. So that's a substantial long-term benefit to the county. So these funds are going to be distributed for many years and are substantial. So today I'm coming to ask for direction from the board on how Health and Human Services will engage in procurements, handle these funds, and basically get authorization for how to proceed, noting that the board can take future action to change this at any time. This is really guidance to the department. So the funds coming from the Department of Healthcare Services have rules attached to them. At least 50% of all the funding needs to be expended on what they're terming high impact abatement activities. They listed 6 of those. We took those activities, and because we value local input, local guidance, we looked at 4 primary sources and cross-referenced with them. Those were there was a survey by the Behavioral Health Division of our contracted providers, what you see as the primary needs related to opioid needs in the community. There was the Public Health Community Health Improvement Plan, the CHIP, which engaged a broad swath of the community over a period of time. There was the Health and Human Services Protective Services Prevention Planning Leadership Plan, which contains a lot of information around opioid use, particularly related to children and families. And the California External Quality Review Organization findings. So Cal EQRO comes annually and evaluates the quality of our substance use services and gives us qualitative feedback. These are things that you could focus on in improvement. So we took those areas, and you'll see in the attached report, we developed a grid, cross-referenced them with the HIA, and identified 4 that we felt were the primary areas. Now, below this, there is a more robust set of what they deem core strategies. These core strategies include things that might not be immediately apparent in the HIAAs, like under the children's strategy, there might be a thing on perinatal treatment, infant exposure, and so forth. And so there's a lot of layers to this, but at this level, looking at the high impact abatement strategies, if you could go to the next slide. These are the 4 that we deemed to be the most related to local input. So high impact abatement activity 2 is to create new or expanded substance use treatment infrastructure. In this case, defined as the physical or programmatic cost to expand or create new treatment, including treatment that addresses co-occurring mental health disorders and such. That's the state terminology. High impact abatement activity 4 is diversion of people with substance use disorder from the justice system into treatment, including by providing training and resources to first and early responders, such as sworn and non-sworn peace officers, and implementing best practices for outreach, diversion, and deflection, employability, restorative justice, and harm reduction. High impact abatement activity 5 are interventions to prevent drug addiction in vulnerable youth. High impact abatement activity 6, the purchase of naloxone for local entities, including for distribution and efforts to expand access to naloxone for opioid overdose reversals. So as an example of where there are core strategies that are more expansive, under 6, you'd also have things like test strips, as well as naloxone itself, to determine if there are inadvertent exposures that people might have. So those are the 4 activities we're recommending as a primary focus, noting that the board can always change direction or give guidance. Can you go to the next slide? So this is a little confusing, but this is the disbursement to the state of the funding. This is not the disbursement of the county in terms of sequence, but this is how, so you'll see these are the participants as you look down the list. And the total dollar amounts are summed at the bottom. This is not inclusive. There are at least 2 that are still being settled. So these numbers may change with the addition of those 2, I guess, plaintiffs, defendants. Thank you. And so if you go to the next slide, this is more substantive to us. So this is our recommendation. This is how the disbursement works at the local level. You'll notice that these are 2 years after the state receives them. So 2022 comes in 2024, 23 and 25, and so forth. That's one of the reasons why I showed the 2 slides. And it's very dynamic funding. It changes by a substantial amount every year. And some, you can see it goes as low as 1.6 and as high as 4.01 over the 5-year period that I showed here. So managing that funding requires kind of a thoughtful approach. So we were looking at this, and there is a reversion of it if we don't spend it an adequate period of time. So we are recommending to the board that 90% of the funds received be used in alignment with the high impact abatement activities, less the county's administrative cost of 10%, which we're allowed to retain for management of it. It's fairly administratively burdensome. The 3% plaintiff withholding is in there as a line to ensure that we have adequate funding. It is not, it may come out in advance, but we are short on trust these days related to that. We want to ensure that we're in good stand, don't get a bill later. We want to set aside 10% for urgent and emergent needs. So that would be people who need emergency detox, for example, that isn't covered by Medi-Cal, or need to go into a motel to prevent a relapse. And we'd like that to be administered by the SUDS program of the Behavioral Health Division. And we want 90% of it to go into the community to contracted providers through our competitive procurement process in alignment with County C-17 policy. And we want to do it in a 3-year chunk, which will give us time to see if programs, they can be fully mature. Are they effective? Are they having the impact that's desired? We would propose an annual report out to the board in alignment with the data collected for the state of California. We would provide that and say, here's how the programs are performing. And then as I said before, the board can change direction on this. Next slide. So at a future date, when we get different dollar amounts, I would think that the number of clients served, the outcomes, similar metrics that we are required to report to the state would help inform the board's decision, and we would bring that forward as desired. So if the board has any questions initially on this.
Thank you for helping break down a rather complex and important item.
It's like $27 million.
Yeah.
There's a lot of opportunity.
We can do a lot
there.
of good
Yes,
things with this
exactly.
money.
So, Supervisor Heidel.
Is there any ability to better level load the expenditures from the standpoint of each bucket of a year? Is there some grace period that you can extend over to kind of smooth it out a little bit? Because that spiking that's going to happen in 2026 is going to be tough to climb the mountain and then come back down, right?
We could do that if the board wanted us to. We can look
Okay.
at the 3-year chunk, we can level set, we can look at the reversion rate, and we can try. I would recommend to the board we build in at least a 1-year buffer on that in case we don't want to run into like a fiscal cliff kind of situation.
Right. I agree with that. But I think if we can level load to some extent, it would help us as opposed to up and down so much.
So like take the 3-year amount, total it, even it out and say this, or maybe a lower first year startup and then higher year 2 and 3,
Second, and
something
then,
of
yeah,
that nature.
continuing into,
Okay.
because I'm more concerned, I guess, with 2027 where it really rolls off.
Oh, yeah.
If we can shift that over a little bit and just climb the activities, increase the activities on a year-wise basis, starting obviously in this year, then I think it probably gives us a better result as opposed to trying to push so hard to get something spent and then not get the net effectiveness out of it. Yeah.
That makes sense. As if you fund programs at a really high level that you don't have the funding the next year, that's very, very
Right.
hard
Yep.
for programs and providers.
Yep.
That makes sense.
So to
Yeah.
the extent we can do that reasonably, I think that's the goal,
Sure.
if you will.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm really glad that the county jumped on this opportunity because we are really benefiting from that. That 3% is amazing that we got there. So, so I emailed Jim yesterday with questions and I'm still a little fuzzy. So, putting on my first 5 hat, right? Because we just had a retreat up in Tahoe a couple weeks or a month ago, I don't know. And from what I saw, and I've heard this for a while now, so it's concerning to me, is that in our community needs assessment, it shows data that El Dorado County, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's the data or what's going on there, but our pregnant mothers have a higher use of substance than the state average. And that's really concerning to me. And it's like you want to get people, when they're young and all that, and the mothers, and support them. And so I just couldn't tell on the high impact activity abatement, where would that fit? And will there be, you said it to me in the email, and that's why I'm bringing it to everyone's attention, that it'll fit one of the cores, but
Yeah, it's under youth, the youth section for youth prevention.
okay.
Engagement with the perinatal aspect of that, so pregnant women would
Okay.
apply to that as well.
Okay, and do you see that, I mean, as a whole, that we have a higher level, or is the data need some looking into, or what are your?
I think generally our youth substance use services
Mhm.
could be expanded. We don't
Okay.
have a lot of youth substance use providers. We're beginning to build that.
Okay,
And there's some growth happening there, but it's not as robust. Like our children's mental health providers is a very robust, fully built
Oh,
out
I
system.
see.
Our substance use providers, much less so. El Dorado County adopted the organized delivery system waiver with the state, which is a
Mhm.
substantial expansion, but it's worth noting, like mental health services have been with counties in a similar format to this since 1994, and 2017, 2019 are when counties took on the ODS. So it's really not a mature system yet.
Okay, that makes sense. So I see this as a really great opportunity to build that. And then the other thing that I was going to ask just slipped my mind. I think it's going to be one of those kinds of days. But anyway, oh, I know. We've always been told every time we have any kind of presentation that one of our biggest limitations is the beds. beds. We're always told we don't have enough beds. So I'm assuming that that's going to be a huge part of this, is building that infrastructure so we can actually send people places that they need to go to get the treatment. Or is that actually changed?
No, that, so the number 2, the infrastructure expansion for SUDS is one of the high impact abatement.
Okay.
activities. So,
This will be really good. I think
Yeah.
that we're on a good track here with the framework.
Excellent. Very good. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, just a quick couple of questions, especially when it comes to our youth.
sure.
Especially, are we going to have presentations that we could take to a lot of these schools to educate these children? Because this is one of the biggest things where it starts at, is in our schools.
That's a shield program.
Yeah, I know that. And that's why I was going to ask that just now, John. The SHIELD program the sheriff put together, you're going to work with the sheriff on the SHIELD program to present this?
Yeah, we already do. They're
Okay,
currently a
yeah.
funding recipient for opioid settlement, and they would be included
All right.
under the criminal justice prevention high impact abatement activity.
Okay, great.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Very good. All right. Seeing no other questions, thank you so much, Jim, for walking us through
Thank
this.
you, Jim.
And let's go ahead and take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 22. Individuals will have 2 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Seeing anyone in the boardroom? Is there anyone online?
And now taking public comment from Tara.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Just real quick, I had my hand up for biomass and you guys didn't call on me. So I'll skip, maybe I'll enter it at 1 o'clock during open forum. So thank you for calling on me. Great topic. For this kind of is along the lines of my same comment for the biomass. For those of us out here in the public land, you know, when I tune in and watch the board and a lot of these very complex topics, and maybe some of us know some about it, but a large, you know, many of us out here would like to have a little bit more breakdown of exactly, for instance, on this one, could you discuss a little bit more about how this money or how this funding would go towards different itemized areas of the county, like behavioral health, building facilities. I know the word was used a lot at the beginning of oh gosh, the word abatement. Not sure what that means, but so if you could explain this program or your programs very briefly, like a 2-minute, and then you know, what you just did would be perfect. Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
Absolutely. Yeah, these are,
Okay,
you're
thank
right,
you.
these are complex items. All right, perfect. We'll get to that at the end of public comment. Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Well, and Jim, I'm going to invite you back up then. And so basically, and Tara, we appreciate you know, recognizing that these are issues that the board's been dealing with for a long time that are heavily complex. So basically, Jim, can you briefly describe what high impact abatement activity means? Let's start with that one. And then a little more about how this funding will, you know, go. She asked specifically about behavioral health, building facilities, and what, as a general overview, are these programs?
Sure.
A little more about how this.
So high impact abatement activity is really just a state term that they
Okay.
assign to the areas that we are allowed to focus on for at least 50% of the funding. So these are the preferred interventions the state of California has deemed this funding can be expended for, as opposed to prior settlement payments to counties. They provided a lot more guardrails on this as to how it can be spent. For example, the master settlement agreement funding that was received by counties was largely discretionary. Counties could spend it on pretty much whatever they wanted to. This funding, that is not the case. They are saying this needs to be what they're terming high impact abatement activities, which are designed to directly impact the rates and the prevalence rate and outcomes of opioid addiction in communities. And so that's really what the HIAA, high impact abatement activity terminology is. It's kind of state
Perfect.
jargon.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And then she talked about behavioral health and facilities.
So behavioral health would be the division of Health and Human Services that would administer the competitive procurement for the funding. The majority of the funds we're seeing members of our community organizations. Currently, we've got Marshall, Cope, the Sheriff's Office, Barton Hospital, other entities that are receiving these funds from the 1 year that we did. And we were just seeking more guidance now that we're receiving these funds ongoing as to how we manage that procurement. So really it's what do the community institutions and organizations bring forward as opportunities to address these through the lens of high impact abatement.
And once again, these are supporting community programs for those entities that are already on the forefront of battling opioid, it's a hard word to say, addiction in our communities, rather than standing up programs within the county. It's supporting the community partners that are already doing that, which just makes sense.
Most of this, the vast majority of this funding we're seeing is going out into community organizations.
Thank you, Jim.
The 10% slice also includes like if an emergency event comes up, like we have a series of overdoses, it gives us a little more flexibility.
That makes sense too. All right, perfect. Thank you for the explanations. So the item before us on the agenda today is to receive a presentation, which we did, excellent. And then to either accept the strategic framework as approach as presented or recommend changes. So I basically saw that there was a general consensus on the framework with Supervisor Heidal's request that we just look at leveling out the funding so we don't have spikes of opportunity for providers. That makes, what's that? It makes it easier for providers to provide service. Yeah.
Right.
All right. So I will entertain a motion.
With that, I'll move staff's recommendations that I think we're on track. I will note that we have authorized the first year's funding, and I think that went into 6 different organizations. So from the public's perspective, they can start tracking that. And every year we will review the applicants and where those funds are going. So this is just the framework, looking to the future, the baselines, if you will, of how we intend to spend the money. The details will come later on an annual basis. So, and I just want to also express that the number one thing that I think we need to look at here is metrics. We need to look at somehow trying to quantify lives saved, which means to me overdose, the statistics for overdoses in El Dorado County, if they're opioid related, that we can really show we have made a difference when these monies are spent. Because ultimately, that's the only metric I can think of that's proof in the pudding, right? That you were really successful. Influencing people, one thing, but reducing the number of opioid deaths or opioid caused deaths in El Dorado County should be a primary metric.
That was a heck of a motion.
I know.
Do I hear a second?
Yeah, we gotta work on that. I will second the motion. I think that was in there.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. We're a little bit before 10 o'clock, so I'm going to go into item number 21, the 9/11 proclamation, before we move into our 10 a.m. item. So.
Okay. Item number 21 comes from Supervisor Thomas, recommending the board authorize the chair to sign a proclamation in recognition of September 11th in memory of that tragic day in 2001 when our nation was brutally attacked by terrorists, resulting in the enormous loss of American lives.
All right, thank you. September 11th is one of those dates that the board has chosen to commemorate with a proclamation that the board reads. So with that, it is a solemn day. It's hard to believe that September 11th is tomorrow. And so with that, I offer this proclamation from the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors in recognition of September 11th, honoring the heroes of that fateful day in 2001. The morning of September 11th, 2001 dawned as an ordinary day. As the hours unfolded, our country was viciously attacked by terrorists who carried out a sadistic plan to murder thousands of innocent people on American soil. Whereas their intent was to topple and destroy our beloved country, the true spirit of the American people was awakened and emboldened by a shared grief and a fierce resolve to put sacrifice over self and to rise up against evil in defense of freedom. And whereas when we remember and reflect on that day, it is our fellow man that is seared into our hearts and memories. Amidst images of destruction, We remember with sacred reverence our first responders who ran in when everyone else was running out. We remember the average men and women who rose up as heroes to help, comfort, or save people they didn't even know. We still tremble at the thought of hurried last phone calls, of the unspeakable courage it took to utter, "Let's roll," and the intentional sacrifice that turned an ordinary field in southern Pennsylvania into a battlefield whose victory thwarted untold destruction. Whereas September 11th, 2024 marks the 23rd anniversary of that date that united our nation, renewed our national pride and true love of country, while it redefined the sacred role of a patriot in the cause of liberty. Now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado does hereby proclaim September 11th, 2024 as a day to honor the heroic service, actions, and sacrifice of the first responders, law enforcement personnel, community members, volunteers, and countless others who ran to the rescue of the innocent victims of September 11th, 2001. May we continue to bear witness to their sacrifice to our children and grandchildren, making sure that their stalwart bravery is known and remembered as a sacred sacrifice, recognizing that freedom is won at an unspeakable cost. And now therefore be it further proclaimed to recognize the valiant service and sacrifice given each day by members of our armed forces, diplomatic services, intelligence agencies, Homeland Security, and El Dorado County public safety personnel and first responders who are on the front lines, defending the security of our nation, our country, and our daily lives. So with that, it's typical of us to go to public comment and then bring it back to the board for comment and adoption.
Now taking public comment on item number 21. Individuals will have 2 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Right, seeing no public comment in the boardroom, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Very well stated. What I remember about that day was trying to understand very early what was going on. I didn't think that the magnitude of the tragedy would obviously be as it turned out. It reminded me of December the 7th of 1941 when we were attacked in Hawaii to the destruction. But this was done by our own equipment. This was done by essentially the matter was done by a few people, nothing like what had happened in Pearl Harbor. As a California historian, I believe all of us will always remember that day. And thank you so much for this proclamation. And we all appreciate the efforts of the board in this action. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board for any comments or action.
Thank you for bringing this item.
Yes,
Chair, we
yes.
really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And
Is there-
hopefully we never experience anything like that again.
Amen. So with that, I'd love to move this proclamation.
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Thank you. All right. With that, we will now move into our 10 a.m. time allocation, and I see our Fish and Wildlife Commission in the house. So Kim, let's go ahead and open item number 24.
Item number 24 comes from the Agricultural Department on behalf of the Fish and Wildlife Commission, recommending the board receive a presentation from the Fish and Wildlife Commission annual report for fiscal year 23-24 and provide direction if necessary.
Wonderful. We always look forward to these annual reports from our boards, committees, and commissions that are made up of tireless volunteers that work on behalf of our county. So good morning, Mr. Weddle.
Good morning. Good morning. members of the
Pleasure to
board.
have you with us all.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you. Thank you again. Good morning. And it's a pleasure to come before you once again. It seemed like it was just yesterday we were here. Time goes by fast.
Sure does.
My name is Patrick Weddle. I represent District 4 on the board, and I'm also the chair. This is Vice Chair Stephen Schwarzbach, my able colleague and friend. And so Steve, also in the audience, Mike Denega, another at-large member. First of all, I want to thank members of the board for their support over the years for this commission. It's been a very interesting experience working with this commission. I've learned a lot. I mean, I'm sure you members of the board, when you come on your service, you learn a lot. Well, it's the same with those of us. And 12 years. Yeah. I've had the pleasure of working with a lot of people on this commission that have come and gone. And we've just had a really good group of people over the years that we've been able to work with on this commission. And I think we've got a few things done as well. So what we're going to do is, well, we've got the formal presentation, but Steve and I decided we're going to deviate a little bit and just have kind of a conversation with you about some of the things we've been doing. And,
unless you want to see this presentation.
Unless you
No,
want to.
it is attached and we have read it, so that's great. So
Okay.
just,
Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
have a
Yeah.
conversation with us. Love it.
Good.
Yeah, 'cause we have all read this,
Okay.
seen it. Yeah.
I do want to introduce the members of the board. Well, go ahead and pull it up.
No, walk through the
We'll use it.
slides.
Yeah.
It'll prompt us.
It'll help prompt us. Next slide.
We have about 20 minutes for this item, just to let you know.
Okay. So, this is one of the things that I think all the commission members are dedicated to. I mean, we're a diverse group of people in many respects from different walks of life, but we all have a commitment to public service and to El Dorado County, and also to the fish and wildlife resources of the county. One of the things that I've had Kim pass out to you is one of the recent things that we put together. Kathy Germstead, former Commissioner Germstead, and former Commissioner Horan worked on this, and with a lot of help from the Ag Department, we published these brochures, and they're being distributed widely throughout the county. And this is a big component of what we've been doing the past years. This whole thing about wildlife connectivity. As development occurs in this county and continues, there's a lot of issues with the ability of animals to get around, and those issues get complicated when people put up certain kinds of fences. It makes it even worse, and it's deleterious to our wildlife. So you have examples of those brochures, and I just want to shout out to Kathy Germstead and former Commissioner Steve for publication of that. Something else that we have been looking at, and you all have been involved in this, is issues relating to human-wildlife conflict. They're numerous in this county, and they're not going to get any easier over the years. And with that, I'd like Commissioner Schwarzbach to discuss a couple of the things that he's been involved with. And
Well, one of the things we're working on is an opinion for the board on mountain lion conflict. That opinion is currently in its third draft, and it's in peer review with some expert scientists looking at it to make sure we don't overinterpret the science in giving our opinion. And that's still in process. My first commission meeting was a field trip to South Lake Tahoe. And it was a real eye-opener about the crisis that's ongoing in South Lake Tahoe with bear conflict. Not a day goes by where there's not a conflict call to the department. we learned, I think, that there's 258 bears in the South Basin. And about 20 of those bears are producing 50% of the conflict. We drove through the Keys with the young conflict biologist who now is no longer working for the department. He left the department to go back to graduate school, but he wasn't replaced. As we drove through the Keys, he narrated the story of every house, block after block after block, that's had a conflict, because he's responded to every single conflict. Oh, the bear came in these windows. Those are new windows. Oh, the bear tore off that door. Now there's a bear mat. There's caution tape. House after house after house, confronting an inability to have their garage doors open, their front doors open, their windows open. The bears know exactly when trash pickup is in the Keys. It's 7 o'clock on Fridays. Used to be 9 o'clock. The bears adjusted their schedule when the trash adjusted their schedule. So the bears are smart, but they're not wild. Many of them are town bears, denning under houses, eating human food, and producing this conflict. The aha moment for me was driving down the street. It was like the 60 Minutes moment, when you get a little insight. It's like every one of these houses with caution tape and bear mats and new windows has a little bear statue in their front yard. The bear is a cultural icon in the basin. Now I was reminded of Yellowstone and Yosemite and the efforts that they had to go through to remove bears from the human food chain in those national parks. It took decades, but you had a single manager who controlled everything. The Tahoe Basin has 2 states, 5 counties, federal land, state parks. It's a complicated, wicked problem to work on, but we're going to be paying a lot of attention to that problem as a commission, and working with partners to see what we can recommend to you.
Thank you.
So you may be hearing more from us in that regard. Another issue with respect to human-wildlife conflict, of course, has to do with the impact that roads and traffic have on wildlife. There's been a lot of publication on this. There's an excellent book called Crossings by a guy named Goldfarb, and he goes into this in depth, and he goes into it nationally as well as internationally. The impact that highways and traffic have on all forms of wildlife. And just in this county, we know that there's approximately 1,000 deer every year that are killed on our roads. That's just the deer. That's not the other animals we coexist with out there. So the issues of how to mitigate those kinds of problems, things that are going to be before you periodically over the years, and things that we're thinking about as well. Road undercrossings that have gone in on Highway 50, we know have had a big effect on reducing those vehicle wildlife collisions, and we're looking for more progress in regards to how to mitigate these things going forward, and it's something that we're constantly studying. The derbies. One of the real popular things in El Dorado County, as you all know, are the fishing derbies, the fishing events, family fishing outings. And thanks to the board's generosity and to the Fish and Wildlife Propagation Funds we get from fees and fines on violating of the state ordinances, we've been able to purchase a lot of fish for these events every year. And if any of you have been to any of these events, you'll note that it's a really large turnout. People have a lot of fun. It gets the kids out, and we get a lot of community support in terms of co-sponsorships for these events, which we're very grateful for.
If you go to the library in El Dorado Hills, even on a non-fishing derby day, you're very likely to see a kid with a fishing pole at that pond.
Love it.
Because the fish are still there.
Awesome.
And past boards have asked us to to keep track of the money that comes in from other agencies. In this case, these are the funds that we get from court fines that are collected and that we subsequently use as part of our program to fund these events. I also want to give a shout out to one of our commissioners. He doesn't like me to do this, but Dennis Byrne has been very instrumental in providing refurbished fishing rods and reels to needy families and children. And this past year, he has made available over 160 rods and reels to people.
That's remarkable.
Who need them, and he's distributed those. And let's see, what else do we want? Let's talk for a bit about another subject that I know is very important to all of us. Steve will talk a little bit about what's going on with our approach to the mountain lion problem.
Well, we have an opinion that we're working on.
Can you get a little in front of the
I
microphone?
can.
There we go. Perfect.
So
Thank you.
we're going to try to make some recommendations to the board about how the board might collaborate with other rural counties to join voices to talk about some changes in conflict policy, depredation permits. You've already heard from the Ag Commissioner July 16th, who presented some remarkable information that shows a dramatic spike in livestock depredation in 23 and continuing into 24. We also had the tragic human attack as well this past year. And there's a lot of uncertainty in mountain lion science. We don't even know how many mountain lions there are in this county for sure. Her data that she presented to you may be the best data we have on lions in this county. And we're going to work with the department as well as the Ag Commission and independent scientists to provide you with some recommendations.
Excellent.
What else? Okay. One of the things that we have learned as we've tried to evaluate this mountain lion situation in El Dorado County is that the landscape ecology of El Dorado County is ideal for lion-human conflict. You can't perhaps create a better environment for this. We've got a lot of dynamic things going on in the county with development, with fires, the changes that are going on up in the forest. There's a lot we don't know. Deer feeding it has a well, don't it, I mean, we could spend a whole
Yes, we
on
could,
that.
but we will not.
Yes. We're, humans, we don't have the ability to really understand the dynamics of what's going on in a lot of these ecosystems, but we do know that there's conflicts. There's not a lot that we know about how to manage these conflicts, but we're trying. And we feel that it's incumbent going forward, and indeed in our last meeting, we had a very lengthy discussion about what we think what the commissioners think this commission should be doing in regards to our duties to the board. One of the biggest one of which is to advise you folks. So we're embarking on a direction where we're going to try and learn more about these issues that you're faced with and provide information to you as it becomes available to us. You're welcome to do whatever you want with it, and we don't have a lot of expectations for what's going to happen with that information, but we think that it's in the best interest of you and the county that you do have our perspective as your commissioner. So that's one of the things that is paramount for us going forward. And I think we pretty much cover everything So in conclusion, I'd just like to say that once again, we're grateful for all your support. Kaylee Runkle's been I call her our handle it. She's done
She is
great
wonderful.
job,
Yes.
Awesome.
keeping us on track. Myrna at the Ag Department has done a great job of facilitating a lot of the work we're doing, and we're thankful to her and Gila, the Ag Commissioner, for the support that we get from that agency. The support that we've been getting from the county has been has really changed over the years, and it's you know, I now have a sense of what it must be like to work in the orbit of county government, for better or for worse, depending on your perspective. So again, I thank you all. Thank you for the time, and I guess we can take questions.
All right. Thank you so much. And boy, you've been around longer than a lot of us have. So
Yeah,
just really.
I don't go into antique stores anymore. They may not let me out.
Well, we truly appreciate the dedication of this commission, from these informational packets that are resources for our constituents that are so helpful to really looking into the science behind some of these complex issues regarding wildlife in the urban wildland interface and bringing back information to us, I think is just incredibly helpful as an advisory commission to the board. So really appreciate all of your dedicated efforts. So I see my colleague Supervisor Parlin is first up. Yep.
All right. Thank you so much, you guys, for being here today and the presentation. And Pat, when we get together, we always have fabulous conversations. So I really appreciate you. And fishing derbies are so much fun. The fencing is great. My question, I think, not to you guys so much, but to the board, the county, is how do we get this information out bigger and broader? And when there's new developments, can we somehow get this into that as a requirement, perhaps? Because, I'm just trying to think of how do we do this? Because this has been a huge deal. We've all seen the photos. It's heartbreaking when you see a deer stuck on a fence somewhere. It's awful. So I do appreciate your efforts on this, and such a nice, concise package, which is what leads me to my next thing is, I think a couple years ago when we first started, Kim's done a fabulous job with pulling our committees and commissions, into consistency for these annual presentations. And you guys were one of the first, I think. And I remember we had a conversation and asked about feeding the deer. And I had kind of asked, can we have a brochure, some information? At the time, you hadn't done one of these yet. But I think you guys have evolved and are very sophisticated. And could we potentially, I'm going to see if the board would like it, if we asked you to put together one about feeding deer, because I think that there's some folks out there that just don't understand how devastating it is to the herds. And pulling the deer into where they shouldn't be. It's a hard message, but people need to hear it. And the scientific, factual nature of this is really well done. So I'm thinking, I don't know if we can do that today, is ask for their next effort to perhaps be about feeding
We
deer.
can provide that direction and as a suggestion for the board to see,
I would
it's
love
in the
that. I
scope.
think that's really
And
important.
you've already, you're about to move through a process with
Yes,
respect
we
to
are.
changing the name.
Yes.
You're putting deer into the ordinance, which was a request that we made last year and subsequently led to this item that's on your agenda today, I believe.
Yes.
And that will do a lot to bring into to unify the efforts that the game warden has to be able to enforce the law against feeding of deer in this county. It brings it into what's the word I'm looking for? Compliance with the state.
Oh,
And
consistency.
Yeah.
We'll be consistent
Yeah,
with the state.
Well,
Yeah.
that's a
Thank you guys.
good suggestion.
Thank you guys for taking that up.
And then just really quick, is Helen the one that's doing these brochures? Is it-
Yes.
She's amazing.
Yeah.
She's down in the ag department. Well done. Thank you. I just want to shout out. Thank you,
Yeah.
Helen.
Very user friendly. Yeah, very
Well,
attractive.
a little story. I don't know.
Actually, let's let the
Okay,
board
all
ask
right, I'm
questions. Yeah,
sorry.
thank you. Sorry. All right, Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, just one of the questions, being an old times family that we have in this county and stuff, and Larry is my cousin that's
Right.
on that commission, you know that. The thing is, way back when, we used to run dogs and stuff like that, and there was bear tags.
Yeah.
And the problem is, there's no fear anymore on these, you know, mountain lions or the bears and stuff. And I think we need to look into something like that to bring back, because if they have no fear, I mean, look at in fact, my brother-in-law's place broken up in South Lake Tahoe, tore the garage completely, door off the garage to get into the freezer. So these are some of the issues I think we need to do and bring back, and look at the study that we used to do way back when. And feeding of the deer, if you remember, it's against the law. I remember hunting and stuff, you couldn't put stuff out on a stand to attract the deer in. So I think that's one of the issues that we need to look at to make sure that that happens. We don't do that. So people need to be aware of it, because I remember that was a big fine way back when if you did something like that.
And you've got challenges with state policy.
Right.
Yeah.
There's the
Excellent.
problem right there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Heidel.
Thank you for all of your efforts over the many, many years. I just wanted to point out one of the things that I think the commission's been very helpful in is helping our state and wildlife wardens with the poaching issue. Because one of the things that we'd experienced over many, many years is people feeling like they could come up into El Dorado County and just kind of have their way with taking wildlife of all kinds. Your work combined with the state, I think, has reduced that level of loss of our wildlife by people who want to just come and shoot their rifles or their bows or whatever illegally. So thank you for all the efforts in reducing the poaching level, because I think it has made a difference.
And the DA has been very helpful in that regard too.
You have to prosecute, and then you get the get the settlements or whatever, the fines established, and that provides resources for the fishing program. So it actually works out really well. So
There you
thank
go.
you for all that.
Thank you. Supervisor Lane.
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation. Thank you for the information that you included regarding the bears and our situation up in Tahoe. And as you know, the newest member added to your commission, Leona Allen from District 5, is very involved up there. And there's some efforts to create some brochures that have to do with how we coexist with bears. I mention that because we're talking with the tax collector right now. And we're seeing if there's a way that through the property tax bills, some of this information can go out. So I don't want to obligate her in any way, but just mention that might be a way that we can get some of this information distributed to property owners.
Leona's terrific. She texted me yesterday that she had just pulled a 400-pound dead bear out from under someone's house. Not in her role as a commissioner.
Right, right.
But in her other roles up there
Yeah.
as a volunteer.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Very
dedication.
knowledgeable about the bear issue.
Yeah, she'll be a great resource.
Excellent presentation.
very
Thank you
good.
to, our staff for all the support that they give you. You're just a dynamic team. You're all so dedicated to this issue. And speaking for myself, this is not an area that I have a lot of expertise in. And so I think all of us really value your expertise and perspective as we continue to have these issues in our communities. And I'd like to give a special shout out to my former District 3 supervisor. That's me. No,
Yeah, that's you.
Commissioner.
Okay.
Kathleen Germstead, who was an expert on deer and their migration patterns and was instrumental in this, fencing information, which I love the idea of getting it to our developers and new homeowners, just so they can be thoughtful as they do their landscaping in their yards. So, excellent presentation. And so I think I'd love to go get public comment on your presentation, and really appreciate all your dedicated efforts.
You want us to?
Yes, go ahead and sit down, and that way anyone else. Thank you so much.
Don't go far.
But don't go far.
Just
Thank
in
you.
case.
Now taking public comment on item number 24. Individuals will have 2 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Jennifer Murphy.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'd like to address the board and the commission regarding the developments by the tribe and the consideration that they've possibly taken into for the impact on our wildlife. I think we'd all be delusional to think that building additional houses and the the economic developments wouldn't have an impact. And my understanding is that the previous EIRs have relatively been disregarded. And so I just would like to implore the commission and the board to really consider what the impact is for these buildings and to ask that there be a special ad hoc committee that's going to address this, not only because of the impact to the roads, which impact the animals, but also the ones that are going to be displaced. I know that with the fires and the change in the weather and all of that, we're seeing more animals come onto our properties. And so I'd really like to ask for consideration today that with this additional building by the tribe, that extra studies and special commissions be engaged and employed to direct this so that we can all be honest about what's happening here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. And I would like to remind the public that on the county website, under the Fish and Wildlife Commission, all of these brochures and information is listed under hot topics. So just a lot of resources for our community that I suggest maybe all of us put in our newsletters to point people to your commission webpage, which is excellent. All right, so what is the will of the board on this item? So we're just receiving a presentation, and so there's no action necessary, and I think we've provided direction that would love additional information on feeding deer if it meets with the commission's desires this next year, that it might be helpful to us as well. All right, so with that, thank you so much for your dedicated efforts, and we look forward to having periodic updates in your annual update next year. Appreciate all your work. Let's see. Actually, our CAO before you leave. Let's see if we do we want to go to item number. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. We have 25. Yes. Okay, great. Perfect. All right, perfect. Yeah. All right.
Item 25 comes from the Agricultural Department, recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance amending the El Dorado County Ordinance Code, feeding of wild or non-domesticated animals, adding the word deer, and 2, waive reading of the full ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to September 24th, 2024 for final passage, second reading.
All right. Who is presenting this item? Our egg commissioner.
It's so obvious.
Good morning,
It
Leanne.
just presented itself.
Yeah, good morning. It is pretty obvious, but good morning.
Leanne Mila, Ag Commissioner. I'm here on behalf of the Fish and Game Commission to present this. This just makes our ordinance consistent with state law.
Perfect.
Yep.
Straightforward.
Pretty
Thank
much
you.
a slam dunk. It's not.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's the
Excellent
catch-up. We should have
presentation.
had it in.
There it is. I know, there it is.
Are there any questions by the board?
I just don't understand why the county wasn't included in the state ordinance or those guidelines. So it just kind of bothered me a little bit. So thank you.
All right.
Appreciate
And just so you know, some plans from the Fish and Wildlife Commission are to develop brochures to put at feed stores and, places like that. So people understand. I don't think people think they're doing, giving a gift to the deer when they feed them, but we all know that's not the case.
Yeah.
Can we have the feed stores not have deer food?
That would be a whole nother regulation.
I didn't say that out loud.
All right, more to come on that item. All right, perfect. We'll go ahead and take public comment on this. Very straightforward item.
Now taking public comment on item number 25. Individuals will have 2 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Not seeing anyone in the boardroom, so let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
Good morning. On the subject of deer and the feeding of deer, it just so happens that I'm on Tombstone Court, which is south of Pleasant Valley Road in Diamond Springs, off of Patterson. And my 5 acres is right above the Martinez Creek watershed, which is governmental land. I've been out there now 45 years or so, and over the 45 years from originally having a field fence around the entire 5 acres, that is now big holes in the fence, the barbed wire cut, and essentially all of this happened because of the migration of the natural paths of the deer. The reason why this is important to me is because I've had vegetable garden as well as an orchard, and certain times of the year, which is now late, when a lot of the grasses are not available, the deer are hungry, and they're going to be eating my trees. They're going to climb up on their rear feet and essentially feed on anything that they can get. It's because of them just being hungry naturally. Also, I have a couple of ponds that we've had since the origin of the property, that we have mosquito fish in, and that is essentially, I believe, the lives of a lot of the residents of El
2
Dorado
minutes.
County.
Thanks for your comments, Chris. Appreciate it.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, we will bring this back to the board for action.
Can I say just one thing
Sure.
to add to it? You know, a lot of people have livestock and they feed their livestock and stuff. The biggest part of the problem is, like, I have my 2 horses, which I only have one now, but when alfalfa is candy to these deer, and they'll just move the horse out of the way to get to it. So you can't impose sanctions against, especially a lot of these ranchers and these farmers. So just wanted to clarify that.
All right, thank you. All right, what is the will of the board on this item?
Move.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you. We'll now move into item number 26, which is a hearing from Building and Planning.
Item 26 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance amending temporary recreational vehicles to extend the time for the use of generators with an issued temporary recreational permit. 2, find the ordinance is exempt from further review under SEQA. 3, waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to September 17th, 2024 for final passage, second reading. And 4, direct staff to stay enforcement on the use of generators with an issued temporary recreational vehicle permit pending the effective date of this ordinance. Supervisor Thomas, can you please open the hearing?
With that, I open the public hearing. Good morning, Karen.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the board. I don't think I'd be quite as quick as Leanne, but pretty simple item. I kind of often have to look back at this particular ordinance, the Caldor Resiliency Ordinance. And as I was doing so, I noticed this provision about the generators that actually expired 3 years, whereas pretty much everything else in that ordinance expires December 31st, 2026. As you know, I've been in front of this board and you have approved things like Title 25 to assist, and we have several people that are very interested in that program and are starting to submit applications. We are this close to having a pre-approved Title 25 floor plan that people can use at no charge, which most of them plan to do that. So we're moving forward with that. So it makes sense to extend the use of generators for those that are still living in RVs. And it makes sense to extend it to the time that the other provisions of this ordinance expire. I anticipate staff will be coming to the board prior to the expiration of this and giving an update, seeing where we want to go. If we want to let it expire, maybe there are certain things we want to extend. But as noted in the staff report, if someone does take advantage of Title 25, that ordinance in and of itself talks about generator use and allows that. So even if they're still constructing under Title 25, when this expires, they'd still be able to use a generator up until the time they get final occupancy. So with that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
This just makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Supervisor Turnbull, do you have
Yeah,
anything to
thank you,
add?
Karen, for bringing that forward, because especially as they're going through the rebuild process to help the residents in Grizzly Flat.
All right, excellent. Let's go ahead and take public comment on this item. Thank you, Karen.
Now taking public comment on item number 26. Individuals will have 2 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Not seeing anyone in the boardroom?
And there doesn't appear to be anyone online either.
With that, I close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for action.
Move and approve.
I'll second.
All right. Seconded by Supervisor Parlin. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Excellent. So I'll look to our CAO. Are we ready to hear item number 20?
Yes, we are.
All right.
The tribe
excellent.
is en route, but we have staff here, so.
All right, perfect. So let's go ahead and open item number 20, Kim.
Item number 20 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, receive and file a letter from Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians regarding a request for a letter of support for the Indian Creek Ranch Land Transfer Bill. 2, establish a tribe ad hoc committee. 3, appoint 2 members of the board to the ad hoc committee. And 4, provide direction to staff to respond to the request or work with the ad hoc committee to draft a response to the request.
Morning, Allison.
Good morning, Allison Winter, Chief Administrative Office.
Bring that microphone. That one is not
That
real.
needs to be
That one's not real
replaced.
robust. So
Yeah. Is this better?
yes,
Okay.
thank you.
So I'm here today with the item, presenting the letter from the tribe to the Board of Supervisors. They're requesting a letter of support for placing land in a trust through a bill with Congressman McClintock's office. They have some BLM land that McClintock identified as land they wanted to place in a trust, and then the tribe also requested the Indian Creek Ranch properties they own. They purchased the Indian Creek Ranch properties back in 2022 from Echo Lane Investors LLC, which the property already has a final map for the financing purposes, and they have a final map for one of the subdivisions. The feed of trust process we've kind of gone over in the last couple of years with a couple other groups of parcels for the tribe. The feed of trust process is a long process. It has taken between 5 and 10 years, depending on the parcels they're wanting to place in a trust. So the bill is a kind of a faster way for the tribe to get the land into trust. They approach us with this letter to offer a one-time lump sum of $750,000 to cover the in lieu property tax that we would receive on these parcels if it was placed in trust within the next year or so. They've also agreed to comply with some of the terms of condition on the original maps, and some of them they've already complied with for the final map as well. So they have paid the county a sum of $1,960 for parkland dedication in lieu fees and $27,166 for oak canopy removal in lieu fees, which in the remainder of the item, we've pointed out the cost of the property tax we would expect to receive in 10 years, assuming a 2% growth, and the additional impact fees for Oakland Canopy, Parkland, and schools, and the impact to traffic, the TIF program, which totals over $8 million about. So this board item is asking to create an ad hoc committee to discuss this specific letter. If you want to have the ad hoc committee discuss it, or if you can give direct staff today to respond to the letter however you'd like. The ad hoc committee would also address any other fee to trust issues with the tribe. Other than that, I think that is everything I have. Do you have
right.
any questions?
Thank you, Allison. So a couple of decisions from the board today. This is in essence a type of negotiation. So the board needs to decide whether we want an ad hoc committee to work with staff to look at those negotiations and bring back a recommendation to the board, or whether you want to do it here today. So I think that's the first kind of major question is before the board. So
Okay.
Supervisor Parlin?
Yes, sure. I appreciate the agenda item, the way it's presented. This recommendation kind of came from the CAO's office based on receiving the letter, with the offer of the $750,000. And, this is a unique situation. I don't think we've done anything like this before with the county and the tribe together. We've all been through recently the fee to trust process itself, how lengthy that is, and how little involvement the county gets in the regular fee to trust process. So my understanding, and I wasn't involved in one of the meetings with the tribe representatives to start this conversation. This is an opportunity to do things a little bit differently, and perhaps if we go this route and the tribe, can make it palatable, I think, and offer something more to the county so that we don't come out with kind of nothing as we do in the normal fee to trust process. But also in this particular opportunity, we would be keeping the already approved subdivision map and land use and parcel sizes and all that, which is appealing because in the fee to trust, we lose all of that. So I think this is a great opportunity, work on continuously building that relationship with the tribe, which I think has gotten better over the last several years. I do look at what other counties do in their tribal relationships. And so I'm like, okay, this is a good opportunity to work on things and emulate some of those other counties that are a little bit further along in some of these types of negotiations. So I would love to see the ad hoc. I think, and my understanding too is that Congressman McClintock's office would like to do something sooner than later, and an ad hoc can be more nimble to work with the tribe than our regular waiting for a board meeting process. So I totally support this. And and I guess I should add too, I'd love to be on the ad hoc since that this is in my district.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank
Yeah,
you.
well-
Thank you very much.
Yeah, one of the things that I think it's a great idea to move forward with this and perform this, add this ad hoc committee. And I'd be glad to serve on that ad hoc committee as well.
I'm going to jump in here. Appreciate that. I think Supervisor Parlin, you've had the initial conversations with the tribe, so that absolutely makes sense. And appreciate Supervisor Turnbow, your willingness to serve. I might recommend, though, I know you are, and I just need to be very clear, very, very much tied in with Congressman McClintock's office. And I think that perhaps it would behoove us to have a little distance from that, so they can thoughtfully work through all of the issues without any kind of perceived bias, which I think would be perhaps helpful. I'm not saying there is, but I'm saying the perception of that. We don't want to do anything that, we want to preserve this process. So,
yeah, and I appreciate that. And I was thinking that it might be appropriate for you actually, as Supervisor Thomas as chair, and I believe this property is on our boundary line between our two districts. So, and that also kind of makes sense to me.
and this, we're, like we said, I know Congressman McClintock's office wants to move quickly on this. So does the tribe. So we're not anticipating a lengthy process on this.
Correct. They want it in the current upcoming bill cycle.
Right. And I would be happy to serve on that if that's the will of the board, and then bring back the recommendations to the board. Any other comments on this? All right, let's go ahead and take public comment on this.
Now taking public comment on item number 20, individuals will have 2 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning. Good morning. I declined to state my name because in 2014, 2015, and 2016, because I belong to a community of residents around the Red Hawk Casino, I was under attack, both property attack, vandalism, and removal of a pet from our property. I would encourage the board not to expedite any fee to trust issue. The first thing that a tribe does consistently is apply to the Bureau of Indian Affairs saying they need land for housing. There's almost 70 acres on both the east and west side of Shingle Springs Drive that was initially, which is in fee to trust, since it is now trust land, was applied for housing. Instead, they put an open air gun range, or tried to, except for the community fought it. And then they put in a gas station on the other 30 plus acres on the west side, which could be eventually commercial property. The tribes, once it goes to trust, you have no control, and whatever they agree to can be thrown out the window. So we're advocating that the county, as a citizen, as citizen and taxpayers of El Dorado County, you should not go along with this process. It usually takes around 7 years to go from fee to trust. They want to expedite this. They've already bought land up in Buckeye Rancheros North, which is into a subdivision with a strong CC&Rs, but they will completely blow that out of the water as they did in Grassy Run. They have land for housing. They have bought this property. They don't need to put it into trust. And if you haven't notified the residents around that community, then you're breaching your responsibility to the community. This is a serious issue with El Dorado County.
Time's up. So,
And so you need to take this seriously. No ad hoc and
Thank you.
no shortening of the fee to trust.
Thank you for your comments.
Fingers aren't working.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. Is there any other public comment on this item? Come on down. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lance. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. As neighbors and fellow Americans, in a perfect world, every person deserves a roof over their head. Housing is important and is where we feel safe. The question is, why would any organization request the county's help to deliberately avoid local planning laws and permitting process? Why can't housing be built while following the process every other builder follows? How can we trust an organization to honor their claims after a long history of unsafe building practices? Do we need more reminders of the terrible accident involving a crane that collapsed on the event center project? How many more accidents occurred without OSHA and county oversight? There is no accountability. Every day we drive past the health center that is collapsing on its own foundation. We all saw the cover-up project to fix the cracks in the stucco, and much of the building was unsafe to work in while futile attempts to jack up the building for the parking garage were made. This is what happens when builders are not held to the standards that we all have accepted as normal. If you're not aware, the new fee to trust rule was published in the Federal Register and became effective January 11th, 2024. The new rule establishes a 120-day timeframe to issue a decision once the Department of the Interior receives a complete application. Claims of a slower BIA process are false. Things have changed and you're being deceived. The request for the Board of Supervisors to support this congressional bill to circumvent the traditional fee to trust process is due to section 151.4. It's a final rule that incorporates a process to determine whether a tribe is under federal jurisdiction in 1934 to comply with the 2009 ruling of the Supreme Court in the Carcieri versus Salazar case. This process is something the Verona Band has had trouble with because they're lacking conclusive evidence, and to my suspicion, why they want to avoid the fee to trust process. I hope the Board of Supervisors does not support this request. Do not take the money. Do not contribute to unsafe construction. When this issue has come up in the past, you've said that there's nothing you can do, and now you can't. Lastly, what happens when the casino becomes unprofitable like it did in 2011, when Governor Jerry Brown renegotiated the state gambling compact to 25% to 15%? What happens when the next generation prefers online gambling over the smoke-filled rooms of the casino? What happens when the land and the housing in the casino can no longer subsidize its residents?
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being with us. Is there anyone else who would like to address this? All right, seeing none, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Welcome back.
Whoops, sorry.
No, lost him? Okay.
That was my fault. Let me just, hold on
Okay.
a second.
Is there anyone else?
No,
Nope.
there's, I just need to change it back to an attempt. Sorry, that was me. I was clicking in it.
Does he need to go back?
Shouldn't. I apologize.
There we go. Hi, Chris. Chris, you're up if you can unmute yourself.
Excuse me, something happened with the
Yeah.
system when I
It was
went
us.
to unmute it, put me in a different category, and I'm sorry that I hope I could get the full 3 minutes. It wasn't up my end.
You get two, everyone's
Can
getting.
you hear
2 minutes
me?
Today, Chris. Yes, everyone's getting 2 minutes today and you're up.
What's going
Absolutely.
on?
It was a technical difficulty. It's all good now. Our apologies and,
I can't hear you, board.
oh no,
We're not needed, are we?
you can't hear us now, Chris? Chris, can you hear us? We have been having some technical difficulties today. Doggone it. Let's try Gina. Oops, wow.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Chris? Chris? Gotta love technology sometimes.
Right.
What is the recommendation then if the online system isn't working?
This meeting is not being conducted in accordance with the rules for remote participation, that like mandatory rules for it. So the remote participation as stated on the agenda is provided for the convenience of attendees only. There is nothing to preclude you from proceeding, even if there is some form of technical difficulty. So it's really at your discretion as to what you choose to do.
Thank you for that. Chris, can you hear us at all? All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Chris? All right, I'm gonna
text him and just. tell
I'm
him
gonna
to
reach
talk.
out to him and let him know that, or to email us.
Well, we can hear it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know,
Just
he could
talk.
actually speak. couldn't he?
Okay. Let's see. Let me text him.
Oh, it's the very first thing on the agenda. I didn't realize it's the very first thing saying that it's a convenience and, yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate the reminder. We'll try one more time and then,
Okay, since you can hear me and I can't hear you, I will, I'll go ahead and make my statement then. The relationships that the county currently has in terms of the settlement agreements from the lawsuit of years past and also related to transportation and to health services makes me concerned about any conflicts that might be perceived related to the county's own relationship with the tribe. Certainly, I believe already in this session, you talked about implied bias. But there's also a direct bias, I believe, because the county certainly draws some kind of benefit from these relationships. So I'm just wondering from a legal perspective, what may be perceived by the public and also by the speakers that have all gone to the podium so far related to the county's own participation in this matter. Thank you for the time. I'm going to go ahead and reboot and hopefully I'll be able to hear you. Thank you.
sounds good. Thank you.
I just want to let you know that I just got a text from Bob Williams, and he can hear us clearly.
Oh, thank you for that.
Yeah, so it's on Chris's end.
All right, thank you very much, Supervisor Turnbull. All right, I think that's the end of public comments. Is that it?
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. And let's just answer that question very clearly. Is there any conflict with the county participating in this request?
Not that I'm aware of, unless one of the five of you is in receipt of some payments from the tribe that have not otherwise been disclosed. I think that there would be nothing to preclude the county from engaging in further discussions with the tribe, notwithstanding prior agreements that the county's entered into with the tribe that do provide for some level of revenue generating potential for the county. So no, there is no conflict there.
Thank you. All right, what is the will of the board?
Well, this is an issue that I've just seen peripherally. I always think that conversation and getting to understand each other is better than, ignoring things and letting it go. But I'm very cognizant of what the public has stated. And we haven't had any leverage when it comes to the few items that I've been involved in. So I think this is an opportunity to have a conversation. It's not an obligation to do anything. And I think going the ad hoc route is probably the best way to go, and not act on their request specifically today, but let the ad hoc get some legs on this.
Very good, thank you. Supervisor Heidel?
Yeah, my sentiments align exactly with Brooks. I think that's the appropriate approach. Having no control, having seen these things in the past, it's better to have some involvement, engagement, discussion, whatever it is. We're not committing to anything, but I think the ad hoc is the right way to approach it.
All right. Was that a second?
Second.
Well, did someone make a motion? I didn't hear a motion.
Did
No.
Brooke not make a motion?
No,
No,
I didn't.
no,
I
I
didn't
made
hear
a
a motion
comment.
in there,
No,
but
it's not.
Is anyone gonna make a motion? Okay, I'll make a motion then. God. I am going to make a motion that we will, number one, receive and file, establish the ad hoc. I'm gonna recommend that it be myself and Supervisor Thomas, and work with the ad hoc committee.
I'll second that.
All right, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Noes? Motion carries unanimously. All right, well, thank you. Well, we got through all of our other time allocations this morning. We have our 11 a.m. Is the will of the board to take like a 5-minute break before we go into our 11 a.m.? Yes, all right. Let's take a 5-minute break and the board will be back and then hear the Building Industry Advisory Committee's report.
Okay.
All right.
No,
right, the board is back. Thank you for your patience, and we will now move into our 11 a.m. time allocation, which is an exciting update from the Building Industry Advisory Committee. Welcome back, Karen.
Oh, I'll just read the item.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Sorry. Planning and Building Department, Building Division, recommending the board, one, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution entitled the Building Industry Advisory Committee to revise the Building Industry Advisory Committee's roles and responsibilities to align with the current structure and focus of the Planning and Building Department, and two, receive and file the Building Industry Advisory Committee's annual presentation and provide direction to the committee if necessary.
Welcome back.
Good morning, Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director. I'm actually going to turn it over to my acting Deputy Director of Building Services, Chief Building Official, Don Knight, to kick this off.
All right, well, welcome, Don. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me. Like she said, my name is Don Knight. I'm the acting Deputy Director of Building and the county's building official. Today, we're here to talk about the Building Industry Advisory Committee. It was a committee that was formed in 1994. And it was formed to provide professional recommendations to the Building and Planning Department. This last summer, the BIAC, as we call it, took it their own initiative, and they looked at the resolution that had created them and decided it needed to be updated to be more in line with what's going on in the Building and Planning Department today. So they've made some recommendations on that. And so I'm just going to introduce Jerry Homey. He is the chairperson for the BIAC, and he's going to go over their yearly report that they provide to you, and then go over the revisions to the resolution.
Very good. Thank you so much. And welcome, Mr. Homey.
Thank you very much. I'll try to do this to the best of my ability.
We have full faith in you.
It may not be very good, but I want to clarify, I think it was in 1984 that the Board of Supervisors asked for the Building and Industry Advisory Committee to be formed. That was with Jack Sweeney and Bill Carey over at the Building Department. And then in 2007, the board asked for us to come back into existence. I think there was some kind of a contractors kind of like fit, I don't know, and everybody walked out. But then in 2007, you asked to have us do it again. And so we have been going strong ever since then. That's kind of the background. And now we're wanting to have you look at our resolution. But at first, we're going to look at what we've come up with for our annual report. I don't want to read all of this because I don't want to bore you, because you've already had these, correct?
We have read it. Yes.
So
Perfect.
I don't know exactly how you do questions. If you yell one out to me, I'll answer it.
Okay.
Or if
What we
wait
generally
to
do is
the
have you
end.
just work through your presentation, and then the board will ask any questions. And you're right, you don't have to read everything because we have read it, but just tell us
Okay.
the highlights.
All right. So in our membership, we have 5 members appointed by the board for 3-year terms, and we have the Board of Supervisors shall appoint 1 member and 1 alternative from each of the following, and then 2 at large. So I will give you the rundown on that. We have come up with, it used to be the Builders Exchange here, but now in our resolution, we have changed that. And as long as that resolution will get passed, we'll move forward. Contractors who hold a valid license in California and have their businesses situated in El Dorado County, number 1. We think that clarifies a lot for people. North State Building Association, they are here, and we have eliminated 1, and I will show you that during the other part of the presentation. Surveyors, architects, geologists, engineers of El Dorado County, SAGE. We appreciate everything that they do. Brian's a big help. The membership, okay, Jerry Homey, general contractor. I'm a member. The alternate is Matt Blessing, and he's a general contractor as well. The North State, Vance Gerard, and he's a member, and the alternate is Bill Fisher, but He's retiring, and we have another person that we think may be really dynamic for us. Brian Frazier, I need more water. He's the county surveyor. He's a member, and our newest member right now is Dr. Artina Moon, and she's really excited about being here. Lori Byrne, structural engineer. Greg Horsfall, City of Placer building official. Membership also is Eldorado Planning Commission, the Building Department, Karen Gardner, Planning, the Director of Planning and Building. Don Knight, Acting Deputy Director in Building Services, Chief Building Official. Eldorado County Fire is represented by Casey Ransdell, Fire Prevention Specialist, and Ken Earl, Battalion Chief and Fire Marshal. Our purpose is to work closely with planning, the building department, and the board of supervisors, providing informed recommendations. Our goal is to provide high quality service by addressing many topics. Our recommendations are based on extensive research, best practices, industry expertise. We may update our particular professional organizations. We may update with them at any time. We want to basically improve our strategic presence to the board, to the building department, to the planning department, and all the groups in the community. It's important to us. I think one thing that we can do, we're kind of neutral in the fact that we're appointed to be here, but we can bring a lot of people to the table and work things out and discuss them and come to some reasonable response for everyone, I think. We value input from all parties. We accept anybody that comes in. We will allow them to speak their mind and deal with it appropriately. Our background, I think we've already heard that, 84, 2007, and then now. Our goals are to attend the Board of Supervisors meetings or listen to them as they come up for us to listen to, the things that we should be paying attention to. Attend meetings with technical advisors and provide recommendations to propose policies and procedures that may affect the local building. Provide recommendations to the Board of Supervisors, Planning and Building Department when current operations or items of interest to the local building. Did I already read that? I might have. I don't know. Local building industry arise. We want to maintain our full committee so that we won't miss a lick. And we are doing that, and we've been honoring that for many years now. And so we have one retiring, and now we want to get another one. We are going to update our resolution. So in the alignment with the county and the board's mission and vision, we think that in this thriving community, we do have this ability to bring the people from the outside in. It is one of our goals to try to make it so that when individuals are coming to the building in the planning department, that they will come in and not be so afraid like I am now. that they will feel confident that they can walk in and do the procedures and be accepted well. And I do believe that the planning and the building department do a good job. They're pretty friendly. They don't bite anybody. So it's really good. But we believe in working together with government and the entities that we serve. We have the ability to help make our county safer and healthier through building procedures. Okay, let's see. Okay, we'll keep it fully staffed, continue our education, and we will continue to do public outreach, and hopefully we'll do more. Okay,
You nailed it.
That's the first part,
All right.
ma'am.
Awesome. Do you want to move into the resolution now?
I'll do whatever.
Yeah,
Anybody
let's-
have a question?
Let's move into the resolution and then we'll
Okay.
have
Oh,
questions on
okay.
everything.
Yeah, you're the boss. Okay. So resolution number 2023, the Board of Supervisors in the County of El Dorado established the Building Industry Advisory Committee. Superseding resolution is 164, 2010. So I believe that all of the first part we have already gone over. We did eliminate, let me go to the first part where we struck out.
Yeah,
the-
walk us through the changes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
perfect.
the developmental services, that is no longer the term that should be used, as I understand it. Planning and Building Department is where we go from there. And then if you go from, let me just read. The Board of Supervisors desires to have a committee made up of the building professionals to make recommendations to the Planning and Building Department and to the Board of Supervisors. And then we struck all of those regarding code interpretations, inspections, procedures, new construction techniques, and the like. We took that out of there because we thought we had it in another place. And we thought that that was probably better. It didn't, too wordy. In 84, it began, 2007, it began again. And now we're before you asking you to review our advisory committee resolution. So then we go down and we're at section number 1. Everybody okay with that?
Perfect.
Okay. Planning and building again. And then a little bit farther down, members shall serve without compensation. All members shall be appointed and may be removed by the Board of Supervisors. The terms associated with each current member as of this date of the resolution shall be remain in place. Probably one of the biggest hurdles to get over, because many people don't believe that the El Dorado Builders Exchange exists anymore. So we thought that we would take that out of the wording and just come up with contractors who hold a valid license in California and have a business situated in El Dorado County.
Perfect.
We thought that would suffice. We have also taken out the Sacramento Builders Exchange. I have never seen them come up the hill, ever. So if we go down to number 2, the meetings, the Building Advisory Committee, and we strike out additional. We will meet quarterly, but we have the ability to meet when we call a meeting. And so we have special meetings whenever we believe that that is something that's important for what we need to discuss. And we will run that out as many meetings as we have to in order to get that done. The Planning and Building Department, stretch out staff. We go with technical advisors. The committee shall endeavor to avoid unnecessary meetings. The meetings shall be noticed in accordance with the Ralph G. Brown Act. A quorum of 3 voting members is necessary to conduct official committee business. All committee meetings shall be conducted according to Robert's Rules of Order. And
Rosenberg.
what?
Rosenberg's Rules of Order.
Robert's Rules of Order. Thank you. Right? Or did I write the wrong one?
No, so I think it was intentionally using Rosenberg's rules, which are a set of rules that we are encouraging many of our committees and commissions to utilize since they're more streamlined for small bodies. So I believe that's what's stated there. That was intentional.
Rosenberg's, yeah. Yeah.
Just a brief note while I have the microphone. It was just a minor typographical error that should reference the Ralph M. Brown Act instead of Ralph G. Brown Act. So if that
Didn't I
change
say
could be
that?
made.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Oh, it's M?
Yeah.
Huh,
correct.
who knew?
Oh,
Who knew?
yeah, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, under responsibilities, we struck out developmental services, and then we added ordinances and resolutions. The number 4 is new, and at the first meeting of the committee held in January 1 of each calendar year, the committee shall select one of its members as the chairperson and one of its members as the vice chair, who shall hold office for 1 year and until the election of the next successor. The chairperson shall be responsible for chairing the committee meetings, calling special meetings, conferring with staff and on meetings and agendas. In the event of the chairperson's absence, the vice chair. will assume those responsibilities. And the last is, be it further resolved, and then it will be for you, we hope.
Excellent.
So, any questions?
Well, you walked us through that very nicely. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
yeah, you're so nice. And
No, you
somebody
nailed
told
it.
me,
You
somebody
nailed it.
told me out on the construction side, oh, Wendy Thomas is like the nicest woman in the world.
Well, my goodness, you can come back. Does the board have any? Oh, yes, you do. Okay, Supervisor Parlin, you're up.
Yeah, thank you. And I don't really know who this is directed to. Probably Karen, I think, because I reached out yesterday to Karen Garner on this item. My concern was that, and it's been my concern with many commissions and committees, is having, volunteers in a group without clear roles and responsibilities. And then we've seen it happen over and over again, where then it kind of like, where are they getting their direction from? And always know that, again, it's a recommendation. Unfortunately, like the Fish and Wildlife Commission said, they could make a recommendation. We could go, hey, thanks, and not even do anything with it. And that's part of the reality of it. However, I think it's better to have clear ideas of what the board wants to see or what is helpful to staff. And we kind of did that a little bit with the CDAC seed item, where we gave them a very definitive item to work on. And when they're done with that, they're going to come back, and then we'll reevaluate what the board will reevaluate what we want them to do next with, staff's input. So I reached out to Karen and I said, this one to me seems too vague and really not clear. And honestly, I'll just keep it real like I do. This committee hasn't been really doing a whole lot, I don't think, in several years, and we had no, I don't know, did you guys have any connections with it as far as a board or anything?
I did, yes.
So you just did on your own, but not as a board, right? The board was getting nothing.
Correct.
So I worked with Karen, and she came up with an idea of the process improvements that the county is working on right now. And it was a resolution to do so. And I think Karen sent some draft language to Kim. Do you have that, Kim, by any chance? Did you get it? Yesterday was a flurry of, it was quite a flurry. Oh, was it this morning? Okay, it may have been this morning. But it makes it in the section 3 responsibilities, it adds language to really tighten up. And so that staff can quite honestly manage the committee better, I think, when there's really clear roles and responsibilities. Because in the past, I've had conversations with staff like, why is this committee doing that? And they say, well, it doesn't say they can't. And so I think the more clarity we put up front, the better. Okay, there it is right there. So this is kind of what we came up with to tighten that up, where
do you want to read that?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Karen, do you want to take it though? Because this came from your idea, which I think is spot on what we want to do.
Oh, you're gonna have to blow that up for me.
I can read it. I can read it if you want.
Can you make it a little bigger too, Kim? Thanks.
Oh, there we go.
Yay, there it is.
There we
I'm gonna
go.
read that.
Okay, I got it. All right. And by the way, so I have talked to the BAIC about this resolution, and Kyle has attended some of the meetings as well. So it just kind of works out really good that we need that help to get that input from outside developers and contractors. And so perfect fit. But okay, so we revised section 3, the responsibilities, to say the Building Industry Advisory Committee will engage with stakeholders, including community members, advocacy groups, and industry professionals, to make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors and the Planning and Building Department on process improvements that support Resolution 014-2024, adopted by the board on February 6, 2024. The committee shall report back annually until the directives of that ordinance have been implemented.
Yeah. Recognizing that's one of the most significant initiatives in the Building and Planning Department right now, which then ties in very directly with the building industry. Just as you said, Mr. Homey, wanting, our customers of the Building and Planning, department to have, excellent streamlined opportunities to assist in their building and development projects. So that just aligns very nicely with the current, and having your expert perspectives on what the recommendations will be coming from the building and planning department will be, I think, really instrumental to the board as we weigh those.
Yeah, I really like that you thought of that idea, and that we're putting it in the resolution, I think will help you, because that, that way, if the committee starts to go off on a tangent, you can go, hey, this is what we're working on right now. And I just think that that's helpful with clarity. And then when that task is done, we'll come back to the board and say, okay, that's done, what's next? And I think it'll just be a little more thoughtful in our processes. And I did want to ask too, Karen, is part of that process improvement, because one of the things that we keep hearing from the community is charts to explain land use processes as a whole, just generally speaking, EIRs and discretionary or ministerial. Could this organization also help with creating some of that to help explain things? But it has to be in layman's terms, though, that, if it's technical, it won't make sense. But to explain the processes, because sometimes projects take, a decade or so. And if we could point to, oh, look, here it is in the process, it's been there for 5 years, but whatever, that could be really a helpful tool too. And I think that could be related to process improvements, couldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great idea. And I'm trying to remember, the resolution might have specifically even talked about flow charts to help with that understanding.
go.
So
Okay.
I think, yeah, they would be a great sounding board. We can draft something, have them take a look at it, and even take it out to others in the development community to get feedback on. It's challenging. Some of those processes are definitely challenging, so we
are.
can use that input for sure.
Excellent. Very good. Excellent. Good suggestion. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just got a question. I thought the El Dorado Builders Exchange kind of dismantled. The El Dorado, they did?
Yes.
Yeah, because I remember Linda Mott was the head of the Builders Exchange.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah, a
yes.
long time ago, and I heard it was disbanded. So now it's coming back now?
No, I don't believe it's coming back now.
Okay.
Oh, I have not heard that it's coming back.
Okay,
What
because I
it
know
is-
you have, people from the Builders Exchange on this committee. That's why it was just concerning.
Okay,
that's
no,
all.
that will change
changing
when
that
this
resolution.
resolution
Oh,
gets
yeah, we're
All right,
resolved.
doing
okay, all right.
Taking it out.
What happened was when the economic problems of 7, 8, and 9, they killed the Builders Exchange. We had contractors who never paid their bills. We had all kinds of catalogs printed for them with their names all over. And we knew that we used to have 300 and 400 members.
Yes, I
And
remember that, yes.
when it was dying, we ended up taking what we had and combining it under an umbrella, Placer County. So there are members still on the Builders Exchange that are in Placer County. They
Okay.
do that they've done that with several counties that got in trouble.
Your
And-
changes to the resolution make sense then in light of that.
So-
Yeah, thank
That's-
you.
I was just wondering, that's why I asked that question.
All right, great. Supervisor Heidel.
So I like the idea of kind of focus with improvements, but I'm concerned that we're going to lose input on other ordinances. For instance, an affordable housing ordinance. I would think the building industry would want to participate in that. If we only focus on process improvements, I don't see where that's included. Was that the intent?
Well, and I'm going to piggyback on your question.
Well, I have a
too, 'cause-
second one, but go ahead.
Okay, because my question is also exactly how does the Building Industry Advisory Committee also fit in with the Housing Task Force
Yes.
and SEED as they are looking at affordable housing? And so just wanted to piggyback on your
Yeah,
question.
and workforce housing too.
Right.
Sure. I think we can kind of combine maybe then a little bit what was originally where it says that they'll have some responsibility giving input on regarding ordinances, resolutions, policies, and procedures related to the building industry.
Yeah.
So, and combine that, with the added language of the specificity related to the resolution for process improvements. So we can, I think.
Would you
very
want to
good.
say as needed, I mean, by staff?
I mean, that's the problem that I have with it,
Right.
is where's the direction coming from?
'Cause we want-
Yeah.
these advisory
As-
committees
as
be helpful to
requested
staff,
by
by staff,
staff.
maybe something like that.
That would
Maybe,
work.
maybe those are the key words. so that-
Right.
That it's under the direction of staff to go and provide an independent input, right? That's,
Right.
because that's what I'm looking for.
Of
is this
technical
balance
experts,
from
yeah.
all perspectives.
Mhm.
Right.
The other one is objective design standards. I would want to hear their comments on objective design standards. And that was not part of, just housing or affordability of housing. So, but maybe that's just me. Maybe from a staff's perspective, you feel that that falls out of their domain.
Or maybe we say other appropriate issues as requested by staff or
Yeah,
applicable.
and maybe to be more clear, not by staff, but by the planning and building director or
There you go.
something. I mean, I think, I really
Mhm.
want to, on these committees, to give the director, whoever's in charge of the committee, that authority to direct the committee, because that's what we haven't had in the past. And I just don't want to go back to that. So do you like that idea, Karen? Is that way you're
I
giving
do,
clear
yeah.
direction and you have that authority in the resolution? Does that
Recognizing
work?
that we are working on more than process improvements, like
Right.
Supervisor
Absolutely,
Heidel is talking about. So I agree
Right.
with
That's a
expanding
good
that,
focus area, but there's a lot of other
giving
things
staff
going
the
on.
ability to have the committee weigh in on, in helpful areas.
I think it's the director of planning and building, not staff, right? So I
I
like
agree with
that
that.
because
Yeah.
then it's very
Better.
specific. It
Yeah.
has to come from Karen or her successor.
I like that.
So that they know clearly that's what the request is. And they can choose to say, we're not interested. I mean,
Yeah.
that's fine, but,
Yeah.
but I don't think that's going to happen. So, but I think where you ask for inputs from an independent perspective, you're going to get them. And I think that's going to help understand all the perspectives of changes we're going to be making here in the near term.
Good. And you had a second question?
That was it, just the
Okay.
objective design standards. I would think they would be
Yeah.
involved with reviewing that at some level
Good.
because the building industry plays into that. What is it going to look like? Type of.
Especially as we start to customize them.
And
Yeah.
I was
Exactly.
just watching the CEO's face. Were you good with all of this? Okay, I just
Okay.
want to make sure. I always watch the faces down there.
Okay, great. Any other comments before we move to public comment on this item?
No.
All right, excellent. Do you feel comfortable with those changes?
I do, thank you.
Okay, great. Does that align with your ideas, Mr. Homey?
Yeah, we have always listened to staff and we've always been directed by staff. I want to say one thing that in this progression, for the first time, you guys have looked at or been concerned about what we've done. I have never done a resolution. I've never done an annual report. And we are open and available to do the work. We have really
Wonderful.
great people. And I will also say that Karen Gardner, I have seen her more than any other director, other than Tom Burnett, at our meetings.
Wonderful.
So, but-
Thank you for that. Thank you for your acknowledgement of staff, and we're excited to have you, be re-engaging in a larger role as recognizing that land use and development are often some of the most contentious issues in El Dorado County, and we need your input. So we're looking forward to that.
We're ready.
All right,
Thank you.
sounds
I did
great.
2 shout outs.
Yeah. 2 quick shout outs, and we're gonna move to
Really
public
quick,
comment. All
George
right.
Sternbo, I want to tell you how much I appreciate the fact that you work tirelessly for the people who got burned out in the Calhoun fire.
I appreciate that.
And
very
John
much.
Heidel, I want to tell you, thank you for paying attention to the volunteers of your community and what you do for them.
Very
Thank you.
nice. Thank
very
you
much.
so much. Lovely, lovely
Can
accolades.
I add something? Just one thing before we go.
Briefly, yes.
Briefly, just, could we also add a member of the planning commission to that? Is it
No,
feasible or not?
no, that's a separate body that,
No,
I
that's-
don't think that's a good idea.
Okay, I
Yeah.
just
Too much
wanted to throw it out there.
Yeah.
cross-fertilization at that level.
There's each of our committees and commissions have unique roles, especially the planning commission. It
Right,
needs to be a
right.
separate autonomous
Okay.
body, but yeah,
Just
thanks
curious.
for that thought. All right, let's go ahead and go to public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 27. Individuals will have 2 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Not seeing anyone in the room. Okay, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Gina Posey.
Good morning, Gina.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly. I agree with all the comments that have been said here from each of the supervisors. My question is, like the other committees that have been reformulated. Will there be a work plan that you would look for from this committee that would lay out its goals and objectives for the year so that you can then come back and look at it and see if those things have been accomplished? That's my question. Thank you for taking my
Thank you.
call.
There's no additional public comment.
I think I'll briefly take a stab at answering that. I think the direction the board is moving is for the board to give clearer direction to each of our committees and commissions as to what the board would like to see and what would be helpful with our staff. And so I think in providing the changes to the resolution today that we have developed, that gives clarity for the committee and commission, which then can work with our staff directly in developing their areas of focus that are helpful to our staff and the current issues that we're dealing with. All right, so I'll bring this back to the board. I know we've had some changes to this resolution.
Yeah.
Did Kim capture those? She's usually pretty good at that.
Or Karen, do you have if you have some ideas for us?
Yeah, either way.
I think probably the simplest way is what was submitted as the changes, and then just as a second or last sentence onto that, add that the committee shall make recommendations regarding policies and procedures related to the building industry, or sorry, department regarding ordinances, resolutions, policies, and procedures relating to the building industry.
As directed by the
yes,
Director of Building and Planning.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. I think we can just say regarding, since we already mentioned that it's to the board and to staff.
Ordinances.
Regarding
resolutions.
ordinances, resolutions, policies, and procedures related to the building industry as
directed by.
Directed or requested.
It is directed by the planning and building director.
Right.
I think procedures related to the building industry we had in there. Is that? And fix February up there, the typo in February.
Trying, new
I
ways
know.
of spelling things.
Yeah. Okay. I think this captures everything really
Perfect.
well.
Yeah, I think it's
excellent.
just, there's some wordsmithing there. The committee shall also make,
Yeah.
or something like that, but
We
just to smooth out the language.
Okay.
is
That's the
only
gist of
other
it.
thing.
All right,
Yeah.
so we're ready to entertain a motion?
No, I'll move this item with recommended changes that we saw drafted, including the edit of the Ralph M. Brown Act.
Excellent.
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So thank you for all your work. We look forward to, you have some exciting things ahead of you, and we look
Right.
forward to your recommendations moving forward. We appreciate you
Yeah.
being with us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will now be moving into closed session and have a working lunch until 12:30. So at this time, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 29 through 31 as specified on the agenda. And anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning these matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 2 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, and the board will then be back at 1 o'clock for our open forum. We'll see you then. Thank you.
if I'm talking, it was broadcasting, test. It was broadcasting from the room. Test, now it's not doing it. Are you online? Is it? Thank you. Yeah. Testing. It was like stuff was coming out of the T. It was like it was coming out of the TVs. Kira? Oh, there she goes. Kira, can you unmute yourself?
I don't know.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, geez, turning this volume down. My voice.
Yeah, she's talking. No, go ahead.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? Test, test.
Yeah, we can hear you. Keep
Sounds
going.
just
So
fine.
let's, okay, so
She's both.
so
Yeah, maybe turn that one on.
testing, testing, testing. No, we're not getting that feedback. I would.
And they were watching the meeting while they're in here. That would make sense. Yeah, that would be the only that would make that come
Yeah.
out in the room. Yeah.
Okay, because
Because
Emma
that-
was pointing to the TV, like they were getting feedback from the TV. And that must have been it. It must have.
Yeah,
sounded
because the
like
TVs should be
Yeah.
off, right?
The TV should be off, right?
Yeah, volume should be off.
Well, is it?
Or it should be, isn't it? Supposed to be? All right. I thought those were volume down.
Yet?
No, I would just turn them off. This one's on, yeah, this one's on. too.
So nothing should be coming out of the TV.
I wouldn't think so. It should all be just coming through the speaker, room speaker. That's why there's, I would see all those speakers in here. Okay, that still sounds perfect.
Okay. Kira, can you say something?
Test, test,
Kira?
test, test, test. Yeah, can you hear me?
Testing.
Testing.
Yeah.
Test.
Oh, maybe now we can we not hear?
On the TV, but I don't know how it was set up.
We're here in closed session.
I did earlier. Okay, I'll keep talking. Test, test, testing, test,
That is through the TV. So the caller in has come through the TV.
Okay, that's.
testing, test, test, test.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll put them back to third.
Okay. So then, so maybe the feedback was on their end that they had another device fail.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Because it was when people called in.
Yeah, somebody out somewhere had. Some feedback.
So
Afternoon, El Dorado County. It is good to see each and every one of you here. We thank you for taking time out of your day to be with us this afternoon. We want to let you know that each of you we know has a unique and valuable, actually, we're going to move to an open forum of our portion, but I just want to kind of lay the groundwork here. We know each and every one of you has a valuable story and perspective to share. We want to hear from as many of you as we possibly can. We do have a rather lengthy agenda item at 1:15. It'll obviously go a little later on our agenda. But in the interest of making sure that each of you has the opportunity to share what you want with the board, we have enacted a 2-minute time limit today, all day, instead of the normal 3, so we can get through a public comment as well as our agenda item today. So we thank you for that. And also, those of you that do want to speak, once we open public comment, we ask that you line up in front of the microphone so that as soon as the first person is done, the next person is ready to speak. So thank you again for being here. And with that, Kim, can you open up open forum?
Supervisor Thomas, was there any report out from closed session?
Thank you for keeping me on track. Is there any report out?
Closed sessions are still in progress, so there was no report at this time.
Perfect. All right. Thank you. With that, let's open forum.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 2 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
So push the green button. There you go.
Good afternoon, board. I'm Jen Romaldi. I'm the president of the El Dorado County Employees Association Local 1. I'm here today along with my fellow coworkers to give you a better understanding of what your employees deal with on a day-to-day basis and the struggles that they face. In the interest of keeping this brief and with the focus of keeping the county running, we have decided to come speak to you during open forum since it is a time certain item instead of just waiting around all day. I want to take a moment to dispel some comments that we as employees keep hearing from the general public. The majority of El Dorado County employees are considered low or very low income. El Dorado County employees don't have these amazing benefit and compensation packages that the community seems to think we have. In fact, many benefits have been given up over the years without income even keeping up with inflation. Retiree health hasn't been a thing for employees hired after about 2014, and longevity is no longer offered. Local 1 and our fellow OE3 members here today are the majority of the workforce in this county. These are the friendly faces you see when you visit a library. These are the sheriff's security officers keeping our work campus safe, those facilitating visiting hours at the jail, those you talk to when you call into a department, who you see when you apply for a marriage certificate, the people improving crosswalks, ADA accessibility, and road safety, those that you see when you need to apply for aid, and our snowplow operators who work crazy hours keeping our roadways clear in the winter. We are the members that contribute and make this county run. It has become painfully clear that our board has little interest in being a competitive employer. You seem content with being known as a training ground, a place where talent is continuously churned out and replaced. This is not the reputation we want, nor is it one that serves our community or our employees. I could present you with study after study, data point after data point, demonstrating how investing in employee retention and longevity lowers cost for employers. But
Thank you. It's awkward to impose a 2-minute limit, and yet we need to do that. So thank you for your comments. Actually, please no applause in the boardroom. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Darlene. I work in eligibility on Brew Road. I'm just going to continue with her letter.
Sure.
But it seems the board is indifferent to this reality. Instead, they appear perfectly comfortable pouring exorbitant amounts of money into HR, related expenses, workplace investigations, employee discipline, and the endless cycle of hiring and training because they refuse to hire and retain competent, capable employees. The board refuses to invest in its workforce to do anything that they keep good employees will have here long term. And for those who stay, they often do so because of loyalty or satisfaction, but because they live here and can't afford to commute anywhere else. But what happens when these employees are priced out of El Dorado County? Who will come to work here then? Let's not ignore the reality. 80% of Local 1 employees also live in El Dorado County. These are your neighbors, the people you see at the grocery store, at the school drop-offs, and in community events. These are your constituents. Yet while there's always money available for the board's pet projects or to bolster the sheriff's departments, there's never enough to invest in these very same employees who keep this county functioning. Where are these employees considered a capital investment?
Thank you, Darlene.
Just as important as any other infrastructure project, it's clear they are viewed as such because they aren't treated as such. Me. It's utterly unacceptable that full-time professionals working for the county qualify for welfare benefits. Nearly half of our classifications, 45%, fall into that very low income.
Thank you, Darlene.
You're welcome.
Hi.
We ask that no applause, please. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Helen Keith. I work in the Department of Agriculture. An additional 44% of our classifications are considered low income, totaling almost 90% of our classifications. These are the individuals answering your phones, managing your front desks, ensuring that the county's bills are paid, and collecting revenue. They are the social workers and CPS professionals who protect our most vulnerable populations. And yet these same employees are struggling to survive. The county's verbal offer of a 3% increase, followed by 2%, followed by a wage reopener, is more than just insufficient. It's a stark reflection of how undervalued our employees are. For this offer to translate into any meaningful impact, an employee would need to be earning over $33 an hour just to see a modest $80 gross increase per paycheck. And for comparison, I only make $20.77 an hour. This amount barely covers the rising costs of basic necessities, let alone fire insurance, making it a gesture that borders on cruelty. It is an offer that fails to address the real economic pressures faced by our workforce and sends a clear message that our hard work and dedication are worth little more than a token increase. This approach to compensation is not only inadequate, it's demeaning to those who keep this county operational every day. Recently, I spoke with a member who said, I either need a raise or I need to find a better paying job because my family can't survive. This employee had to apply for food stamps to feed his children, and even with that assistance, he's still not making ends meet. He shared with me that his coworkers are juggling multiple jobs just to keep the lights on. This is not an isolated story. We have employees who are homeless, living in their cars, crashing on friends' couches. They are scared, stressed, and desperate. They have reached their breaking point, wrestling with the uncertainty of.
Thank you, Helen.
Hi, I'm
Hi.
Michelle. I work in eligibility for Brew Road, Health and Human Services. They have reached their breaking point, wrestling with the uncertainty of how they will manage to cover basic necessities as the cost of living is relentlessly increasing. I hear almost daily from employees who are frustrated because another colleague has quit, leaving them with even more work to handle. Managers try to spend the additional tasks and are piling on learning opportunities or career development. But the truth is they simply don't have enough staff to manage the workload, and the employees are suffering because of it. Frontline employees are being asked to do more and more. When will it end? Even after any proposed raise, we will still be far behind the median pay in comparable regions. This is not just about inflation. This is about a board that has a responsibility to its employees, its constituents, and its community. Without the dedication and hard work of Local 1 members, the county services you promise the community will crumble. The county cannot continue to ignore this wage increase. We need to work toward a minimum pay of $25 an hour for all employees with a path to $30 an hour. If you're not going to pay competitive wages, at least offer a benefits package that gives people a reason to stay instead of stripping them away. On behalf of Local 1, I urge you to do the right thing. I want to share some deeply concerning and heart-wrenching feedback that we've gathered from our members through recent surveys. These voices, the real stories of people who keep this county running, paint a bleak picture of their daily struggles. One employee, after paying $1,850 for rent, is left with just $350 to cover all other expenses.
Thank you.
Byron Saylor, Department of Transportation. One employee, after paying $1,850 for rent, is left with just $350 to cover all other expenses. Imagine trying to survive on that. This isn't an isolated case. Multi-generational housing is on the rise out of sheer necessity, and about 24% of our members having to rely on living with extended family to make ends meet. An alarming 52% of Local 1 employees have to work second or even third jobs. One member shared, "It baffles me that as one income household before working in the county, I qualify for the very services that I enroll individuals as part of my job. I have to go to local food banks to provide for my family." Another echo the sentiment to many, stating they're struggling to make ends meet with 2 county incomes. The housing situation in El Dorado County is dire. One employee lamented, "Cost of living and rent in this county is outrageous. You can't even buy a home for under $500K. Seriously, who has that kind of money?" Another employee confided, "We are homeless, staying with a friend for a year now. My income barely pays for the debts I've incurred, like my credit cards, just to get through all this. Never mind rent as exorbitant as it's become. We don't even qualify since we're required 3 times the rent for income. My gosh, isn't even one time the rent? Never mind my take home. I'm totally lost." The situation is so dire that employees are working an additional 20 to 40 hours a week just to make ends meet. One said, "As someone who takes care of other humans for a living, the pay is awful. I love my coworkers, my clients, but I think about leaving daily." Another has retorted, "Surviving on small, expensive loans with no savings or emergency funds to fall back on."
Thank you. We ask that there no applause in the boardroom, please. Thank you.
My name is Brian Viverberg. I work with the Department of Environmental Management. The cost of living has escalated to such an extent that basic necessities have become a struggle. Quote, "Fire extinguisher, fire insurance, and utility costs are so high, my paycheck is not enough to do anything else with." One employee explained, and another shared in frustration. "Inflation has caused me to seek additional employment just to make ends meet. I now have to work 7 days a week just to pay the bills." The stories continue, each more heartbreaking than the last. The cost of every item has increased so much that my family struggles each month to maintain what we have. We defer vehicle maintenance and replacement of worn out items in hope of not falling further into debt. Currently, we live frugally, paycheck to paycheck. Each month, we fall behind financially by $300. Another added, "With rising food, gas, and housing prices, our family is barely making ends meet. In fact, we aren't making ends meet." Many employees find themselves unable to advance in their careers due to educational barriers, while others struggle with rising costs of living in a county where they work but cannot afford to reside. One poignant comment captured this dilemma. "It is ridiculous that county workers cannot afford to live in the county that they work for." One of the most telling remarks was from an employee who said, "Without benefits from SNAP, I would not be able to afford my rent and my family would become homeless as a result." This is a reality for too many of our members working full-time, yet reliant on public assistance just to survive. These are not employees complaining about not being able to take a second vacation this year. They are literally fighting for survival. They are your frontline workers, your neighbors, and the backbone of this community.
Thank you, Brian.
Chris Jones, Assessor's Office. Backbone of this community. And they are telling you loudly and clearly that they cannot continue to live like this. The county must recognize this struggle and respond with the urgency and compassion that these circumstances demand. The time to act is now. Our members have made it abundantly clear they need to survive. They aren't asking for luxury. They're asking for the bare minimum to survive. The decision is now in your hands. Do what is right, do what is just, and ensure that the people who keep this county running can continue to do so with dignity and respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, guys. I'll go quickly here. Good afternoon, board members. My name is John Wadsworth. I'm a resident of El Dorado County, and I support the creation of New California State since the state of California is systemically broken and irredeemably corrupt. Grooming of children, genital mutilation, rapacious taxation, and stifling regulation are values that are prevalent in urban old California. They have broken faith with the values articulated in our Constitution and Bill of Rights. On the subject of elections, I'm here to express my conviction that we must hold our elections to a higher standard of integrity and transparency. We must return to paper ballots, in-person voting, same-day voting, and eliminate electronic voting devices. We know that early voting will commence next month. However, under the principle of the lesser magistrate, you have the ability to act quickly. You have the ability to act quickly, and with the authority of both the Constitution of California and the United States to change the impending consequences of election malfeasance, meddling, fraud, and theft, facilitated by a broken election system that has not been corrected. You can and should act immediately to declare that in our county, we will only have in-person voting, same-day voting, and will not be using electronic voting devices. You can do it. You have the authority to do it. It may not be normal, but you do have the authority, and I urge you to demonstrate leadership, lead the way for all of California, and let the other counties follow us. Thank you.
Thank you
very
John.
much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Roger Lozada, the volunteer chair and state senator from New California. I'd like to begin where California goes, so does the rest of the nation. You have also been notified of California's budget deficits that have, and I've been mentioning this twice, you know about it, that have affected your coming budget year 24-25. That has decreased it by about $74 million. And I'm sorry, folks, we all gonna have to take a bite of the soup sandwich. We are in a recession. And I hate to say this.
Please address the board, Mr. Lozano.
Depression. So the problem is, once the true budgetary crisis of California fully plays out, the budget will need to be revised again. It is the county's best interest to save what little cash you have and redirect it from this charade called an election. That will cost you more than it should if you do not institute the standards that we the people need to preserve our liberty. The El Dorado County website states that there has been lots of information and misinformation nationally about elections since the 2020 presidential general election. It states further, we understand there is so much information about elections that it is hard to separate from reality from conspiracy. And that our biggest fear is that the lack of voter trust will lead to lack of participation. Well, the genie's out of the bottle. There's a lot of people who don't trust these elections. So there has been about 1,500 proven instances of election fraud, resulting in almost 1,300 criminal convictions going back 2 decades across this nation. There's election fraud in California and across this nation. People are being found guilty and thrown in the slammer. Our elections are not that secure. If you think you are, you're in a dream.
Thank you for your comments.
And it's your job to listen to the public in this 2-minute thing. 3 minutes is bad, 2
Thank
minutes
you
is
for your
not.
comments. I know it's challenging today. Good afternoon.
All right, getting back on track. Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and the board. I'm Fabrizio Sasso. I'm the Executive Director of the Sacramento Central Labor Council. We represent over 100 labor organizations and worker-centered organizations representing over 180,000 workers. I'm here on behalf of the hardworking county employees who serve this community every day, yet face an increasing struggle to make ends meet. The cost of living in El Dorado County has surpassed Sacramento County, and many county employees are barely able to afford living here. And you heard from them today, and you're going to hear more. Where are they supposed to live when the wages don't even cover basic necessities? Many full-time county employees are being forced to rely on public assistance programs like food stamps and welfare and subsidized housing just to get by. It's troubling that the very people providing vital services are the ones needing public help themselves. Is this really the best use of taxpayer dollars? On top of that, workers are being asked to do more with less. The workforce is stretched thin, creating backlogs in service that frustrate the community. The constant pressure is demoralizing, leading to increased workers' compensation claims and putting both employees and public services at risk. And how can we expect to recruit and retain quality workers when they're overburdened and underpaid? Meanwhile, we see taxpayer dollars being used in ways that don't align with the real needs of the community. The county administrator, for example, receives tax-free contributions to her retirement at the federal maximum, in addition to pension contributions. And this allows her to avoid paying the same payroll taxes that fund the services county employees provide. And is this fair to the community? So you have an offer on the table. I know you're all going to discuss that today. I hope you see it as reasonable. These workers absolutely need it. This is a challenge of your will to say, do we want county employees to live in poverty, or do we want them to have living wages? And the choice is yours. We hope you make the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Tina Cree, and I'm the AFSCME Local 1 business agent. And I am here to talk about an example of one of our members, a single mom with 2 children. With the example we have handed out, with gross pay, she qualifies for Medi-Cal. If she gets off of the family plan, she will save $250.35 per month because the medical cost for employees is so high. She can transfer that to Medi-Cal and have taxpayers pay for it. Plus, have a health and human service worker use their hours of their day for that case. For an employee who works here for 40 hours, that same employee qualifies for $110 a month in food stamps. The county literally is creating a larger burden on taxpayers by having full-time 40-hour-a-week employees who receive social welfare benefits. This is unacceptable way to do business and duly burdens taxpayers with paying the wages of full-time employees, plus providing for the cost of those benefits, plus providing for the cost for the employees to administer those benefits. At the end of the month, this employee doesn't have money for daycare. They can't afford an oil change on a car. They can't afford internet, even a $1.50 hot dog at Costco for their children. The Board of Supervisors has created, maintains, and perpetuates full-time employees who are paid so little, the term working poor was coined here. To use and abuse taxpayer dollars in creating a level of poverty and homelessness of county employees is unconscionable and needs to stop. I urge you to accept our last offer.
Thank you, Tina. Thank you.
Stephanie Denaga, and I work with El Dorado County Probation. I deeply value the opportunity I have to make my occupation one that benefits the citizens of El Dorado County. I take great pride in ensuring the safety of the community every day by working with justice-involved individuals who are striving to make positive change in their lives. This constantly reinforces the impact work I can accomplish. I came to share a little of my personal story today just to offer some perspective. When I began my career a year and a half ago, I was receiving CalFresh Medi-Cal benefits and living in a low-income apartment. My unwavering goal was to attain a level of professional success that would liberate me from the government assistance and provide my children with superior health insurance. I am determined to inspire others who may doubt their ability to break free from the system. I understand that it may take time to achieve, but I remain committed to making it a reality one day, and I hope that dream will be realized through employment with El Dorado County. It's conflicting feeling to realize that even though I started at the top of my pay scale, that is insufficient to help me realize my immediate financial goals of no longer relying on public support. The cost of living has simply outpaced the wages of employment with the county, and inflation has been outpacing wages for several years. Of course, the cost of living is way beyond the board's control,
but nevertheless, the impact of inflation on employees' pay is significant and direct. When inflation is high, the increased cost of goods and services reduce the purchasing power of our income. I respectfully ask the board to consider offering a reasonable cost of living increase in addition to a deserved merit increase to help ease the financial strain caused by increasing grocery costs and other essential expenses. Taking these steps would communicate in real terms to your employees how much their hard work is appreciated and that real world circumstances are understood. This would also strengthen our ability to stay committed to the county.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Excuse me for a second. I see signs of dignity and respect up here, and we greatly respect you. We ask that you respect the decorum in the boardroom. Please, no clapping, so everyone feels comfortable sharing. I appreciate that you're respecting that. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Corey Duarte, United States Navy veteran, and I work as a highway maintenance worker for El Dorado County. I stand before you not only as a representative of my role, but as a voice for many of my colleagues who are struggling with issues that affect not just us, but the quality of service we provide to our community. Our primary concern is compensation. The current pay for our position does not reflect the hard work, dedication, and skill that we bring to our jobs every day. This inadequate compensation is having a significant impact. It's leading to high turnover rates, diminishing morale, and forcing many of us to take on second jobs or seek employment elsewhere. This situation undermines the pride we once felt in working for this county. There was a time when being an employee of El Dorado County was a point of pride, a testament to a job well done, and a commitment to serving our community with excellence. Unfortunately, those days seem to be behind us. We are struggling not just to keep up with our responsibilities, but to maintain the standard of work that El Dorado County deserves. When employees are not adequately compensated, it creates a ripple effect. High turnover disrupts continuity and efficiency. Low morale impacts the quality of work and the enthusiasm we bring to our roles. We need to be able to focus on our jobs, not worry about making ends meet or finding a better opportunity. What we're asking for is simple but crucial. Fair compensation that reflects the value of work we do and sets a standard for excellence within the county. We want to restore the pride in working for El Dorado County, ensuring that it's not only a great place to live, but also a great place to work. By addressing these compensation issues, you can help us rebuild that pride, reduce turnover, and improve the overall quality of our work. We urge you to consider this not just a matter of budget, but as an investment in the future of our county. Fair pay is not just a right, it's a crucial component in maintaining a motivated and dedicated workforce. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Corey. Appreciate your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Dustin Case Senior. I'm a highway maintenance supervisor here at El Dorado County, United States Marine Corps veteran. Here are some face-to-face true and factual examples. You've heard of some. I'm going to show you some. Jacob Styler is right back there. If you want to wave your hand, Jacob. Jacob rented a house in Georgetown with his wife and children. He had to move out of the house. He had to go to Fair Oaks before he found something that was even close to the rent he was paying. He was forced out of this county. Salimi, Tim, where you at? Another hard charging Marine. He had to join the United States Marine Corps. If he stays in there for 20 to 25 years, he'll have the VA health insurance coverage for himself, something the county no longer provides for its new employees, even after 30 plus years. He must work a second government agency to assist in the future provisions for his family. A large amount of the road workers you see here are folks that have been here under 5 years. Look at the amount of knowledge that is left here. Turnover is a direct result for not compensating employees properly at the price, with the price of everything else increasing. Christian Almost, 21-year-old hardworking young man on my crew. We trained him to be on the asphalt paver. Guess what? And I don't blame him. He now works on the Sacramento County's paver, making almost more than I do as a foreman. Praise the Lord, my wife and I were able to raise 4 kids on a single income at the county because the wage I received was comparable to the cost of living in the day, and the price of property was reasonable. I started here making $10.11 an hour in the first year. I was able to buy my home. Connor Green, some back here, raise your hand. There's another one. Green will top out making almost triple what I make 25 years ago. Green and his family still will not be able to buy a house in El Dorado County. Connor has used first paycheck and some of the second just to pay his rent, not including utilities. Your employees working here have second jobs to make ends meet and are still having to go to the food bank, church, or use a credit card to pay for their groceries. Raise your hand right now, everybody, if you've had to do what I've just described. I'm including myself in this right now. Look at your workforce. These are your constituents. To help the citizens of El Dorado County, start by helping these ones sitting right here, right now.
Thank you, Dustin. Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
My name is Jessica Scharfenberg, and I am actually here just to share my experience with taking my family to the library a couple weeks ago. Sorry, I'm nervous and I'm very emotional about it. So basically, my daughter is, I'm a working mom of 3 young girls. They're 9, 7, and 4. My 4th grader has a challenge in her classroom to read 1,000 minutes a month, and she's very competitive and wants to get that prize at the end of the month. So we agreed to sign her up for a library card to have access to the books. I had to go to the library to show my ID and to pick up her library card. I was thankful that my husband was there with me because when we got there, we were in the parking lot. There were very few cars there, but the cars that were there were broken down, and you could tell that there was a lot of garbage that was in there, that it was evident that there were a lot of homeless people that were living in these vehicles. From the time that we left our our car to the front door at the library, my husband was witness to what appeared to be 3 drug deals going on in the parking lot. I was greeted by at least 15 homeless people at the front entryway of the library, 2 of which had dogs, pit bull and an Alaskan husky. My 4-year-old tried to run up to the dogs to try to pet them and hug them, and I had to quickly grab her away. Not only that, but we had to walk through a billow of smoke to try to get into the front and just to the front doors of the library. I felt very unsafe, and I would not have gone through those doors had my husband not been there with me. I feel like this is a disservice to the families of our community and to the children. And this is not a solution to our homeless population. And I think that something has to be done, especially when it comes to the expense of the health and development of our children.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you for sharing that with the board. Greatly appreciate your comments. Good afternoon.
Hi. Sorry, I have my computer. I'm literally taking a class so I can get more money by learning a 3rd language at work. My name is Lori Ferguson Anderly. I am the new senior sheriff technician at the jail in Placerville. Much like her, I'm going to get emotional. I'm here to fight for my people. I cannot hire nor keep good people because of the low starting salary that they get. They need higher pay. We need it to be competitive with other counties. I know you all have been presented with that information before, but I am unable to hire anybody and keep people, good people. You can see the red shirts in here. There aren't that many. We're people who have been here for longer than 5 years. We can't keep people longer than that because we don't have the salary to keep them. We need a fighting wage. So we're not hiring people that could go to In-N-Out and starting pay is the same as what our starting pay is for sheriff's technicians at the jail. We are the behind the scenes people at the jail. We're not the correctional officers. We're not the sergeants, not the lieutenants. We're the people who are doing the figure times for inmates. We're the people who keep them there the appropriate amount of time to make sure they get released on time. We have a job that has a lot of liability, and we're not getting paid for that level of liability that we're having to perform. So I am here to request higher pay for my people, for myself. If we could pay for our education benefits, I know that some of the other unions get paid for having degrees. We're not getting that either. That would be a great addition. We have a lot of people that have degrees that do our job. Anything that we can do to increase our salaries so I can keep good people on my staff. And I appreciate your time and listening to me. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thanks for
Sorry, I
your
had to be on my
comments.
class.
No problem. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Shannon Starr, Operating Engineers Local 3. I represent the Corrections and Trades and Crafts Unit here at the county. I'm here today along with our Local 1 counterparts to talk about pay. So I'm going to focus more on facts and figures for you guys. The members were talking about their emotional effects of their pay. But in your 2023 evaluation of your budget, the revenue was down 37.4 million, and that sounds bad. But your spending was 88.7 million less than you projected. That is a surplus of $51.3 million. Of that budget, 154.2 million was unrestricted, unencumbered funds that the board and the county chose how to spend. Of that money, $380,000 went to raises for my members that year. So out of 154.2 million, we got $380,000, actually a little less than $380,000. The county has the funds for fair and equitable wages. They just have to decide how to spend them. The county needs to focus on not only your accountability to the citizens, but also to the employees, to have efficient and proficient service for your citizens, to keep them safe. Our DOT workers are the ones that plow the snow. And the storms 2 years ago were so bad, and yet the high turnover rate means that the people driving that snowplow do not have the experience to keep those roads clear and keep it safe for citizens. The dispatchers working in the sheriff's office are so understaffed that deputies sit there every day. They're pulled off the street because there aren't enough people to answer 911 when somebody calls for help. And these are because people are leaving for higher wages at other places.
Thank you, Shannon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi. Thank you for listening to all of us. Thank you for your patience and understanding. My name is Heather. I'm a senior office assistant at Health and Human Services. I've worked for the assessor's office, tax collector's office, senior daycare, now HHSA, and Adult Protective Services, building department. The entry level jobs and the jobs that are below a bachelor, that don't require a bachelor's degree, it's really hard to move up. And now I want to go get a bachelor's degree, but I would still have to work, so that would be pretty exhausting. But I just wanted to share a little bit of my personal experience because it is actually part of my daily life, my real life. I'm determined to save money so that one day I can buy a house. I'm 40. And saving is, it's hard to save when you're making $18.75 an hour. I pay $895 in rent because I talked my landlord down from $950. And then I also asked her if we can split the utilities different because so if I hang dry my clothes and don't use the AC. So I've spent many hot, nights sleeping, tossing and turning to save on the AC. And it's probably only a few dollars, but I'm kind of desperate because I think that I'm trying to save a tiny portion of my paycheck. I don't buy myself lunch. I buy coffee on sale, bulk at Rayleigh's, only when it's half off. I don't eat out. I don't go do anything unless somebody else is paying for me. So there's, that's my real life. And I just wanted to share it also. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Heather. Appreciate your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm David Dunning with Health and Human Services, Child Protective Services. Madam Chair, members of the board, I find it disheartening that I'm here again. I was here, as you can see, with my red shirt 5 years ago, before you, requesting the same thing we're requesting today, which is a livable wage. I still, in spite of that significant raise that we received at that time, I am still not able to buy a home. I make very good money. I have 2 master's degrees and 17 years of experience in the job that I'm doing today. I still can't buy a home in this county, and I'm still struggling to put enough away so that I can retire sometime before I'm 90. I joke with my family, I have 2 retirement plans. The first is my children. I love them. I have 6 of them, and I make sure that they want me around. The second is heaven. Those are my only 2 that I have at this point. But really what I want to put forward to you today is that my service staff, the people that support me and make me able to do my job, the office assistants are not being paid nearly enough. They are far outdoing what their job description says, in my opinion, and they far and away support me in a way that I absolutely could not do without them. The assistants that would be what I would consider to be doing just their job, not above and beyond what they're getting paid for. They're great and I love them, but there's only a couple. The rest of them go so far above and beyond that it makes my job possible. Currently, I just was hired as a supervisor, which is very great for me. But I'm also holding down two positions because I can't take off the caseload that I was doing and give it to anyone. So here I am. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your vote to improve our wages.
Thank you, David. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board this afternoon before we go to our online callers? All right, thank you all. You did a great job. Okay, come on down. Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ginger Luzada and a proud member of New California 51st State and El Dorado County. People are getting desperate. These are desperate times. It's going to get much worse. And it talks about it in the Bible, in Revelations. And I am just here to say that we all need to band together in prayer. We need believe in Christ. He is the only way that we will all survive, to live, to take care of our families. Pray to God each and every single day, every morning when we wake up, and each and every single night before we go to bed, so that we can sleep in peace and have strength to wake up the next day to take care of each and every one of our families and our friends, our neighbors, our livelihoods. God gave us all of our rights. He gave us all of our breaths and our lives, and we owe everything to him. Every life is important. Every single person here and their families are important. And we are here to say, hey, you need to take each and one of our lives seriously, just as you take your own lives and your family's lives seriously. In Jesus Christ, we all live and breathe. In Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you for your comments. All right, well, okay. Good afternoon.
Sorry.
No.
Supervisors, I am Robin Tomozik. I am actually First Vice President of Public Employees Union Local 1, a level higher than your El Dorado County. I'm also Vice President of AFSCME District Council 57, which is over the rest of that. We cover over 25,000 employees in the state of California. And I came here today on my own time because I have a deep love for El Dorado County. I have been part of this county since I was born. I no longer live or work here, but my grandparents were here before Apple Hill was Apple Hill. Okay. So I know how committed the people behind me are, regardless of what department they're in. And when they say they are struggling, they don't do that because they are wanting to make you feel sorry for them. They're showing you how committed to the constituents they are. They are committed to their neighbors, to their friends, to the people who elected you, to the people who will continue to elect people in this position. And if they are not able to make it here, you're not going to be able to fulfill your commitment to those people. Thank you for listening to us today.
Thank you, Robin. Appreciate your comments. All right, is there anyone else that'd like to speak in the boardroom? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon. Actually, before we go to 390, since people are leaving, I just want to thank you all for coming. Want you to know that the county is continuing to operate and bargain in good faith with all bargaining units. And that our employees are valued, and that the board and CAO are doing everything we can to reach a mutually beneficial agreement. So thank you for being with us today. And 390, thank you for that. With that, you're up.
Okay. I'm disappointed that you're not giving us 3 minutes, but I don't want to waste any time here. September 24th is coming right up, and I would really like to get a draft document to review over the next 2 weeks. I've got about 27 irons in the fire right now, and I would like to have a copy of it so I could give it what it deserves. And that, of course, this is the WTF, Wireless Telecommunications Facilities Draft Ordinance. Item 2, you've heard it. As a former employee, I remember in 1989, I was 2 weeks into the job and I was wearing a black armband and going to the Board of Supervisors meeting and laying it on the line like these folks have been doing for the last half hour, 45 minutes, whatever. And I remember even after that, living in poverty with my 2 children, family, my wife and I, we both worked, and you know, it was paycheck to paycheck for many years. I got a better retirement out of the whole thing than these folks are going to get. So help them out now, because their retirement sure isn't going to be very good in the future. I understand the concept of working poor, and you've heard it. And you know, luckily, I was able to, through generational wealth, they call it now, afford a down payment for a house back in the day. And that's when houses in Tahoe were $38,000 with a beautiful view, backed up to a state park. And the house I live in to this day was $42,000. So.
Sorry, we're at minutes today. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Good afternoon.
Oh, hey guys, it's Tracy Doyle. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi. So I just wanted to call in and say that I am actually disgusted listening to these employees talk. It just recently came to my attention at how disgusting the pay situation is. How embarrassing for our employees to be on food stamps. I know a young person who has thought about being a dispatcher, but she makes more money at a restaurant. And we're paying the director of mental health, unless that person's finally retired, $450,000 a year, including benefits and longevity pay. So, I mean, it's kind of gross that we have people in our county working. These are the faces, the people that are actually serving us, that are now considered the working poor. Like, do we need a navigation center opening for our employees? And then the second thing I wanted to mention is the elections. So it's come to my attention that there was a report filed with the Sheriff's Department and an investigator assigned at some point when some citizens found 30 to 40 incidents of voter fraud situations. And I'm just curious if you guys are aware of that and if anything's being done with that, where that is in terms of investigations. I would also like you to direct the Elections Department to use due diligence to make sure that non-citizens aren't voting. This doesn't just impact our elections, but it can also have migrants unknowingly committing a crime that could immediately get them deported. So those are the 2 things I wanted to bring about. And also, I'm running for Cameron Park CSD. I'm the people's advocate, and I hope that I will get on and I will be able to represent people with integrity and transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Well, thank you all. For those of you who participated in open forum, we appreciate you being with us. All right. With that, we will move on to our afternoon item number 241555 from the Building and Planning Department. Kim, can you open up item number 28? 28, yeah, 28. You get my glasses on.
Item number 28 comes from the Planning and Building Department, Tahoe Planning and Building Division, recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance amending county business taxes, licenses, and regulations of the El Dorado County Ordinance Code, amending chapter 5.56, vacation home rentals, to add the recommendations of the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Committee and Board of Supervisors, and 2, waive reading by waive reading of the full ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to September 24th, 2024 for final passage, second reading.
All right, and before we get into it, Brendan, thank you for being here. We appreciate you being here with us today, and I look forward to a really robust discussion on this. I know this issue has been long time coming before us. This originated from issues in the Tahoe Basin that you are having, especially with vacation home rentals. And I just have a little disclaimer that while we've been talking about VHRs and the challenges and enforcement with this for quite a while, especially with issues that started in the Tahoe Basin, we knew that this ordinance and changes to the VHR ordinance would be coming back before the board. And we've been focusing on the issues in the Tahoe Basin. Prior to the agenda posting on Wednesday, we had no idea what amendments would be coming forward as far as, and this is one of the challenges with the Brown Act, is we're not privy to all the details as items come before us. And so we saw the changes to the VHR ordinance the same time you did. And at that time, we had no idea of some of the recommendations that would be before us today. Recommendations that work probably pretty well in the Tahoe Basin and were vetted and came through the community, but changes that don't work at all on the West Slope, especially with the complexities with the ranch marketing, the winery ordinances. So I say that we look forward to a conversation today, and there will definitely be changes because the Tahoe Basin and the West Slope are not at all the same. And so we look forward to a robust discussion. This is the start of the discussion on the West Slope, and we'll see where we can go with this today. But just wanted to allay some concerns on that, because I know that there were a lot of fears from the ag community on the West Slope on this. So with that, I will turn that over to you.
It's my turn now?
It is.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, board members. My name is Brendan Ferry, Deputy Director in the Tahoe office. Supervisor Thomas, thank you for those comments. We know this is a challenging topic area, right? VHRs, vacation home rentals can be a polarizing topic. We have people that love them. We have people that hate them. We have people everywhere in between. And so I think we probably will have some challenging discussions today. And we probably won't make everyone happy. I do just want to say that we, staff, and I want to thank Melanie for being here with me. She was the primary author of the amendments, and I can't thank you enough, Melanie, for that. And the rest of our team, Kevin, Derek, Ryan, Camden, Danielle, we really worked on this ordinance as a team. We worked with the VHR Advisory Committee to Supervisor Lane. We talked we talked to other departments. I'm proud of the ordinance that we presented to you today and for you to consider. Knowing that this is challenging and knowing that it probably does have some issues, perhaps we got ahead of ourselves on the ranch marketing discussion, but I think we know as staff, and we've had conversations for years, knowing that there is an issue between VHRs and our ranch marketing ordinance. We've had many, many conversations about this, and they are, they do need to work together, but in many areas they do conflict. One is primarily set up to host events, which is ranch marketing. The other is we are proposing to prohibit events entirely at any time. And so it was my attempt, and I'll take full blame for the partial sentence that was added. It was my attempt to try to draw a brighter line between the ordinances and really to try to say ranch marketing activities, we believe, are best handled through the ranch marketing ordinance and the winery ordinance and the amendments to those ordinances. And I know that those ordinances are going through a process right now, which is great. They're going to the Planning Commission this week on Thursday for a look, and I know they're coming to the board later. So it was my attempt to say, let's try to deal with those issues within those ordinances, and to try to say that the uses that are being contemplated on ranch marketing properties are not really they're not really a VHR issue. I think they're almost something wholly different because folks are talking about renting out like multiple guest houses and doing creative events and doing a lot of neat things on these amazing pieces of property that they have, right? And serving wine and serving breakfast and doing cool things that really a typical VHR is not set out to do. We're talking most, 99% of the time, a VHR is a home sitting in a neighborhood that people book and have certain expectations and rules, and we're trying to bolster those rules through our amendments today, where none of those other activities involving ranch marketing are occurring. So again, it was my attempt to try to provide some clarity on that. Perhaps I didn't do a good job on that. Given all that, I guess I'm wondering, I'd like some board direction. I've talked to Mr. Livingston about a proposed solution on this. I think staff would certainly entertain striking the portion of the sentence that's in the applicability section that's in question right now, which is 5.56030. And I actually sent some language to Kim that Mr. Livingston was gracious enough to send me. Would the board like to see a proposal on a ranch marketing solution right now?
I think so.
Just to try to hit this issue.
We can separate the two. It becomes much easier.
No.
Okay.
I don't.
So we vote?
Three
No,
yeses.
Well, no, it's just that since this all started, there's been quite a flurry of conversations. And so Brendan, I didn't have anything kind of a draft motion to address this issue. Actually, we were working on it late into the evening last night, and I actually sent you a copy, but not until this morning, until I knew it was kind of real.
I did see it.
Okay, so I think that we're going to try and address it differently. And so I don't know if we want to actually go down this path when the overall big conversation is going to be a little bit different. So I'm a little, how do we want to approach the CAO? Because you're in the thick of it. Should we just show that draft kind of to set where our thought
So what are we
is
seeing
right
a
now?
draft of that we know nothing about?
Well,
A motion to rise or high, but we often draft motions ahead so we know what to present because it's completely different than what's in the report.
Really what we're talking about is concepts. And
Yeah.
we're saying we're not ready for motion yet, but
Yeah.
we're saying
Conceptually, this is kind of like to lay out the direction because quite honestly, there's no way on earth we're going to approve this today. It's not going to happen. And so the draft motion conceptually laid out, continuing it until we can address a couple things. So I'm thinking to allay a lot of concerns right off the top. Maybe we should just pop that up there.
So I want to make a comment here too.
Yeah.
And that is, I respect your comment that there's no way it's going to be approved today, but we don't know. We haven't even had the conversation. So
Exactly,
I would,
I
we
know what
have
you're
worked
saying.
on this, for a year, and, a year.
Yes.
I would like to give staff the time to present whatever it is that they want to present. And we certainly will entertain other ideas
Sure.
down the road. But I think in context with what Mr. Ferry just laid out,
right,
just let him present the legal information that might remedy a whole bunch of this concern right here. And then we'll get into the conversation.
Okay, I'm just concerned that we're gonna be going down a path though, that we already, to what you said actually, Brendan, was that, you're thinking that the ranch marketing and winery ordinances should govern VHRs. And that's kind of exactly where we were gonna try to go in a motion today, just to completely get it out, not just strike it out, but actually say that, and then have you guys bring back a draft to address it like that.
here's where I think
So,
I'd like to go.
yeah.
I think I'd like to have Brendan present what you've talked about with county council. And then let you weigh in on what you have thought, and we'll see where there's common ground there. And then we'll get into a deeper discussion. I think what I'm feeling that we want to do is, because you and your stakeholder committee have worked so hard on this to address the issues that are very specific and real in the Tahoe Basin. I don't want to sidestep the important conversation that is with the conflicts that we have on the west slope.
Right.
So I'd kind of like to, I want this to be a productive discussion, and I don't want to enmesh them necessarily. So let's kind of address the elephant in the room, and then see if we can get into the meat of it. Does that sound okay?
That would be great.
Okay, great. Let's try that. Let's try that.
I was trying to address the elephant in the room first, I guess.
That's
so
what we're gonna
sorry
do
about
that. No, we're gonna
Yeah,
address
well-
the elephant in the room
Yeah.
first. So I'd like Brendan to lay out his fix, then we'd like you to present what you've come up with as
Okay.
terms of ranch marketing. And
Okay.
then once we kind of see where we're going with that
Well,
piece.
is that the ad hoc committee or is that
No,
Supervisor
we didn't
Parlin
have
came
an
up
ad
with
It's
it?
hoc
Supervisor
Okay,
Parlin,
I just want to get it clear.
Yeah,
We
no,
have ad hocs,
that's true. This
which
is
means
not the
two
ad hoc.
supervisors work
Yes.
together,
Well,
right?
There was-
did work together on this, right?
Not on this.
Ah,
That's the
okay.
problem is that, right,
Yeah.
we weren't involved in this particular bit.
Right.
So
Right. So let's let staff
All right.
present, and then we'll let you
All right.
present.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you all.
I think I've got it. So,
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
so no, let's pull up the document that I
Yeah,
attached
yeah.
in that email. Thank you, Kim.
Yeah.
So what you'll see here is, this is actually draft language from county council. It may be slightly challenging to read, but
Mm-mm. This is
other one,
Lori's.
Kim, this was hosted rental options.
There must have been two. You
Yeah, there was an
received,
attachment in the email that I sent you.
Thank you all for bearing with us. This is a important conversation, though.
Yeah.
So
now
what,
you understand the limitations of the Brown Act. We all five couldn't talk about
Yeah.
this before we got here, so that's why it's a little messy, just to understand.
This is the way the sausage is made.
Yep.
Yep.
yeah, true. So I sent you one email that had language within the body of the email, but it had a Word document that was attached.
Perhaps while Kim reviews that, maybe I can just discuss the concept, because
Concept would be
frankly,
great, yeah.
given the conversation, it may even be premature to start discussing specific language, but I can maybe help address what I think you're getting to.
Right.
So as Brendan noted, given the comments that were received once the agenda item was published, it became pretty apparent that the manner in which the proposed ordinance integrated with ranch marketing was problematic, particularly for the West Slope and even more particularly for our agricultural community. So in recognition of that, though I think there's plenty of issues that remain for you to discuss, I think what Brendan's proposing is, hey, maybe we just try to set that issue aside with kind of a proposal in concept that you could then consider at the tail end of your discussion if that's the direction you want to move. And so the idea behind it is that there's language that's currently proposed in the draft ordinance that would prohibit VHRs on parcels that are engaged in authorized ranch marketing activities. So again, the concept would be to strike that language and in its place, make clear that the VHR ordinance is essentially separate and apart from the ranch marketing and the winery ordinance to the extent it also authorizes similar events and things of that nature. So now you're seeing it. So I kind of focus your attention on the language in blue. Again, we're happy to, this could be some, it is likely that there is a potential option for today wherein you're not taking final approval action. That may or may not be the case, but this would be kind of what we could continue to work on as staff to bring something back if that's the board's desire. And again, the idea here is to note that to the extent that there's a conflict between the provisions of this ordinance and the ranch marketing ordinance and the winery ordinance, the provisions of those latter ordinances would control such that a violation, something that's authorized by the ranch marketing or the winery ordinance could not be a violation of the VHR ordinance. And what I think this would do is allow for the process that's currently taking place to revise the ranch marketing ordinance to develop, if they so desire, more tailored regulations and either in a more restrictive way or in a less restrictive way. There may be things that are currently prohibited in a traditional VHR, which, as Brendan noted, 98% of the time takes place in a residential neighborhood and things like that.
Exactly.
That you may be comfortable with occurring on a parcel where you're engaged in ranch marketing activities, given the size and the other events that are going to be taking place. So what we're contemplating here would simply be to still draw a line, but kind of in the other direction from what was originally contemplated. And that is to say that VHRs are not necessarily prohibited to be on parcels on which they're ranch marketing, but they will still be subject to the extent the VHR ordinance conflicts with it, subject to the either more or less restrictive requirements of the ranch marketing ordinance. Again, I am a little nervous about trying to get into too detailed of a discussion, but I really do appreciate the opportunity to kind of, like you said, just address the elephant in the room, acknowledge that staff is contemplating a revision from the original proposal that we believe would allow the conversation to proceed on kind of the merits of VHR regulation as it applies to 98% of the VHRs that we deal with. And I don't mean to minimize that because that is a significant conversation, but to set this issue aside, allowing that to be done in a more thoughtful way in conjunction with the agricultural community. So that's what Brendan and I had talked about that we thought would be a way to allow this conversation to proceed in a productive way while acknowledging the significant concerns that have been raised from the agricultural community.
That is exactly our goal today. So yeah, well said. Thank you very much. I think we're moving in the right direction.
Yep.
And so Supervisor Parlin, I'd like you to lay out what, I know you've given this thoughtful consideration as well. And so.
Similar thing, and that's exactly what you said earlier and so County Council, when we were trying to brainstorm this last night, you made it, in my mind, more simple, was just to say that the language would just say that we would govern VHRs through the ranch marketing rather than if there's conflict. So which one is more simple, I guess, and do we need to talk about that now, or should we send it back to figure that out and come back? That's where we were.
Yeah, and it might be a good conversation. Again, if the board's unable to reach consensus on approval today, if there is some direction to consider this, and perhaps again, we may have missed the mark even on this, that's totally fine. If there's some direction to consider things a little bit differently, I think we would welcome that opportunity.
Yeah.
I mean, I could attempt to address it, but I do think that it might be better, we might be better served, again, if maybe we get to some conceptual discussions towards the end of this, and then give us time to work through some of the details of it all.
Perfect. I like that idea because I think we, just like you went through a very thoughtful process in the Tahoe Basin, we need to have a, robust conversation with our ag community on the West Slope regarding this, and recognizing that an update on the ranch marketing ordinance is going before the Planning Commission on Thursday. I like that idea of laying that out in here, that this document doesn't at all govern anything having to do with those properties and parcels that are qualified to operate under the ranch marketing and the winery ordinances. So let's set that aside for right now, and we'll look forward to the public's comment on that when it comes forward. And let's dig into the meat of it.
That row.
Yeah. With the presentation.
Did you say, Supervisor Pullen, you wanted to put your motion up next, or?
Well, I think we've kind of laid out, there's two different ways to look at it. And I think we can do that later, just as long as everybody knows, we recognize that was a concern and we're ready to address it.
Yeah.
And we can all noodle on it and come up with that when we're done here.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right.
So I should proceed with my presentation?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. So Kim, please, thank you. Okay, I do have a short slide deck for you today, obviously focused on the VHR ordinance. And I always like to start by showing the board the latest VHR data. So here it is. I actually have the freshest numbers hot off the press this morning. We've actually lost 3 more permits in the Tahoe Basin from what you're seeing when this data was pulled, which was a few weeks ago. So we have actually 795 permits in the Tahoe Basin. 140 active permits on the West Slope. We do host a wait list for folks that are within a 500-foot buffer. You can see there we have 213 currently in Tahoe and 14 on the West Slope. And then we have a hosted rental program run through the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. And you can see we have about 140 hosted rentals currently, 44 in Tahoe and 95 on the West Slope. So that's where we sit today. Here is the previous board direction that I was given in May 14th, 2024, when I presented to the board up in beautiful Lake Tahoe. This is based on primarily recommendations from the VHR Advisory Committee to Supervisor Lane, and I listed 8 items here. These are big picture conceptual items, right? Dealing with safety, adding the vegetation management ordinance. I did get clear direction that they wanted to bring hosted rentals into the program, increase the fine amounts more operationally to create a dedicated VHR enforcement unit and develop a complaint response and tracking system. Also to focus on illegal rentals, strengthen the compliance standards within the ordinance, and modify local contacts. So staff took that direction. And we also might have added a few other things like prohibiting ranch marketing.
Just a minor detail.
You know, which again, we did with good intent.
There's no fault here. No, seriously, no fault. Yeah, not at all.
And so next slide, Kim, and thus we present to you today, you know, 24 or 21 redlined pages of a new chapter 5.56, which is our VHR ordinance. And as anyone who looked at this item saw, there are quite a number of changes in there, right? It was almost hard to read the red line version, which then you know you're really getting into the meat of some changes. So without, you know, I will spare you me going through every single one, but what I want to do on this slide is talk conceptually how we addressed all of the concepts that the board directed in May. So I'll just start going down this list. So we are proposing to bring hosted rentals into the VHR program. And you can see we even changed the title of the ordinance to hosted and vacation home rental program. The permit requirements are largely the same. Hosted rentals will need to get a life and safety permit. We are proposing to cap occupancy for hosted rentals at 4 persons. So that would be two persons per bedroom. And that would be the cap for hosted rentals. We're also proposing that hosted rentals would not be subject to the clustering policy. So that's something that the board could consider. We are proposing to update the safety standards. So we are requiring compliance with the county's vegetation management ordinance. We're also eliminating things like burning briquettes or other combustible fuels at all times at VHRs. No propane use during red flag days whatsoever. So those are really important additions. And thank you, Tom Myers here from OWAPR, and thank you, Tom, for helping me with that. We have a number of revised standards in the ordinance, and this is really where the meat and potatoes of largely what happened in the ordinance are. We changed standards for noise, occupancy, parking, events, signage, etc. And I'll just touch on some of what we're proposing on those. We modified our noise definition to include unreasonable noise heard at the property line that has the potential to disturb the peace of the neighborhood effective 24 hours a day. We're proposing to eliminate the +2 allowance in our occupancy standard. So it'd be only 2 persons per bedroom. Children 5 and under still do not count. For parking requirements, we did modify those and are requiring 2 on-site parking spaces that are plowed and accessible at all times, even during the winter months in Tahoe. We're also proposing to prohibit parking on county roadways between November 1st and May 1st above 3,000 feet at all times for VHRs. Regarding events, I mentioned this earlier, we are proposing to prohibit events of any kind at any time at VHRs. And we have a county council helped us with that definition. I think it's fairly inclusive, but we're trying to focus the VHR on, you know, the enjoyment of the family and maybe some friends during the day, but not throwing bachelor parties, etc. Signage, we're making a number of recommendations on signage. We'll be issuing all the materials that VHRs need now for exterior and interior signs. For exterior signs, we're proposing to charge a small nominal fee at cost, where if a resident has a bear box, we would provide them a magnet that's got a very nice graphic that we've been designing. That would be their new VHR sign that would affix to the bear box. If they don't have a bear box, for instance, they had a large parcel, we will issue them a metal sign that they will affix to a pole within 10 feet of the property line. And if it's a condominium, we will give them a sticker that affixes to the front window. They're all standardized. They have the same information on them. We will issue them to them. We will also issue them the 2 new interior signs. They are both attached to this item so you could see them. One is on the visiting guest guidelines, which has a number of pieces of information in it, 2-sided document. The other is a new permit that Melanie formatted in HDL that will be presented to the VHR operator that has all their conditions. Those need to be affixed to the front door, adjacent to the front door, so that it's clear to everyone what the rules are. And that sign has things like parking, noise, occupancy, the fine amounts, all that kind of stuff is right there for everyone to see. So those are good changes. We're proposing to increase the fine amounts. First violation, the fine amount we're proposing to go up to would be $1,500. The second violation would be $3,000. The third and subsequent would be $5,000. We did not pick those numbers out of a hat. Those are new fine amounts that are allowed per Senate Bill 60, which is a state bill that passed a few years ago, focused on short-term rentals in the state of California. So it comes with some other legal provisions. County Council helped us ensure that we had the correct language per Senate Bill 60 included in the ordinance. So quite a few changes there. Another big part of what we did was completely revise the way that enforcement is conducted in the county. So previously, or actually currently, because we have our current ordinance in place, complainants would call a local contact as the first line of defense. We're proposing to completely change that and have them call county code enforcement first. So we have a new hotline. It's 530-573-7999, fairly easy to remember. That's our new VHR hotline. So what we would like complainants to do is call that hotline, make their complaint. That will be alerted to county, to code enforcement. Code enforcement will then call the local contact and say, we have a complaint at 123 Main Street. You have 30 minutes to, what we say, cure or basically fix that complaint. And we're on our way over there and you need to go over there too. Call the property management company, call whoever you need to do, and let's solve this problem. The goal of this ordinance and the goal of our rewrite is to achieve compliance. It's not to collect penalties. So we're giving operators a fair opportunity to solve a problem. And that's 30 minutes of time, basically. So clean up your trash, turn down the noise, get out of the hot tub, right? All these kind of things that complaints are typically on. So that's the way that we want it to operate. So we've changed kind of the procedural aspects of code enforcement throughout the ordinance to reflect that. For properties operating without a permit, we're giving them a warning and they have 5 days to resolve that issue where they won't get a penalty. But after those 5 days, they can receive a violation every single day after that. So we're giving them an out again. Okay, we know you're renting without a permit, please stop, right? If they don't, then we can use Host Compliance, which is the company that we use that flags notices posted online that we can then start issuing penalties on operators without a permit. All fines are now the responsibility of the owner and not the renter. Local contacts can be decertified after failing to cure violations or respond to county council twice. So we had direction from the advisory committee that they wanted local contacts not performing their duties to be decertified. So we've built that into the ordinance. Local contacts must retake their test every 2 years. Currently, it's good forever. So I think a refresher is good. We added some new language on trash violations, where if trash is not cleaned up after 30 minutes, just like any other violation, they can receive a penalty. If it's not cleaned up after another hour, they can receive another penalty, and another hour after that is another penalty. Basically, we've heard from other counties that trash is one of the issues, and we know that we have a lot of bears in Tahoe, right? We have bear prints on our county car outside, actually. I'd like to see them. I just noticed that when I got in today. He was looking inside there. Luckily, I didn't have any trash in there. But trash is an issue where I've gotten direction from Kevin on this. If there's trash in a driveway, code enforcement cannot just drive away, right? We would not be doing our good duty to the citizens of this county if we just allowed that to sit there. That's not solving the problem. So if no one's coming to clean that up, the way that Placer County actually operates this is what we're proposing here. It's pretty stiff penalties to say clean your trash up, because that trash is going to start meandering throughout the neighborhood. So this pretty draconian, if you want to use that word, proposal is focused just on trash. And if the trash is not cleaned up within 8 hours, the permit could be suspended. So that is in there. 3 separate warnings within 18 months constitutes a violation. A warning is when a local contact is called for a violation and they fix it within 30 minutes. So if we're getting a noise complaint at 123 Main Street Friday night, but they fix it, Saturday night, they fix it, Sunday night, they fix it, we're saying, okay, we didn't issue any penalties, but it seems like there's a noise problem at this property. So we're proposing that 3 of those within 18 months would constitute a violation of the ordinance. Let's see, owners are now required for our proposal to prove that they've rented a minimum of 10 nights in the prior 12-month period in order to renew their permit. And we do have language in our ordinance about our desire to have permit holders use their properties as VHRs and not just simply tie up a permit. So right now we have no minimum. So someone could pay, make a story, $1 of TOT, and we would renew their permit. There's no minimum. And we've talked about this through the years on whether this is a good idea or not. So we think it's a good idea to go to some kind of a 10-night. We just picked that number, honestly, as some semi-reasonable number. It's not 50 nights. It's not 2 nights. Some reasonable number to demonstrate it's being operated. And then my last point, sorry, I'm really belaboring this slide, is that many additional clarifications have been added. And the one that I want to highlight is we had, in many instances in the current ordinance, we use the word may, and we've deleted all of the mays and we've turned them into shalls because it leaves a lot of uncertainty.
Great.
Good.
Helpful.
Okay, good. And next slide, Kim, thank you. So this is really more programmatically. Those were all ordinance amendment proposals. This is programmatic now. So we do currently have a dedicated VHR and ranch marketing code enforcement team. And Kevin Bailey is the leader of that team. And I can't thank Kevin enough. He was actually supposed to be sitting right here with me, but he is not feeling well. He actually is on as a panelist if we have questions for
that's
Kevin.
kind.
Yeah, he's not feeling well. So Kevin, I hope you're feeling better.
We all do, Kevin.
Yeah, I know. It happens. I mentioned this already. We have a new VHR hotline, 530-573-7999. We have a new email address, so complainants go there now. That's where code enforcement will respond once this ordinance is in effect. We do have new staff and new hours. So we have a new officer named Polia. If you're listening, hi Polia. She started a few weeks ago and replaced a previous officer that we lost named Tracy. Also effective as of a few weeks ago, our officers are now working swing shift, which is approximately 1 p.m. to midnight, Thursday through Sunday, our VHR officers.
Perfect. Thank
Yeah,
you.
And our
that makes
supervisors.
sense.
That's what
That
we
makes
wanted.
sense.
It's a big
Yeah,
lift, but
that's
it's
a big deal.
necessary.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So thank you, Kevin. Kevin's been doing that and it's been interesting. And I wish he was here to tell you
I'm
about
sure.
it. Yeah, I think he has some stories.
Yeah, many.
We also have moved Danielle's hours slightly so that she's covering day shift Monday through Thursday. So you'll notice that we don't currently have swing shift outside of what I just mentioned. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a second. We are aggressively going after illegal rentals, and we've developed this really cool new tool called the Red Notice.
Sounds ominous.
It does.
It
And
works though.
It kind of is. Yeah, this was
Yeah.
Kevin's idea. So good job, Kevin. It's a red notice that is posted on an illegal VHR that alerts the renters of the VHR that they're entering a VHR that's not permitted through our system and has not been inspected per our safety standards. And it provides them some direction on who they could call to learn more about that. And so we've been using that tool, posting on known illegal rentals, and we know they're illegal because we have a contract with not with Host Compliance anymore, with Rentalscape. We used to have a contract with Host Compliance. And Karen Coleman's office runs that contract, and she's here also. So we use that to, we can 100% say that this property is being operated as a VHR and it does not have a permit with us. We 100% know that. So then we can move to using other tools to try to bring them into compliance. So that's one other thing. And lastly, I'll just say, you know, we are seeing permits continue to decline in Tahoe due to the clustering policy. And that is really bringing the permit number down. We're down below 800 now for the first time in a long time. So, and then my last point here is you may have read this. This is back to my previous point, but you may have read in the staff report for this item that we are not fully staffed to implement a full-time code enforcement program on VHRs where we can have 7-day-a-week coverage into the evening hours. So we are requesting 2 new positions for code enforcement. One is a manager to oversee operations and really the division, and one is an additional officer to support VHR and ranch marketing hours in those off hours, which would be kind of a swing shift Monday through Thursday, and also to be able to provide backup. So if the board really wants complete coverage to respond to complaints in real time, those additional resources would be needed. I think there's some added language talking about how those would be paid for, and that would be salary savings and increased fine collection. We've been doing actually quite an amazing job in code enforcement with our increased fine collection. I know Karen has some of those numbers better than I do if you're interested in them, but I think to date we're quite ahead of where we've ever been on collecting fines. So with that, Kim, last slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you for hearing me out on our proposed changes to the ordinance. They are quite numerous. And now we have the ranch marketing issue that we can fold in there as well. And I'm really happy to entertain any questions or comments from the board.
Great. Well, nice presentation. Are there any questions for Brendan? And then Supervisor Lane, actually, let me turn it over to you right now. Absolutely.
I jump
And then-
in for just a
Yes,
second?
you certainly may.
One thing I wanted to do is acknowledge Ms. Gardner, who was instrumental in getting us consultants so that we could have an advisory committee and have it be productive. So thank you to you for that and for your support. And you attended all the meetings with the exception of the one day that they thought it might rain and you got scared. But
Under showers. No.
we made fun of you a little bit, but it wasn't anything bad. I also want to acknowledge Mr. Ferry too, because he's very good at acknowledging his staff, of which I know, Ms. Shasha, you did a lot of the guts in here. But Brendan is amazing, and he's taken on a lot up in the Tahoe office, and his staff and their productivity is a direct reflection of his leadership. So I don't want you to get away with pushing it all to the side. So you've been amazing. This is an amazing document. It's not perfect. We'll hear some comments today, but I did want to make sure that my colleagues knew that, you know, I'm not here to be obstinate about this. I need you guys to help and be supportive to make this work. And so I appreciate your also giving me permission to kind of structure it in such a way that I did, using residents and consultants and our great staff to bring this product back to you. And I look forward to hearing your comments. I've had a lot of input on it to this point, and you have not. So I want to hear from you.
All right, excellent. And, you know, I think some of the issues that have surfaced on this are reflective of our vast county and how different it is. We have so many different sectors. And so I love this conversation, and we'll get there. We will. Yeah, no problem. All right, I see Supervisor Perlin. You're up. No, not.
First, I know. Are you ready, Supervisor Lane? No, I'm kidding. No,
Taking
seriously.
notes.
Thank you, guys. I know this was huge. The VHRs have been, wow. Well, Brendan, you know, even before Supervisor Lane got on the board, you and I have talked about VHRs for a long time, and the anti-clustering actually came out of when Supervisor Frenson was still on the board. And then I appreciate the conversation we had one day on Zoom, I think, and I was like, can we just do the anti-clustering on the whole county to get ahead of something for once? And I think that was really smart to do that. So I appreciate your thoughts on things. There's just a handful of other items that have come up from the public, and I picked up on some of them. So I'm just going to go through I like red lines. I know that they're messy, but at the same time, you can see what we had versus what's been stricken out. And one email that came in did ask about, I think there's some confusion in the prior version. I'm just on the top of page 2 of the red line in the first paragraph. That last sentence of the first paragraph says, this section does not apply to bed and breakfast inns, which are regulated by section 130.40. And I honestly think that should be left in for clarity, or maybe
please no clapping. I know we'll get
or
to you.
maybe move to the definitions perhaps, like if we add a definition for bed and breakfast and then to say those are regulated under 130. But I just think that that clarity would be helpful, because we're not trying to do anything with bed and breakfast, and this is my understanding, but without that clarifying language, it's kind of messy. So would that hurt to leave that in at all?
Well, so we deleted it, but we moved it. And
Okay,
maybe-
is it somewhere else? Because I'm
well,
trying.
maybe it's not as clear, but if you look at the last sentence on the, right where you were, but if you go to
Okay.
the next paragraph and you look at the last sentence.
Right.
So we say this section does not supersede requirements for RV parks, lodging facilities regulated in 13040, which is where B and Bs are.
But people don't know what that is. Let's make it a little user friendly. Maybe
Oh,
saying
I
that,
see what
that
you're
applies to bed and
saying.
breakfast.
If we could actually have the
Yeah.
words bed and breakfast,
Bed and
back
breakfast,
in there
yeah.
for clarity somehow, either in a
Okay.
definition or here or wherever.
Sure.
But I just think that because I
Yeah,
didn't know. I didn't
We're
pick up
certainly
on
not
that.
proposing any, I saw that public comment. We're not
Yeah.
proposing any rule changes for
Yeah.
bed and breakfast.
And the easier it is for us to follow it, the better, so we don't have to go look up stuff.
And for the general
Um,
public to
Yeah.
understand the document, you know,
Right.
it's so hard when it references different sections and,
Yeah,
Yeah.
agreed.
and then, well, necessary.
Right, so that should be an easy one to clarify, I think. There's another one, I'm on page 9 of 21 of the red line again. A comment came in and it made me scratch my head, so I'm gonna go ahead and ask the question about the hot tubs. And I went, oh my gosh, I didn't think of that. But a property owner using their hot tub while they're using their own VHR versus a renter, is there a way to distinguish, or how is this, can this be addressed somehow? Or I know I see you smiling, so I hadn't thought of that. So yeah.
No, I saw that comment, and I think it's a good question, and maybe county council could give us a little clarity, but I talked to Kevin, our code enforcement supervisor, about this, and I think in practice, what makes sense to me is that if it truly is the owner or the owner and their brother in the hot tub,
Right.
Even though they have a VHR permit with the county, we could determine using Rentalscape whether they're renting or not. And if they're
Oh.
currently not renting on that Friday night and it truly is the owner, then I would see, and perhaps Mr. Livingston wants to correct me, that the hot tub rule would not apply.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
The VHR rules would not apply. Even broader,
Essentially.
right? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that could be accomplished. It describes a prohibition on occupants and guests, which I think was intended to apply to occupants and guests, as that term is defined for purposes of a VHR use. But that is certainly something that if there needs to be greater clarification about the applicability of these requirements when the owner is utilizing the
Right.
property as opposed to a rental, that could certainly be accommodated.
Okay, so somehow we could probably just add to this language to clarify and take care of that. Because I went, oh, that's a really good question. I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, and in practice, I just had a situation over the weekend where the owner had been up for a week with a lot of his buddies,
Mhm.
and they had numerous loud parties, and the sheriff was called, and the sheriff, when
Noise
he
is the
made
other
the
factor.
determination that it was the owner,
Yeah.
told the people who complained they have the same rights you do. And so in practice, I think we're already applying it in that way. Whether or not it needs to be clarified in the language, I don't know.
Probably a good idea if it's possible to the more clarity we have on stuff, the better. And I'll let you guys figure it out. I just wanted to talk about it.
So the
here.
noise thing needs to be discussed a little bit, because if it's an owner who's hosting a party and they're getting very loud, our normal county ordinance for noise should apply. But is code enforcement going to go out under the VHR enforcement criteria and tell them they need to be quiet because the neighbors are complaining? Or, I mean, so there needs to be a little bit of thought as to how that really works when the owner is the occupant, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think in a way, it should be up to code enforcement. It should be up to the sheriff's office.
That's
to
the
be able
sheriff
to
at
do
that
it. Yeah,
point,
it's a
right?
sheriff's deal, right, exactly.
Well,
I don't think.
if it's within the auspices of the VHR ordinance, it would be code enforcement as the primary responder, unless it was like at 4 a.m. or something, where we don't
Yeah,
have staff.
a regular property owner that owns the property, that's not renting that out or using it or whatever, it's just a regular homeowner. Is what I'm saying, it wouldn't be fall under code enforcement, it would fall under sheriff's office, correct?
But I do think that
Not
maybe-
necessarily. I think that's still a
Maybe
code
in our
enforcement item.
direction today, we can just ask that this one be tightened up somehow or whatever, so that we don't have to, I don't think we're gonna figure out this
Let's
language on
not,
the
yeah.
diet.
No, no,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, let's just add that to our list of things to
Yep.
clarify.
To further explore.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think that's a good idea.
Did you have anything else, Supervisor Parlin?
Just a couple, not too bad, you guys. I mean, really, you guys nailed this really well. I want you to know that. So sorry we got off to a bumpy start with the elephant in the room, but elephants do that to us, right? There was another one on, see, look, and I'm going over here. Oh, I didn't understand. I'm on page 16 of 21 of the red line, and I just didn't understand failure of an owner, by blah, 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 blah. And then it says violations shall result in fines and penalties being imposed on the owner. But then the next sentence says, the owner will be held liable for fines should the host fail to pay. So is there somewhere else in here where the host, I didn't understand the host and the owner part, and
So-
maybe I'm just not understanding how it's being used.
It's a good question, and perhaps we could clarify it a little bit more, but one thing you may have noticed that we are proposing is that a host of a hosted rental could be a long-term renter of an owner. Does that make sense? So if someone owns a property, but they've had Dave living there for 10 years, and Dave has an extra bedroom,
Okay.
and that's his primary residence, and we can prove that. The owner could allow Dave, under the auspices of our ordinance, to rent out a bedroom as a short term. So he would be a host. So if, say, Dave, whoever that is, I just made it up.
Right.
Say there's a violation there and we issue a penalty to that property, I think it would largely depend on the agreement that the owner and Dave have. But if Dave didn't pay us the fine, it ultimately, the backstop for all penalties lies with the owner, is where that sentence is trying to clarify.
Got
So
it.
We might
Okay.
be able, we could look at that and maybe tighten that up a touch.
Okay, I get it now. I just
Makes
didn't,
sense,
I
though.
didn't relate it to the example. So, yeah,
Yeah.
somehow that could be maybe, but that would be great. I get it now. And then, there was, and then I'm on page 18 of 21, down in letter C. There's a, and this one I'm just, because I'm not familiar with this at all. There's a line added, the code enforcement hearings officer shall determine if the county is required to provide a hardship waiver to the owner. And I have no idea what a hardship waiver is in regards to a.
I'll jump in real quick. So,
Yeah.
so Brendan alluded to this earlier, that the ordinance contemplates an increased fine schedule as allowed by statute. There are certain requirements that the statute imposes when you're going to be utilizing that increased fine schedule, including an ability for a person to request a hardship waiver. And so you'll see this if you read that, if you scroll up to the page prior,
Okay.
you'll see some big red text under the fine schedule. That is a more full discussion of the hardship waiver process that the statute requires when you're going to be utilizing this increased fine schedule. So it states that you have to allow for a hardship waiver, and it would be granted upon a showing that the fine or fee would impose an undue financial burden and that the party made a bona fide effort to comply after the first violation. That's just a function of the statute that allows for us to impose a higher fine schedule. So the language you just noted was just clarifying that the request for a hardship waiver is something that would be heard through the hearing officer process.
Oh, good. Thank you for that. I didn't tie that together with that either, but and that's part of the SB 60 or whatever.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. And then other than that, the only other thing is that generally speaking, when we talked about this in Tahoe in May of this year, I know I personally don't support having hosted rentals on the West Slope at all. And because they're so difficult to actually prove if someone is living there or not, and we've already seen it where the neighbors will start hounding staff and saying, you know, those people don't live there. And then the person that's renting it out says, well, yes, I do. And then it's like, how much time and energy are we going to put into proving someone lives somewhere or not? When my understanding is they can just get a regular VHR permit and still rent out if they want to, right? I mean, if they want to just rent a room out, they can do that with a regular VHR permit, correct? Can you? Yeah.
They could, but regular VHR permits are subject to the clustering policy.
That's where the second reason I want that is because when you go back and look at the presentation that you had on the West Slope, we have almost 100 right now, documented that we're aware of, posted rentals. And because they're not counted in the anti-clustering, I'm really concerned about that. So I don't see why people, if they want to do where they just want to rent out a room as a VHR, why they can't just get the regular permit, but just rent out a room. If that's a choice, right? Whether they rent out their whole house or just a room, correct? No?
I think it could be. Yeah, I don't think there's anything really precluding someone from obtaining a VHR permit and then deciding to be in residence while they're renting.
Right.
And you're talking about just for the West Slope, not for
Correct.
the Tahoe Basin.
Correct.
Because
I know
there's
you
different
guys have
issues up
worked-
there.
Yeah, your situation in the Tahoe area is very different, and I totally get that. And you can see it by the numbers, actually. The waiting list was so different versus the way the hosteds have happened on the Tahoe area versus the West Slope. And I just think that it's something that I don't think we should encourage more that's not going to be included in anti-clustering, because in my mind, it's not fair to the residents that they could have, 10 hosteds around them, and that's not helpful. So I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but my recollection from our conversation in May was kind of along those lines. So
We've always said we had concerns with hosted rentals on the
Yeah,
West Slope and want to have more of a discussion, I think, with the community before we finally land on that perhaps. But it seems to be a way for folks to it complicates ranch marketing activities and it can be used as a loophole.
Yeah.
We just in response to that, thank you for that. There's a couple solutions. We, per the board direction, we could prohibit them on the West Slope. We could also make them subject to the clustering policy on the West Slope. Or just to try to offer some solace, we did attempt to include quite a bit of language about proving upon the application that a host truly does live in the home as their primary residence by providing us at least 2 pieces of identification, like a driver's license and a utility bill or something that staff would verify. And other requirements, really trying to bolster, because we know this is a loophole, right? We know folks are saying that they're hosted and they're not. And it's usually pretty easy to tell in the comments on the Airbnb app that no one is there, right? So it's typically fairly easy to tell, but it's an enforcement issue. And so we tried in the ordinance to really tighten that up, where if you're going to obtain a hosted rental permit from us, there's definitely quite a number of hoops you have to jump through in order to prove that you are going to live there and you are going to be there at all times during the rental, including the fire and life safety inspection and all those other things. So I don't know if that provides you any solace in your decision making, but we did try to close that loophole, knowing that it's an issue.
So, but then if we're just gonna say on the west slope that we want them to count towards the anti-clustering, why don't we just have them get a regular permit? What is the difference actually between is the cost prohibitive between one or the other?
So you'll see an amended fee schedule come before your board, which is going to have a number of other changes. But one thing we are going to propose to you in there would be a hosted rental permit fee, which will be half of a new VHR permit fee. But the renewal would be identical essentially, $390 for a permit fee. So there's that. Really, hosted rentals are meant to be self-policing. They provide additional income to a local who needs help to stay in their home. That's the purpose. I don't know if people out of the good of their will like to rent a room out and meet people, but I wouldn't want to. I would only do it if I needed money to stay in my home, and that's the tool that we're providing to locals.
Right. And they could still get a permit and do that. I
If,
mean,
as long as they're not within a 500-foot buffer.
right.
So this was an attempt to try to provide that, olive branch to say, okay, if you're going to operate in good faith, follow all the rules, obtain the permits, you can rent a room out in your home and obtain additional income, but you need to follow all these rules.
Right.
I got a question, Brandon. What about a person that works out of the area? Let's say they work in San Francisco and they commute down there and then they come home on the weekends and they have this particular person occupying their home to keep an eye on the house, especially with vandalism and everything that's going on, which is a lot going on in our county. So how do we clarify that?
Are they collecting rent?
Is that a long-term renter?
Well, it could
or-
be. It could
Yeah.
be somebody that's renting a house out to them. They stay, but while they're down in San Francisco working, then come home on the weekends.
But that's not a VHR.
Well,
That's
I
a,
mean, well,
is it?
Yeah,
I mean, depends.
You can rent a room for long term. That's not what
Right.
this is about, right?
Okay, all right. I'm just
Yeah.
asking the question
Right.
because you were talking about hosts and that's what I'm just kind of wondering about. That's all.
The host has to be on the property when
At all
it's being
times.
rented.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
that
For
they
short-term
wouldn't be able
rentals.
to do
Okay.
that.
So they don't
Okay.
abuse the
All right.
system. Yeah.
Good.
Okay,
Yeah.
Excellent.
just curious.
All right, great. Supervisor Howell, do you have anything?
I just need more time to digest all this. I think it's great progress. I'm looking for this item to be continued, to be able to get a little bit deeper, but I am concerned when we don't consider all of the nuances by taking a lot of public input, because everybody has a special situation that a lot of us aren't aware of until we see the email or
Right.
actually relate to, yeah, I remember so-and-so doing that before. And we shouldn't be over restricting things. I don't want to see this county be perceived as over controlling and over restricting the things that drive our economy, the things that have driven us to be the county we are, rural communities and higher density communities, right? They coexist and do well. But as soon as you start giving the impression that big government is trying to suppress all of that freedom that people have had, it doesn't bode well. So you need rules, but we need to keep them as simple and straightforward as possible. And if certain situations come up, I think we need to emphasize grandfathering, because a lot of these existing conditions have been there. And then to suddenly say, oh, we're going to change all the rules and now you can't because of just a consideration. There needs to be some consideration on some of these for grandfathering clauses if they really seem reasonable. So that's the only other consideration I have on it.
Yeah, I don't see any of our proposals taking away an existing VHR permit as long as they're acting in good faith.
I think the conflict with the ranch and marketing ordinance was the biggest issue there that seemed
Perhaps.
to be
Yeah.
over controlling for a lot of the
We're
emails that I
gonna
read.
address that.
Yeah,
So,
that's a separate, but
we'll take care of that.
right.
Hosted will be a different issue because currently
Yeah.
they're not permitted, right, through our program. They just have a business license and they pay
Right.
TOT.
Yes.
And I'd like to have more conversations with the West Slope community on that, whether it's
Yeah.
clustering or whether it's.
What the real
or not.
issues are.
Exactly, and how people want to use those economic opportunities and
But
if they're
also,
legitimate.
we've got to be
Yeah.
thoughtful of the impact on the neighbors.
and the impact on, and that balance,
That's the
absolutely,
balance.
It's
yeah.
the balance, right. Because we have
So,
seniors
yeah.
that are probably renting rooms just to be able to pay their, pay for
Sure.
their standard of living. Because we know Social Security isn't keeping up with things. So how do you stay in your home and live productively and enjoy life if you're not starting to look at short-term rentals or longer-term
There are
rentals
people
of a
using
room.
it that way. So
Yes.
I want to
Right.
have more understanding of that.
And just so you know, Supervisor, how, in my mind, I was thinking if we were to go the no hosted on the West Slope route, except for the ranch marketing stuff, that's a little separate. But I'm just talking generally speaking, those 95 that are documented having business licenses, you know, and are paying TOT currently because they're documented, they're in our system, we know they're there. I think that we would want to allow them, even despite the clustering, because we did that in Tahoe. We had to just say, this is what we have, and we had to start somewhere. I would imagine we would just offer them the same thing, like we did in Tahoe, and say, you're welcome to come get a permit. We're not gonna, you know, use the anti-clustering against you, but moving forward,
right,
we would, is how I perceive it. That is how we did the Tahoe one. We
That
had
could be an
to.
introduction,
A phased
yeah.
approach. Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. So we've gone through a lot of my comments and concerns over the last 5 days. I know it's been a whirlwind of thoughts and conversations. First of all, I do want to echo my colleagues' comments that, you know, thank you for this thoughtful approach. I think, you know, the bulk of this is just really good. And I appreciate Supervisor Lane, you engaging the community and bringing this forward to solve some major issues in the Tahoe Basin, and very thoughtful, and staff has been very conscientious in working with you and your stakeholder committee. So, you know, congratulations to you. So, you know, well done. I also thought this visiting guest guideline brochure was great. I mean, that's a really helpful, I think, tool that if I was, you know, renting a VHR in the Tahoe Basin, a lot of really good information, especially if you're not from this area. Thought that was really well done. As far as the only other comment that we haven't talked about in this ordinance is, as we look at this ordinance through the lens of ranch marketing and the winery ordinances, and this is not for conversation, you know, with the board today, but I'd like to look at detached houses, because right now detached houses are not allowed to be used as a VHR in this ordinance. And I can see with the ag community, that's the bulk of what they have, are detached houses on large pieces of land. And I want to, you know, allow them to have that opportunity to rent it out as a VHR. That just makes sense on ag land. So I think I see a discrepancy there. And I like the idea of addressing this perhaps through the ranch marketing, the winery ordinances solely, and look forward to having community conversations around that. Where I've been struggling the last few days is recognizing that the update to the ranch marketing ordinance that we have worked hard on for the last year and a half, 2 years with the ag, 4 years, 3 years, yeah, a long time with the ag community, is scheduled to go before the Planning Commission on Thursday. And so where I've had angst is throwing this kind of wrench in it, that I want to be thoughtful with that. And, you know, do we, you know, it will go before the Planning Commission, and I don't want to stop that progress. Now, recognizing these are not changes to the ordinance. This is an update for the Planning Commission and then the board to provide direction on updates to the ranch marketing ordinance. So I guess I'm struggling is I don't want to convolute it so much or slow that process down. So I'll be looking to staff for a thoughtful recommendation for how we do that.
Cut and paste.
Yeah. Do we? Yeah. So that's one thing that caused me a little angst. Yeah. And very frankly, we don't need to complicate it with ranch marketing.
Right.
We just need to allow for VHRs on ranch marketing for those properties that qualify for the ranch marketing and winery ordinance, to allow for VHRs on that. So
yeah,
I don't want to make it too complicated, but I
Can I-
also don't want to stop our progress that's coming to the Planning Commission and board. So
I'd like to add a comment on the visiting guest guidelines, because you went to that.
Sure.
I think we should consider adding a section at the appropriate time that addresses emergency evacuations, because we have gotten a reputation in certain places that you shouldn't come to Tahoe because it's not a safe place to vacation, to visit, et cetera. There's a big study going on evacuations. They just came out with some preliminary data to say it was taken extensively long time to really evacuate everybody, and that needs to be addressed. But somehow I think if I was visiting there with knowing what happened with Caldor and the other threats that are there, I would want to know, who am I going to call? What station do I turn into? You know, where do I find the information I need to
Supervisor,
determine?
if you look at the front page on
Yes,
the left
I did.
side.
Said, stay informed during
perimeter,
disasters.
It talks about perimeter.
Okay.
It says you can scan this QR code to get information. I
Okay,
mean,
so that's where we're addressing it.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, we did work
It's-
with Troy Morton and Tom Meyer on including some language in here. They actually provided me with a one-page
Okay.
flyer that we can also provide to guests. But yeah, we absolutely need to have the evac information in there.
I'm not sure people understand perimeter's emergency evacuation. I look at perimeter and I just kind of keep reading.
Yeah.
So
We could change the
whatever.
heading on that or something.
Just to clarify where to
Yeah.
find emergency information.
yes,
Okay.
just a little bit of clarity so it's clear that's where you go in the event that something does
Don't
happen.
you go to Facebook for that?
Yeah, sure.
No.
I go to Nextdoor, but no. Okay, thank you for that.
It's on there all the time.
Did you have other things that you wanted to bring up?
True.
No, that was it.
I
That's fine.
have, believe it or not, after all of this.
Okay, well,
I
pardon me.
still have a couple things. I wanted to mention, kudos to that advisory committee. They made 65 recommendations to me that I passed on to staff. And of those 65 recommendations, 56 of them are in this document. There are, however, 9 that were left out. And there's, in particular, we talked about, we as the board back in May when the board came to Tahoe, we talked briefly about some of this and we talked about a cap. We currently have a cap of 900. That number was, from what I can tell, was a compromise number between the 1,200 that some people wanted and the 600 that others wanted. So the committee unanimously recommended 600. And the reason for that was because if you took a map of the basin and you started in Tahoma and you went to the top of Echo Summit, which is what we consider the basin, and that's the only part of the basin that a cap pertains to. But because of the 500-foot rule, if you take a map and you just pick a house, a random house, and say, it's a VHR, where could the next one go? Where could the next one go? If you run that model, it demonstrates that there's about 600 VHRs that could be in the basin. So the committee recommended, as I said again, unanimously, these were people that are for vacation home rentals, against, have them, hate them, own them, manage them. They agreed that changing the cap to 600 would probably be important to them because God forbid if anything went wrong with the 500-foot rule, we would have a number that would be similar in size to what the 500-foot rule does. As you know, today, we're below the cap of 900 by 105 VHRs, but none of them are, none of the properties that are on the wait list are eligible because of the 500-foot rule. So staff wisely, when they heard our discussion up in Tahoe, where a lot of different numbers were being thrown out, they decided not to weigh in on it. So the way that the document is written today is the 900 cap for the basin. The advisory group recommended 600, and I just throw that information out there for my colleagues to consider.
What is your recommendation as a district vice supervisor?
You know, I think the 600 is a good safety net.
How would you implement that with the current number we have?
Well, the way we're currently implementing it is through attrition.
Right.
And what we're hoping is that with a dedicated code enforcement that Mr. Ferry was just pointing out is in place, and we start getting rid of some of the bad, VHRs. We have some problem VHRs, unfortunately, in my binder. I have a section on them where I keep track of their addresses and their status. But we're hoping that through attrition and through more robust enforcement to get rid of the bad VHRs, that number will begin to come down. The one item that the advisory committee could not come to agreement on was clustering. We had many discussions about it, and we decided that since it needed kind of its own focused discussion, that we were going to come back to that issue after we got a better ordinance in place and at least put down on paper the things we could agree on, and the ones we couldn't agree on, we would come back to. But to your question, Supervisor Heidel, the neighborhoods that are really heavily impacted with vacation home rentals, because we grandfathered everybody in and therefore clustering didn't pertain, you know, in a particular neighborhood, the Golden Bear neighborhood, they have so many of them that they really want a solution to the clustering. So we will come back and talk about that and maybe bring some kind of amendment back, but you know, I would expect that not to be for at least a year. So we'd like to stand up what we can at least agree on today.
Okay, great. All right. Well, let's go ahead and take public comment on this item. And before we do that, we've had a packed agenda today, and this room was filled with folks and our employees for important conversations regarding during open forum. And knowing that we had a lot of important conversations today, this morning, we instituted a 2-minute rule for public comment. And it's only fair that we stay consistent to that this afternoon. If we hadn't done this, this item would have been, you know, we'd probably just be hearing it. So once again, today we have 2 minutes for public comment. But if you obviously have more to say, this will be the beginning of conversations with the ag community on the West Slope. And if you have more to say, please do email us, because we want to have a conversation around that. So just for consistency, thank you for understanding. So with that, Kim, let's open public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 28, individuals will have 2 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Who would like to speak on this? All right, come on down. Oh, yes. Clerk of the
COB, right?
The COB. We'll give the email address afterwards. Yes. Good
Okay.
afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Karina Faley. I addressed the board at the last meeting. I want to thank you guys for actually taking the hosted rentals out of the clustering model and out of the 900 or 600 or wherever we're going to be in. I do have a hosted rental. I do need the income. I am retired. It was part of my plan to stay in Tahoe. The one thing I'm really concerned about, though, you guys talk about guest houses in your proposal, and you talk about 2 bedrooms, a living room, little living room, bathroom, right, under 600 square feet. I meet all that. I do have a kitchenette. I have a small fridge. I do not have a large fridge. I do not have a stove. I do not have an oven. I have a hot plate. I do, however, have a bar sink, and it says in there, and I have no understanding of why that is in there, that you can only have one sink, either a bathroom sink or a bar sink. And I implore you, if you were going to rent a place in Tahoe and you had a little kitchenette and you knew you could cook and you had a barbecue outside and you have your coffee and your toast, why do I have to wash my dishes in the bathroom? Very unsanitary, right? That is a horrible experience for a tourist. Please take that out. Please, please take that out. It doesn't make sense. You've already limited it to 2 per bedroom. We've been following that all along. Can we make it make sense, please? The other thing, the HHR hot tub thing that you brought up, which was a really good point, by the way. But for hosted rentals, in my case, I have a hot tub on my upper deck. My little guest suite is downstairs, sectioned off from my house, but it is part of my house. They are not allowed access to my hot tub. So when I go to provide my information to the county on the size and what is contained in my guest suite, while I have a hot tub, I don't want that to be part of it. I don't allow guests to use it. It's sectioned off. And again, I'm worried about the complaint thing. We are in the hot tub in the evening. We are very cautious of our neighbors. We don't want to be noisy. I did have a sheriff come to my house in February because I had a neighbor say he heard noise. It was exactly 10:05. Anyways, we're worried about that, right? So
Thank you. Thank you.
am I done?
You are, unfortunately.
Wow,
But let
shoot.
me
Okay.
write this down. The
2 minutes
email is EDC.
Okay, can you write this down?
EDC dot COB, clerk of the board, COB, at EDC gov, GOV, .us. So EDC dot COB edcgov.us. And our clerk will make sure that all the supervisors see your comment. So thank you. All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Fran Rothwell, and my husband and I own and operate North Canyon Inn Bed and Breakfast under a special use permit that was issued 10 years ago. It's our 10-year anniversary. So I would just love for you to remove the sentence that says this section does not apply to bed and breakfast inns, which are regulated by section 130.40. It's redlined now. It used to be there. Can we just leave it there? And then I wouldn't have had to show it today. And I've got guests checking in, so I need to go, but thank you all.
Thank you.
We will rectify that. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Gordon.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. There's 3 points I guess I want to address with regards to the changes that are listed. The first one, I guess I'm kind of questioning the occupancy of the bedrooms, limiting that to 2 people. I really don't understand that. I don't have a problem with my own vacation rental, but if somebody has a 3-bedroom house and they're renting it out as a vacation rental and a couple of families want to go there, 2 couples and say 3 kids, you're saying that you can't let these 3 kids share the bedroom with 2 bunk beds in it, and they're over, let's say they're over 5 or whatever, they're 8, 10, and 12 or whatever. You're prohibiting these 3 kids from staying in this 1 bedroom. I don't get that. Okay, so that's just one thing I think you guys ought to consider. The replacement of the local contact, switching that to El Dorado County as opposed to the owner. I kind of see that being a little onerous on the county. And I also see it as a way that, those people that have problems with their neighbors are going to call the county first, as a way to, get the neighbor in trouble, so to speak, to get them to stop, doing the vacation rentals. How are you guys going to verify? It's the same thing with the ranch bargaining ordinance with the events. How do you verify that the infraction or whatever the issue is took place? You've got somebody's word against somebody else's word. How are you going to go through and verify all that? Why? And I guess the other thing is, why is it that the owner of the property doesn't have the first right to say, let me deal with it. Let me do it. It's in my best interest to do this, to make my neighbors happy, as opposed to bringing the county into this and, getting other people involved that don't need to be there. The other thing is, I guess we've talked about the ranch bargaining ordinance, had a big issue with that. I think we're going to address that. A couple other concerns, I guess, just as a whole, is this clustering thing. I understand it seems like we're making a rule that is for Tahoe to try and apply that to the rest of the county. The 600 or 500 foot boundary makes absolutely no sense on the west slope. I can see it being 500 feet from the building, the structure that the vacation home is, but for the fact to do it around the property line doesn't make sense. If you got somewhere with a 40 or 80 acre parcel, you get 500 foot loop around this whole parcel. It's prohibitive.
Thank you, Gordon. Appreciate that. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. I'm John Daintree. I live in Tahoe. I've had a vacation rental since 2017 when I needed to be able to subsidize my income to stay in my house. I had a vacation rental permit in 2017. I renewed it in 2018. When I went to get it in 2019, they said I mustn't get it. I cannot get it because I live on the property. I need to get a business license. So they wouldn't give me a vacation rental property thing. Now you've taken it out of and said it's separate, but what happens if you change your mind again? And now I don't have it. I had it since 2017, never had one complaint. And so I should somehow be grandfathered. That's the first thing. The second thing, and I'm going fast because I'm out of time, the 2 sinks. If you have a bathroom that has 2 sinks, a master bathroom, you've got to cover one up to rent it out. Let's be serious. Also, that little kitchenette. Hey, kitchen in the kitchenette, 2 sinks, crazy. If we only rent it to 2 people, which we do, why do I need 2 parkings? How do you force me to have 2 parkings if I only let 2 people stay there? It's 1 bedroom with two people staying there. Why must I have an extra parking spot? That's kind of crazy. So please think about these things. Having them, it says that you've got to get them to sign. How do you get your guests to sign all this stuff? The fact that they've taken it on Airbnb and signed there, is that good enough? They sometimes come in at 10, 11 at night. I'm fast asleep. How do I make them now sign this thing that they've approved all the rules? I think those were the 3, the parking, I think those are my things, but I'll put it into a succinct email and send it to the email, but I do please consider these things, especially this thing about if you change the rules again, because at one point you were talking about making the hosted part of the get a proper Airbnb permit or vacation rental permit. I had one. The county, I came here, they said, I can't give you one because you live on the property.
All right.
So you've got to either let me have one or not have one, or don't change the rules or grandfather me in.
Thank you. And we'll look forward to seeing all your points in an email. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mike.
Hello, I'm Mike Owen, Madam Board Chair, and folks, I'd like to speak for a moment. I speak for farm trails as well as part of the ag community. Someone talk about just erosion of freedoms, and let's talk about a trend that we're seeing. You get the First Amendment and the Second Amendment are being eroded. There's friction around how we raise our children. I expect that level of erosion from at the federal and state level, not at the local level. We have always wanted to be self-governed here, and simply put, we should value property rights. A lot of these conversations, all the ordinances really, guys, are about property rights. And so we got to look at the prioritization of the employees who spoke today. That was poignant. It's hard to make it in our society today. We can't continue to add on things. We can't continue to spend money on counterproductive things. How much could we redirect from the money we spend on the illegal alien population and the homeless towards county employees? I'd like to look at that. And additionally, regulators regulate. We're hearing it today. I might have overstepped. You guys, I want to give you credit for doing good work and bringing it here. But when you tend to want to knock down other things that have been created for a long time, people get upset. I got a lot of people who call me upset this week. We can't also come up with arbitrary numbers that are, here's the number we think it ought to be. I think we need to use a market-driven approach on that. And really the market has always been part of how we got to here as Americans, right? That's part of what we would want to call as freedom. Oh, I dumped it again. Tahoe's not the Western Slope. It's not appropriate to have a peanut butter smear approach to things, including the 3,000-foot parking issue as well. That might work for Tahoe, but it doesn't work for the entire Western Slope. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments. Good afternoon, Michael.
Good afternoon, board. I'm not here to repeat what I sent to you all in writing, but I was reminded earlier today what a significantly difficult job you all have. So, hearing the adjusted approach, I was relieved to hear that, but I will be much more mindful of when those changes actually manifest themselves in another red line copy, because that's really where the rubber meets the road. But I'm here for another real reason. And I'm going to bring it back to this item. So there's a trend that young people aren't drinking as much wine as they used to. But the emerging trend is them seeking experiences. They still come to the winery. They want the experience. They want to ride bikes. They want to ride horses. They want the experience. And every single one of those necessitates lodging. And so we need to make sure we're mindful of the connection between, on the West Slope, the lodging and the survival of your agricultural community. So, while I understand there's some pause here in the approach that we're taking, please remember that just the circumstance here presented a significant disruption to our agricultural community at a time when they can ill afford it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Michael. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board? Seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
And now taking public comment from Biana Kade.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Thanks for taking my comment. Prior to this meeting, I submitted a letter to the board highlighting a number of proposed amendments to this ordinance that appear to just not really make sense or be tied to any data or sound evidence that they will address the issues that the community has raised. The first one is the proposed occupancy limit reduction. It's tied to no apparent fire or life safety concern. And indeed, the existing ordinance already empowers the fire department to reduce occupancy on specific properties where those concerns are present during the biennial inspection. Homes that can safely and comfortably house the existing limit should not be arbitrarily penalized by these amendments. Second is the proposed language concerning noise, which is so extreme that would essentially prevent anyone from enjoying the property during the daytime. Anyone in Tahoma, which is where we own a VHR, can hear the sounds of people laughing or playing in our yard if they stand on our property line. Why are we trying to make people miserable? Why are we trying to impose a rules for thee, not for me framework on visitors? 3 complaints, even ones without merit, would constitute a violation, because that's what I've heard today, and it just feels so overly punitive, and imposing of 2 very different standards on visitors who bring in and who are vital to the backbone of the region's economy, and people who live full-time, like my amateur DJ neighbor, who's a long-term tenant of the house next door and used to blast his music at all hours. When we had to call the cops, they told us it would be easier if it was a VHR, but unfortunately he's a full-time resident. Why can't we just have clear noise violation regulations like I proposed in my letter to you, based on decibel amounts, so it's objective and enforceable? Another rules for thee, not for me type regulation is the restriction on gatherings. It's too broad. It's okay.
Thanks for your comments, and we encourage you to put any additional thoughts in an email. Oh, you
sent
did,
us-
yes, you,
she sent us a link.
you did, so you already said that. Thank you so much.
Now taking public comment from Lauren.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
We sure can.
Great. Thank you so much for your time, and to the advisory board for all the efforts that everyone put in. Much appreciated. A couple things that I wanted to mention. If you could please share an updated GIS map that would show the maximum number of VHSs that would be allowed in the basin due to the 500-foot buffer after attrition, that would be great. In the past board meetings and public comment, an estimate of 600 units was discussed, but in reviewing the maps, we are afraid that the true number would be closer to 400 or less. So we want to just fully understand the end impact of the buffer to make sure that the decision about caps is accurate. Further, it would be useful to see the maximum by neighborhood in the basin, as some neighborhoods are more fenced with homes, and others, such as like Fallen Leaf Lake, Minks Bay, and the Cascades, they're much more rural with few homes next to each other. So that's one point we wanted to make. Also, in regards to trash, there's some days that there's so much snow in the roads that the trash pickup can't get there, the snow removal people can't get there until the city comes through and plows. So if somebody is reporting a violation due to trash from bears or whatnot, and we can't get there to clean it up, if there could be some verbiage in there that, you know, roads need to be accessible for us to get there to clean it up in time. I've got many other thoughts, but I know I'm out of time, and thank you so much for your efforts.
Thanks for being with us this afternoon for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Roberta.
Good afternoon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Hello, my name is Roberta, and I work for a local property management company in South Lake Tahoe, and I have a few questions that I'd like to bring before you. The first one is the reducing occupancy from 2 per bedroom plus 2 to 2 per bedroom. If the occupancy is being reduced to 2 bedroom for ages 6 and up, there needs to be an adequate grace period for the reservations that we've already had that are made based off of current occupancy regulations. The next thing is regarding your plan to update the occupancy when the permit is up for renewal. If a permit is expiring 6 months from now, we have several reservations that have already been made for next year under the current occupancy rules. We're asking that those be grandfathered in. And then prohibiting hot tub use after 10 p.m. should not apply to the homeowner. I think we've already discussed that. It's important for you to know that our current processes for managing occupancy, trash, hot tub usage, noise violations, and local contact already exist within our company, and we are in compliance with all the recommendations, and we find these measures work and feel encouraged to see the county require all VHR owners to follow the same measures. This will help with our overall mission to have owners and guests rent responsibly and keep vacation homes in our community. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I recently heard a story about many communities around the world that are fed up with tourists and the impact they're having on their community. In fact, there was one community where the residents were squirting water guns at the tourists. So I really appreciate and thank you for addressing this issue so completely and thoroughly and taking everything into consideration. While I live in the city of Placerville, my family owns a home in South Lake Tahoe and actually in the county. So we love our neighborhood and we appreciate what you're doing. I wanted to make a comment about hosted rentals. Another option would be that the homeowner has to be the one that lives there. And that's shown by having a homeowner's exemption on their taxes, because often people are hired to live there. It would be better if it was the homeowner renting a room than the homeowner hiring someone to live there and monitor their house. So it becomes a big business, really. And that allowing people to rent a room long-term is very important to a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Leona.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Thank you. So my name is Leona Allen. I live in Myers, California. And for 17 years, I've lived with problematic vacation rentals. And for 10 years, I've been coming to the board meetings to discuss the issue. So I am thrilled and over the moon to see these changes. I want to thank all of the people involved, but especially I want to thank the realtors, the managers, and the owners for participating in this process, because I've learned so much from them. But I would like to address the topic of overregulation and note that these commercial entities are in residential neighborhoods, and we have to remember that. If you're in a commercial motel in a commercial zone, you have significantly more regulations than the current ones for vacation house rentals, predominantly for public safety. So I truly hope you will all pass this first reading of the ordinance. You're helping the residents and you're helping our vacationers. Thank you.
Thanks for being with us. Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Hunter.
Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Hunter Quave. Can you hear me?
Certainly can.
Wonderful. My wife, Brianna, spoke a little bit a while ago, and I think I just wanted to kind of jump in here. And she already sent the email with our comments, and summarize and ask the board that, hey, some regulation is good. A lot of the rules that have been implemented have been great for local residents and for rental owners. And my ask for you guys is just be reasonable when you guys are considering this new ordinance. There are a couple of things in there that I found not reasonable, which are listed in the email. One of them also is defining what is definable. So one of the words used was a gathering. Well, if you look up the definition of a gathering, it's a group of people. If you limit a group of people in Tahoe, all your vacationers are going to go away. So it needs to be a more defined. Hey, a gathering, 10 or more, 20 or more. It needs some definition to allow for the rules to actually be enforced. Same thing with the decibels on the noise. The last piece is the parking on impervious surfaces. Lots of homes in Tahoe don't have driveways. They have stone or rock that people park on. I feel that that might be a very tough thing to enforce when if we have a vacation rental and we have a stone driveway, they can't park on, but our next door neighbor is fully free to park in his 4 lifted trucks in the dirt patch. So it's something that I'd like you guys to consider, and just please be reasonable for both sides as you're considering this ordinance.
Thank you for your thoughtful comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, well, thank you all. Really good insights. And I heard several concerns about the occupancy in bedrooms. The clustering, that was a very interesting point, that especially on the west slope on ag land, looking at it from house to house, not property line to property line. It's not a residential neighborhood. That was an interesting consideration. There was questions about parking, not only impervious surface, the surface of the parking, but also relying on the number of parking slots per unit. There was questions on how are we going to handle reservations if we're reducing occupancy, reservations that are perhaps a ways out. That's an important, interesting consideration. An ask to define gathering. That was a solid point. This is a gathering today.
Part of the definition of event. An event means a gathering.
Exactly. So yeah, that's an interesting point.
Word
So
salad, chase yourself. Right?
those were the main points that were brought up. So where do we go from here?
Well, would you like to pop up what I had conceptually drafted as a motion? I think we just add to it perhaps, because I had started listing out things that we would want to look into. And I think, Brendan, you have a really good list of things that we want to tighten up, maybe have some options, and how much time, Supervisor Lane, do we want to give to continue this and work some of these bugs out? So, and my computer person.
Oh, you're right. So, the other thing was,
I was like, wait, where's my words? Because I'm not on the.
We'll have her pull it up when she gets back. Yeah.
But basically, I mean, it just, it's really simple.
Actually, before we pull that up, the other thought was the sinks, the number of sinks in a unit. Which makes sense. So I guess my question for you, Supervisor Lane, is, we've heard a lot of comments from your community and in the West Slope as well. How would you like to proceed to look into some of these issues and the cap that you that question that you raised for us? How would you like to proceed with some of those suggestions of amendments to the ordinance? Do you need time to look into them, or are you ready to proceed for, with this that meets your community's needs? How do you want to do that?
I guess the vision that's starting to come into focus for me, given the conversation and the public input that we've heard, is that we're going to probably revisit another first reading. I'm going to propose in a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, maybe max. And that today we take the time to go through some specific things and give direction to staff to incorporate back into the ordinance and bring it back.
Okay.
Mr. Ferry or Ms. Shasha, do you think that's where we go now?
Why don't we start with that?
Okay.
And Supervisor Lane, look to you to run through some of the suggestions you've heard.
Okay.
With this and what's appropriate or not.
Okay. Are you guys okay with that?
Well, I'm just thinking about the reality of 3 weeks is just given our deadlines to even.
Yeah,
get
you
on
could
the
bring it back in a
agenda.
week. No problem.
I was thinking more like next week, yeah.
If you need to, I've always said from day one, I want to get this right. I don't want to hurry.
Exactly.
So if you need to take a month, you want to schedule it for the meeting that's up in Tahoe, however you want to do it. I'm sorry that I put the 2-3 week thing in there.
Yeah, and just in looking at the planning calendar, so
Yeah, we're already
anticipated this
booked out.
conversation was coming, so we have 3 meetings that we could target. The other ones are jam-packed. So
Okay.
one is the South Lake Tahoe meeting. That's on October 15th. That's the soonest one. So I was going to work to staff to see if that was doable.
Let's do that.
That may require though some modifications to your tour.
Yeah,
So
that
just,
might.
so, and then the other 2 were November 5th and then November 12th. And
I hate to go that far out.
and then December's jam packed.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's our window.
Tahoe meeting at the latest. The other ones aren't even available. So let's shoot for the Tahoe meeting.
Good. Okay. And then can we just have Kim bring it up? And
Yep.
I think we'll just, you know, based on our conversation, add to this. I think if Kim, could you bring up the draft motion that I sent you this morning for this item? And then we can fix these and then just add to it. Cause I
Sounds
think
good.
that there's a pretty clear list that we heard that the board will probably want to address. So, and that way we're all watching Kim's magic as she types, because really good at capturing our thoughts. It is flipping on you. What's going on there today? Okay, so I just, number one was continue to, and I just put date because I had no idea what we were thinking. And then it was
October 15th.
15th,
Okay.
October 15th, okay?
And then direct staff to modify the current VHR ordinance that we currently have is the 5146. So as recommended by the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Committee as ordinance 5209 with the following changes, and then just listing them out. The first one would be modify language to allow for VHRs on parcels used for ranch marketing and winery ordinance activities to be governed under the ranch marketing and winery ordinance. I think that's kind of the gist of what you had started off
Yeah.
saying,
Yeah.
Brenton. That's why I was like, let's just
And
go through
county
it because I
council,
wanted to
yeah.
address your words, but it's fine.
Yeah.
And then the other one was modify language to allow hosted rentals in the Tahoe area. And I use the word Tahoe area because I was advised that calling it Tahoe Basin is not accurate. It's actually an area a little bit different, and it's defined in this the draft ordinance as the Civil Fork, Tahoe, Truckee Unified, and Lake Tahoe Unified School District. So, and we don't have to call it Tahoe area. I just put that there as a placeholder. So those were two things that, at least in my mind, the board was thinking of doing. And then, of course, number 3, and I guess A and B should have been indented. Sorry about that. But direct staff to have conversations with the ag community, because Supervisor Thomas pointed out we're doing that right now.
Right.
And then I think maybe that little list of A, B could just continue on with the things we're thinking today to modify, right? Just C, D, E, F, and G,
Yeah.
whatever. Okay.
Yep. Perfect.
Okay.
All right, so we will now go to you, Supervisor Lane, to add the CBD.
Can I ask
Or-
one clarification on this? So
Sure.
number 3, where it talks about working with the ag community on the ranch marketing and winery ordinance, that is not an expectation that I'll be bringing that on October 15th.
No,
or
Correct.
anything
no,
like that.
that's not, that's,
You
no,
don't
not at
have
all.
to do that. You
Not
don't-
at all.
We should
'Cause I
put-
might have to.
direct other staff
yeah.
to do this.
That's a, yeah,
It's a complete
different,
separate
different
issue.
staff group, but the same organization, planning and building, right? So-
Yeah.
Exactly.
I might ask that might require some clarification because
Yes.
I understand that there is a process that's already in place
Yes.
addressing ranch marketing. And so when you're saying directing staff, I think you just indicated that wasn't intended to be directed to Brendan.
Right.
Is that intended to be part of your current effort on ranch marketing? Or
Yes.
I just don't want anyone to leave this with question as to who's
I
responsible
think it's
for which
separate from this
activities.
action
Right.
personally.
Yeah. Should it even be here then, Supervisor Thomas, since we're kind of already
What's
going?
number 1 again? Oh, that was just to
Just to
continue the date.
continue it.
I do want to modify language to allow for VHRs on parcels used for ranch marketing to be governed under the ranch marketing and winery ordinances. Does that do it?
Well, it's not that language specifically, it's the language that you guys
Number
already
3.
offered up, right?
Number 2 can essentially be solved by the language that council's already provided that we
Right.
saw earlier, correct?
Well,
That we saw at the
I
beginning.
think there's a nuanced difference though in my mind,
Yeah.
honestly, because it says conflicts, and I don't think we
Right.
should address conflicts. I think it should just say, boom, go here.
It's addressed there.
Perhaps
Okay,
we, and that's why I wanted to,
Right.
but since you asked, I'll go ahead and raise why I think it's better to do it as proposed.
Okay.
There currently is no regulation in the
Correct.
ranch marketing ordinance concerning VHRs.
Right.
So if we say it's going to be governed by ranch marketing
Ah,
and ranch marketing contains no such regulation,
Right.
then there is no regulation.
Okay.
So what I was
Well, right.
proposing, because I don't know when ranch marketing would be revised to address VHRs, was simply to address it in the form of conflicts between the two, making it so that again, it's not intended, ranch marketing will still be the kind of superseding regulation, because let's just take it in its current form and let's take the simple one of events. That seems to be the biggest cause of conflict between the ranch marketing ordinance and the VHR ordinance. What I would propose would make it such that if the event is allowed under ranch marketing, notwithstanding that the VHR ordinance would prohibit events on a parcel on which a VHR is located, the ranch marketing would control and such that you could continue with that event, notwithstanding the prohibition on events in VHRs. However, if you say that ranch marketing governs, then you no longer have any regulation of VHRs with respect to the host, local contact, noise, well, ranch marketing, excuse me, probably already does currently address noise,
Right.
trash collection, all the other unique things that are addressed in the VHR ordinance. So it may be that through the ranch marketing process, it's decided, you know what, all we want to do is just make a few tweaks to what's otherwise addressed in VHR, not rewrite a whole ranch marketing specific ordinance. That could be the option.
Agreed.
But
But
since that determination hasn't been made,
Mhm.
I think that if you were to simply say that VHRs are governed by ranch marketing and not this, then such a broad statement, I think, would essentially leave it completely unregulated on ranch marketing parcels.
Well, what I'm concerned though, that if we say that this one's gonna be the governing thing, because it's also the detached and guest house, there's actually a lot more in here that was concerning. And so, we have an existing 5146. Could we not then say that ranch marketing will, and winery or will continue to follow what we currently have, 5146, until we update the ranch marketing ordinance or something? There's actually a lot of differences between what we're currently doing in practice versus what's being proposed in 5209. And I'm just really concerned that we could be making things really messed up. You know what I'm saying, Dave? I just,
And that was where I was originally thinking we should go, as I was thinking that that direct staff to modify this ordinance as presented to apply to the Tahoe Basin only. And, you know, work with supervisor, we'll bring it back on a date certain, but basically take this ordinance you brought to us today and apply it to the Tahoe Basin. Keep the current ordinance as a governing document for the West Slope. And if you wanted to take and approve prohibiting hosted rentals on the West Slope on that. And then direct our staff, I guess probably our ag staff and building and planning, to have conversations with the ag community to appropriately modify the VHR ordinance to complement ranch marketing and winery ordinance activities to allow for appropriate economic opportunities for those properties that qualify to operate under the ranch marketing winery ordinances. I know that's a mouthful,
right.
but it's basically having two separate ordinances, one that governs the West Slope, and it's basically the one that we have now. So there is a regulation on VHRs, because right now we are not seeing a problem on VHRs on the West Slope. There's a problem on the East Slope. And you've worked so hard on this with your community, and let that govern, you know, the Tahoe Basin is defined.
We do have some problems though with VHRs on the West Slope.
That's what I've heard
But
all
then,
along.
but
so-
then that's why we have, keep what we have right now,
Yeah.
but then direct our staff, our ag staff, our building and planning, county council, to work within the framework of the ranch marketing and winery ordinances to come back with recommendations on how to reconcile those conflicts that are unique.
I know, and I think that this is our problem. Because we have the Tahoe area, we have the West Slope that's not ag.
Right.
Because I have some
Right.
problem children with that.
Right, right.
And then we have the ag, and we have 3 different types of ways that VHRs are being used. I think that's why we're having a hard time pulling this together. And so, County Council, you had mentioned maybe we might have to take a 10-minute break or something for you guys to put your heads together, perhaps after we go through the rest of the 8, B, C, D, E, F, G, because that list is easy to come up with. But that first letter A there, 2A, I get what you're saying. We don't want to be without something, but we don't want to inadvertently mess things up. I don't know how to make things work together.
And if I could just chime in for a second, and then, you know, however we want to try to untangle this, but
right,
the one you alluded to it, and I want to just emphasize
Okay.
it, is that the one thing I don't want is for this to be hijacked because
Right.
we can't figure out
Correct.
ranch marketing.
We agree with you.
Right.
So when we
Yes.
talk about ranch marketing, we're only talking about a handful of VHRs that are even probably on ranch marketing. The idea that county council has put forward is that while you guys are taking your efforts to come up with ranch marketing policy, you would be protected by this new ordinance for the time being until you come up with what you want. As opposed to if we said to you, put what you want with regards to vacation home rentals into the ranch marketing ordinance and we won't even talk about it in ours, right? That is, I'm concerned about that option, about the separation of an ordinance for just the basin, but I'll take it if that's where the board wants to go. But
Right.
my reason for saying I'm hesitant on it is because Tahoe, if we separate Tahoe out all the time, there's going to become a point in time in which Tahoe says, why are we even part of that?
The issues are so different on this.
And they're so much the same too. I mean, vacation home rentals in El Dorado Hills is the same. Really, what's different are vacation homes on ranch marketing that are involved in the ranch marketing program. And there aren't that many. So are we, by just slicing the fruit in half and saying, you take your part and we'll take our part. Like I said, I'll support it if that's where you want to go, because I need that for our area.
Right.
We don't want to unintentionally affect what you're trying to do down here, but there is a lot of good in this ordinance that could protect you until you get your ordinance up and going.
Is
But
it possible?
unfortunately, the protections that you're talking about, in these changes will actually undo, I mean, some of our operations won't be able to operate at all. And that's the problem.
Well, let's take the detached building as an example.
Right.
Is it allowed in ranch marketing?
It's not disallowed yet.
It's not spoken to.
Guest houses are currently not allowed to be rented in the existing ordinance. And we added the word detached, but currently it's either attached or detached cannot be rented in the current ordinance.
As VHRs?
Correct. And the guest house is defined in our zoning ordinance. That's the reason that there's only one sink and it's 600 feet. That's a definition that we took from that exists in our zoning ordinance and we just put it in here. So that wasn't our idea about what a guest house is. That's a much larger thing defined even maybe by state law, but definitely by our zoning ordinance. Also, ADUs cannot be rented as a VHR. So currently what's happening on ranch marketing properties, I think to me, what ranch marketing wants to do, and per Mr. Rinaldi's comment, for instance, it to me sounds like it's not a VHR. It is something separate. They want to do lodging. They want to do a lot of these things, right?
Guest accommodations for an
Yeah,
event
that's
or whatever
great.
it is.
That's
right?
not a VHR. So I personally think it would be much more troublesome to adopt this proposed ordinance in the Tahoe area and leave the old for the remaining, which we know is broken and does not work, because we would be operating two completely different programs with completely different procedures.
Yeah.
I don't see what we're proposing if we add the language that Mr. Livingston has presented.
I agree. Conflicts is a key word.
And it would be temporarily until you could stand up this
Right.
ranch marketing ordinance and
A
really
good-
get clarity in
Good
it.
example is Shadow Ranch. Basically, they have housing, separate buildings, and that house those for events.
That's
that
not
they
a good
have.
example because they have a special use permit.
Yeah.
Well,
And
anyway.
I mean, we would need to have conversations with the community. That's one thing we haven't been able to have because, we just learned about these changes. So, and I know October 17th is coming. So, I mean, I would want to have conversations with the community before that.
Is October 17th the planning commission meeting?
October 15th, I'm
Oh,
sorry,
okay.
with the
All right.
Tahoe.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah,
know.
the date to
Gotcha.
continue this.
What about then, what's the board's thoughts? Because like I said, this was just my gut feeling from our meeting in May about hosted on the West Slope. Do we want to have hosted down here? on the West Slope. And I just think they're problematic. They don't count in the anti-clustering. And you can tell by, it's really interesting, that data on that one slide to me is very telling. That people aren't getting on the wait list down the West Slope to do VHRs. They're just going, I'm just going to do a hosted because, you know, it doesn't count where it is. And that's problematic also. And I'd like to address that and nip that in the bud.
And opening up hosted rentals wide on the West Slope in this ordinance.
But you know, the thing that's interesting to me is that hosted rentals haven't had any rules around them really at all. We're bringing them into this ordinance and kind of saying you have to, you know, you have to adhere to the same rules as vacation home rentals. So in a way, we're tightening some screws around that. And I think that it's better than being completely unregulated, which is how they are now. You know, we talk about TOT and, you know, the significance that that has provided for some discretionary income for the county. And, you know, really, there's not a lot of TOT that comes from the West Slope. That if you want to position yourself, which I've heard all of us talk about, the county being more of a destination around our wineries, around our apple orchards, we don't have a way of really housing people here. So I think Airbnbs and VHRs are, you know, one way that you can do it. And we're kind of showing you a model that we think will improve the product, but, you know, at the same time, allow for tourism. So if that's something that's important on the West Slope, eliminating all hosted rentals, I think is quite a statement.
They can still be there and they can still rent out a room. They just have to get a regular permit.
Right.
That's my point. It's like, let's don't differentiate, because proving it and the housing exemption is not 100%. We know that. So, because they could choose their home.
But
So if
but
that doesn't
the
work,
way
then
it gets
multiple homes.
enforced is what's really important. So if a neighbor calls and says, a house isn't hosted, there's never anybody there with the guests. The guests show up, they leave, they have a lock box on the door, whatever. Code enforcement shows up. And if they show up and there's guests there and the host is not there, it's a violation. So, I mean, we begin to chip away at, if that's a problem, there's a
Illegal
remedy
VHRs
for
is
that.
what they are, but yeah.
Without them having to be a full-on vacation home rental.
Okay, then that really means we're gonna have to beef up our enforcement.
Yeah, which
because
is what
we're
we.
leaving loopholes in there. I've learned over the years that leaving gray areas in policies is not helpful to staff.
And what we're
especially in
trying to do by
enforcement.
incorporating hosteds into this ordinance is to begin to, you know, begin to address some of those loopholes where there were no rules.
I'm gonna put Karen or Leanne on the spot here.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't shy away from, I see that look, Leanne. Knowing that it would be ideal to have this ordinance come back to the board on October 15th. How do you foresee, what kinds of community conversations do we need to have, and with who, to get the input we need for the board to make an informed decision for issues on the West Slope? And what are you hearing, Leanne? Because I know you've been engaged in this so much. And I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but we need your wisdom.
She was ready. She's awesome.
I think
She
there's
is.
a couple, Leanne Mila, Agricultural Commissioner. I think there's a couple things that we have to think about. Ranch marketing, first of all, foremost, I'm going to say that ranch marketing we've been working on. I've been meeting with everybody, whether it's the people who are affected by it or the people who conduct ranch marketing and winery ordinance events and marketing events, whatever it may be. So Thursday, I'm going to the Planning Commission. I am not ready with what we've been doing to add in vacation home rentals into it. Now, that said, this is just an update that I'm bringing you for ranch marketing and winery ordinance. I come to you guys at the end of the month. You know, you direct me where you want me to go. I will say that in the vacation home rental, I think it would be problematic, and that's more for county council to talk about, but I think it would be problematic to try and have VHRs totally in ranch marketing and winery ordinance. We have ag lands that don't do that. How do we deal with them? We have different issues going on. We also have situations that I think the VHR ordinance doesn't take into account. We have detached dwellings that ag lands are big enough to deal with. And I would argue they're not ag homestays. They're not Airbnbs. I mean, not bed and breakfast. They're not, you know, things like that that require more of a conditional use permit. They are more like a VHR where they're renting out a room through Airbnb, not a room, a little tiny home or something. And I think those things are things that are opportunities we probably need to think about for the ag community. We have no lodging in this county that is really, truly where people want to stay on the West Slope, where people want to stay when they come to go wine tasting or Apple Hill. They talk about the hotel that's supposed to go in. It hasn't happened. So I think this is something that really could generate help with our tourist industry and really help the growers. Because I think Mike Rinaldi was alluding to it. I have growers coming in now in the wine industry that are scared to death that they're not going to be able to make a living. Maybe it'll change. Maybe it'll turn around. We lost. I'm getting ready to put the wine grape survey out for last year, and we probably didn't utilize 12% of the crop. So, you know, that doesn't sound like a lot to you, but right now I have one vineyard who has 600 tons sitting on the vine that isn't getting picked this year.
Wow.
So, I mean, there's things I think we need to think about, but there's things that are really prohibitive in the VHR ordinance that would preclude ag being able to do some of those think out of the box kind of ideas.
Right.
I am only getting complaints for ag operations on more of a hosted rental situation. I probably shouldn't say anything more than that, but that really is the situation. I have no VHR complaints whatsoever that come in.
No.
It's totally the hosted rental where they say they live there.
Right. Which is kind of where I'm going for right now. Just let the current ordinance govern the West Slope, enact these for the East Slope, and then give us time to work through these issues on the West Slope and then maybe make amendments and marry the two. I don't know, but we need time on the West Slope, and I don't want to hold you up. So
If we eliminate the sentence in question, I don't know what we would be adding to the new ordinance that would change anything for what's happening on ranch market properties.
well, the problem is the hosted rentals allowed and the detached houses are two of the major issues in here that don't work for the West Slope.
And when we come back, we can, if the board directs it, we will take out hosted on the West Slope, or however you'd like to handle that.
And maybe we have a section in this ordinance for regulations governing ag land on West Slope. I don't know. Can you have a section in this?
Could we do something like that, Dave, just to say, you know, if something's been operating in such a way that they can continue to do so until we come up with the new ordinance or something? I mean, can we do that?
We can certainly try. However, I think what you just suggested and what Supervisor Thomas suggested might be slightly different.
Right.
And I think what Supervisor Thomas might have been suggesting was including a kind of special either authorizations or restrictions pertaining to ag land within this ordinance. And while that can also be accomplished, I would say that I think that if that's intended to kind of marry everything together, I think that that does run significant risk of, as Supervisor Lane's expressed a concern over, forcing a delay of the adoption of the ordinance pending resolution of some of these specific issues for ag on the West Slope. Again, it's your decision to make, but I think that if you were to try to tailor those regulations into this, I'm assuming you would want to have an opportunity to consult with the agricultural community before you finalize that, and that could create some issue here. What you were, I think, suggesting, Supervisor Parlin, was maybe just a carve out. We could look into that. I do want to acknowledge, and Brendan made this point earlier, but I'm going to make it again. The current ordinance precludes use of a guest house for VHRs. So I just want to say that because I'm hearing a lot of concern about how the proposed revision will affect the use of guest houses for VHRs. that is currently not allowed under the current ordinance.
Well, and you know, just to be fair, that speaks to our prior lack of enforcement and really knowing what we have in the county, what we've been doing. So that's what happens when you haven't been doing enforcement for decades and suddenly you decide to do so. And now we're finding these conflicting things of what's been happening versus where we're trying to go and what we want to retain. That's why we're having this difficult time right here. And so I'm trying to figure out how to navigate through that. I feel like we're stumped. 'Cause I get what you're saying. You're saying that we've been allowing things that weren't actually technically allowable in the ordinance, we were allowing those. And because there weren't complaints on those particular ones, because we've always been complaint driven county, we allowed them to continue, which, so that kind of goes to our point of those ones are probably a good fit for where they are on these bigger ag lands. So how do we make it so that they can continue doing what they're doing while we figure this all out? And I get what you're saying. We don't want to be without an ordinance on the West Slope. So is there a way to carve that out in the updated one, like you're saying, just to say if someone has, do they even have a permit then?
I think it's 2 ordinances right now. Well, it gives us time to
figure it out.
then marry the 2 later.
But if you do that, you recognize that you're going with the one thing that you're saying is a problem is the hosted, you're going with zero regulations on
West
that.
Slope.
No, we would prohibit hosted rentals in the West Slope.
But you could, but 5146 doesn't.
Do that.
Well, we would amend
But
that.
I'm saying, if
Well,
you
we're gonna
go
think
back,
about
if you say 5146 is going to apply to the West Slope and some portion of the basin is going to go on a whole
Right.
different ordinance, you have unregulation of hosteds for the period of time it takes you to stand up your ranch marketing. Oh, you're
Question.
saying you want to
Yeah.
put in ours that they're banned on the?
No,
West Slope?
no, I'm
Oh,
not. No,
okay.
no.
Can we just put this kind of on hold like you were talking about, and then
We gotta move
they
forward.
Yeah.
can talk to.
I don't know why
the
we
ag
can't
community?
follow county council's recommendation
Yeah, I
to
think
put the
that's
words in
awesome.
relative to conflicts. Because what that says is it's on the ranch marketing ordinance activity. If we want to impose some additional
Right.
constraints on that, that's where it should be. Because
Or
that's where the
loosen it,
conflicts are
but-
gonna come from. But by doing that, we also allow this to move forward with
Yep.
the other list of improvements I think we still need, which we heard of probably 7 or 8 of them that I would want to see included in the current proposed new ordinance. But to have 2 ordinances operating at the same time with different criteria, I just
Yeah.
don't see as practical.
What are your thoughts?
Leanne, Commissioner. So we weren't getting complaints, we weren't having issues. Why not just be thinking of how we can outreach to the ag community? Because it takes a heavy lift with them.
It does.
Is if we don't preclude it, we continue as we are. We now have a permit for hosted rentals, which is one of our problems.
Yep.
And then we could move forward with looking at how could we, because I think the bigger issue for me when I think about the ag community is that they need something different. So can we move forward with this, which takes care of the majority of the problems, takes care of our hosted rental, and then start looking at how could we address the ag community's issues?
Right.
Because moving forward, I think we have a lot of non-permitted situations out there that we may need a pathway for them to be able to get to and address our community
Right,
needs.
talk about detached properties and all the other things that are unique to the ranch marketing activities.
And we haven't had any enforcement activities or any complaints or things going on like that, except for hosted rentals. So that's just my thoughts. And I think for the ag community, it's going to be and I'm willing with planning's help to get out there and talk about it. But it's going to be a bigger discussion than just a quick, hey, let's let them do this. Because I think we really need to see what's going on.
Now, Leanne, isn't are agricultural lodging rights embedded in the zoning ordinance already?
Can I
Yes.
talk about that quickly? So Melanie just pulled up. So agricultural homestays are allowed.
Right.
They are essentially a hosted rental on ranch marketing, right, Leanne? A host needs to reside on site. They allow 3 guest rooms, up to 6 guests at any time.
So an ag homestay is typically, you're gonna work on the ranch. I don't know of anybody who's doing that.
Right.
And I don't wanna call them a hosted rental.
Is it, I don't read that it says that they must work there.
Well, it's kind of like
It
you're
looks like
doing, you're
they're
doing the
allowed.
Dude Ranch experience.
Yeah.
And
It sounds like a hosted rental. If you read the language, to me, it sounds just like one.
I just feel really, I mean, I can't move forward with approving this that would apply to, you know, the West Slope without having those conversations, but I don't want to hold up the Tahoe Basin. So I'm just really struggling with this.
Well, okay, so today is just gonna be direction to staff to explore these things. We've made it very clear what we're conflicting in our brain. Can we direct staff to go figure this out and make it work for us? You.
And
That's not good direction.
bring back
You guys
recommendations
are
on October 15th?
experts. Yeah, I mean.
No, there's no way.
I do not out.
Help us, Tiffany.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the ranch marketing issue and the ag uses, it's a much larger issue. That's going to warrant more discussion than
Yes.
forcing it and getting it, yeah, right, 2-3 weeks.
And I'm not saying that be resolved by October 15th,
No.
but
And I hear, I mean, county council, your ag commissioner and planning staff telling you that 2 ordinances is not a good idea.
Right,
I originally,
okay.
that was where my mind went also. And then in the course of the week, it was like, okay, I'm understanding it more, and it was just really problematic. Staff also doesn't have, I think you need clear direction. This is not on staff's current work plan,
That's true.
right? So for both planning and building and the ag group, I know you're working on some more programmatic-ish revisions to ranch marketing ordinance, but discussions on VHR was not included in that work effort. So I'm certainly make the policy decision, but it seems that making like moving forward with the ordinance as proposed with the revisions to pull out the language regarding ranch marketing so that at least that ordinance remains intact and your community has the sense of being continuing to be protected. There's nothing being taken away by the adoption of this ordinance, right? And then giving staff direction to begin revisions and conversations in earnest with the community to address the distinct and different, you know, uses on our ag lands. I don't know how to get this moving without pulling that out.
Yeah. So did we have that language then before?
We do, but I'm not sure if if that's productive to focus on the language. I think that, I mean, we can wordsmith it a bit. I think it's maybe gotten our conversation maybe almost too in the weeds. And I think we might have better chance of moving forward with some stuff if we just talked on a higher level.
Okay, good.
And it kind of does get to that fundamental question we kind of started this conversation with, should this just say, you know, are we just gonna say, we're not touching ranch marketing? This doesn't apply to anything ranch marketing, which I think what Supervisor Parlin may have been suggesting, versus an approach that might say, look, this doesn't apply to the extent that ranch marketing already allows for certain activities. So if ranch marketing allows an activity, this won't prevent it. But if ranch marketing doesn't currently address it, to be fair to everybody, then this regulation, this ordinance would control those VHR activities on that parcel. Again, like everybody else who has a VHR, that may mean a greater degree of regulation than what exists today, right? Because the whole point of this ordinance is to tighten up our ability to regulate VHRs. So that it exists on ranch marketing, a ranch marketing parcel, they would be just in the same boat as everybody else throughout the county who operates a VHR. They would, however, have the benefit that if they have activities that they are allowed to perform pursuant to the current ranch marketing or any future amendments to the ranch marketing ordinance may provide, that they have the assurance that simply because they have a VHR, they will not be prohibited from taking advantage of those additional activities that the ranch marketing ordinance would allow them to engage in. I'm not beholden to the language. I am, I guess, advocating a bit that the approach is preferable to one that just wholly defers to ranch marketing, simply because ranch marketing doesn't currently address this. Similarly,
And we don't even know whether it should or not.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. We've not had that conversation. So I'm very uncomfortable with that because we have not had the time to explore that. Right, because currently,
And I'm hearing there are issues perhaps in ranch marketing that are well beyond VHRs that we need to look at as a whole ordinance. And trying to conflate the two is just
exactly
why we're stuck.
Yeah. Right. So what is the will of the board on this?
We can't just say direction, you guys go figure it out for us?
You can. I hate setting expectations that I am ultimately not going to meet. And I think that if that's the direction, I'm going to tell you right now, it's likely that what comes back looks something similar to what's been presented to date. And I just, for your benefit, I think that's maybe not exactly what you're envisioning. And I just don't want you to be disappointed at that point, because I'm sharing with you my belief as to what might be the best approach to kind of allow this to move forward while still preserving the ability of parcels under the ranch marketing ordinance to engage in all the activities that the ranch marketing ordinance might otherwise allow. So again, you could give that direction and I would gladly accept it, but I fear that you will ultimately be disappointed with what returns you.
Gosh darn it, David, I've never said that before to you, ever.
I think item 3, though, could become that it's direction to the staff, embark on these conversations with the ag community, the West Slope, on ranch marketing and all the issues that are unique. That effort obviously has not been undertaken, and clearly it's in need. So I think giving direction to staff and setting a time frame for staff to come back with an initial, and it's not an ROI, but resolution of intent, we don't need that, but and I don't know what's realistic. We have to look to staff what's realistic, because again, it's not included in current work plans, but I think that's the direction, is to start this effort.
Okay, so what if on 2A, because again, it's just direction to staff to help us figure this out. What if it said something more like modify language to allow for VHRs on parcels used for ranch marketing, winery ordinance activities to be allowed as currently, however they're currently happening.
To continue as currently.
There it is. To continue as, what'd you say?
As to be allowed as currently governed, but the governing document we're changing to.
I think government needs
technically,
to be, because I appreciate what you said though, Dave, when earlier you said like do a carve out for them, just allow them.
As
to
currently
continue-
operating?
As currently operating, do a carve out until we figure this out later, months later. It's gonna be later, but at least, they're operating, generally speaking, pretty well. And we need to figure out how to make our policies match what they're doing, except for the little naughty hosted ones that are a problem. Those ones definitely, we can't continue that. So, to allow is currently operating.
I think we should, could you add procedures governed under the ranch marketing winery ordinance?
Take out govern, I think take out govern though, Ken,
Take out
because
govern?
it's not governed under ranch marketing right now.
Right now at all.
Ranch
So,
marketing does not
operating
even.
procedure.
Take out
then?
under ranch marketing winery ordinance, Kim, right there, because it doesn't talk about VHRs.
Yeah, you're right, just as they're currently operating.
Operating procedures.
Is that a problem right now? Is that problematic language?
I think what you're considering, effectively, you're going to retain the current version of the VHR ordinance, but it'll be applicable only to this small subset of permittees, I
Yes.
think is what you're suggesting.
Well, it gives us time to have those conversations.
Right.
While you're working. Yeah.
It's kind of a placeholder
Knowing
to
that,
acknowledge.
things like we've talked about, guest houses currently aren't allowed, right? There's still a lot in there that don't.
Right.
doesn't get them what they
This isn't
want.
meshing at all.
And I
No.
think, don't we have the great benefit that we've already been embarking on all these ranch marketing discussions, and we have a group together that we can take advantage of to get language that works.
Well,
for
we
that
have
community
groups. We
through
have
that
groups.
process.
And that
Yeah.
discussion of VHRs has
Seems
never
like it
come
needs
up with
to
that
happen
group?
on that side of the
Wow,
fence.
okay.
Well, right,
Not really.
Supervisor Huddle, to your point, we weren't realizing that all of these efforts were going on at the same time and we're gonna do this. We just didn't see it coming.
Okay.
So, bad on all of us.
Karen, do you have some words of wisdom for us?
Oh,
This is a
I'm not sure
mess.
about that, but I guess a point of clarification, the concern with VHRs currently operating in a ranch marketing area or under a ranch marketing ordinance is the concern that they may be using guest houses or something like that. We don't know about them. That, falls under code enforcement, correct? As far as enforcement. Although with the VHRs up in Tahoe, we have taken a more proactive approach, meaning we are looking at online ads and things for Tahoe. We are not doing that on the West Slope, except for certain situations like determining hosted versus not hosted, or things that are just not permitted at all. We are not taking a proactive approach if we think there might be guest houses that are renting out. And I probably shouldn't be saying any of this out loud, but I don't see with our current staffing that we will be able to take a proactive approach on that anytime soon. So if someone is operating and given the benefit of the doubt, they thought they were within compliance, but maybe technically they aren't. Unless I get a complaint, code enforcement, I don't have the staffing to proactively go after them. They will likely just allow to continue until such time a complaint would come in.
I appreciate that. That's not totally a good work plan. I mean, but
I know, right?
let's see.
Can we give this a rest for a minute though and continue on the rest of the list though? Because Supervisor Lane, I think that the rest of the list is really applicable to other things that people brought up today. And I think everyone acknowledged those are things that.
Let's go there as we kind of think
Is
about
that
this other.
okay?
So why don't you go through that list with staff on what you think is an appropriate amendment to the ordinance? I like that.
So we can start with the cap, since nobody really weighed in on that, but I kind of gave you my 2 cents. Is the board supportive of that?
I'm not, but I get outvoted all the time. It's okay. I just think that it's a moot point that we're going to rely on the clustering. That was the goal from the get-go. The cap we just kind of put on there because we didn't want more happening. And we stopped that. We stopped that happening. And then the anti-clustering kicked in and it's working. So I think I always thought that the cap would be moot,
But I think Supervisor Lane's wanting the cap to align with the clustering. So what is the conflict? I
Why
want to
have-
understand more.
why have a cap?
So you're
though?
saying shouldn't have a cap at all?
Nope, I said that in May.
Oh, okay, I forgot
in
that.
Tahoe. I did. It's like, it doesn't make sense because it gives
Okay.
you a false sense of, and we had people say it, you're only supposed to have 600, what are
Okay.
you doing with these? And it's like, and we had that when we started with the
That's
900,
right.
by the way, too. They were all like, how are you gonna get to 900? Because we had more than that. And it was like, whoa, we're not.
Yeah,
doing
and
that.
I think the thinking of the advisory committee is that it's a good safety net. Should somebody sue the county on a property rights issue and say, how come they're allowed to have it and I'm not allowed to have it because, of this rule? If it got if it was, this hasn't happened, but if it was, if somebody did file a suit about it and won, and the 500-foot radius went away and you didn't have a cap, where would you be? So we see it as being immaterial, really, because the 500-foot radius does govern and is right now. But, if something should happen and that change, we have that safety net. That's the thinking. To your point, though, we all agree that today, the way the program is being executed, it's immaterial. And until there's that one parcel that pops up somewhere, which hasn't really happened, maybe a couple have, where they're outside of the 500 foot and they've applied for a VHR permit.
Yeah, we
And they've
have
been able to get it
issued-
because of the 900.
We've issued between 2 and 5 new permits probably in the last year. So there are new permits issued occasionally.
Yeah.
I personally, I think, defer to the advisory committee and Supervisor Lane on this issue.
Thank you. I wish you'd say that more often.
She said it earlier.
It's on camera.
Yeah.
I don't
Do
see any
either-
value in changing the cap right now. It's a self-resolving issue because as we lose people who don't renew, that are already constrained, they were grandfathered in within the radius requirements, you're going to diminish the number of basically allowed permits that are up there. In your analysis, what it says is ultimately you're going to get the 600 or less. If you do that, right? If you just use this stay away zones and stuff. So I don't see any purpose in changing it right now. If we leave it at where it is, I mean, to set it at 600 says we need to find a method of reducing from where we are today to 600. And that's going to be a long-term attrition process, I believe. So it's artificially forcing things, in my opinion, to change the current cap.
Well, you know, the people up in the basin would argue that the 500 foot rule, had it not been grandfathered in, you know, would have created a situation where these pressures wouldn't be so great because attrition could last my lifetime.
Oh, yeah.
So, and the fact that Mr. Ferry just mentioned, you know, there've been 2 to 5 added since, because the cap is 900. We're well below that, or we're a little bit below that. So it's important to, you know, a lot of the residents that have to deal with the clustering issue. And attrition just doesn't work fast enough. Lowering the cap is a signal to them that we're at least headed in that direction. But it is, you know, and then there's other people that would argue don't. If there is a parcel that's outside of the 500 foot radius, we want it to be able to be a VHR. It's very complicated. And, you know, I'm simply promoting what the advisory group came up with because they were a very good swath of all the different opinions, and they could agree to that. So that's why I bring it forward.
So what is the will of the board on the cap? I'm hearing, you know, keep it as is, remove it. And then I'm deferring to you. So I'm not seeing a consensus from the
I'll
board on,
defer, but it's just, if that 600 becomes a problem later.
then we can amend it.
Yeah, we're gonna
amend
have
it.
to amend it. And I think if there were some legal issue, like you mentioned,
Yeah.
we would be amending it
Yeah.
anyway,
So,
but
okay.
whatever. I
We will
just think
defer to you
it's.
on that.
yeah.
Okay,
all right.
all right.
So the direction of staff was change it to 600. Is that what we're saying? I want to be
Yes.
specific
Yes.
here.
Yes.
We're going to go through all this. Let's be
Yeah.
specific.
Yes,
All
600.
right.
yes.
And this is coming back again, so.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's coming back
We'll have another
again.
bite.
Yeah.
The other issue that I want to have staff input on is the parking. I believe that the intent of the advisory committee was to create a requirement that parking had to be contained within the parcel. We have a street parking problem. And we're told by the sheriff's department that, you know, anybody kind of technically has a right to park on the street. But I think the advisory committee was trying to contain the parking within the parcel and on an impervious surface. And so I don't know your thoughts on that. We've talked about it multiple times.
Right, on parking, you know, we are proposing new language in 556110. I might ask, you know, if Kevin was sitting here, I'd ask him, but I might ask council for a little help. I think there was confusion on my part on whether code enforcement officers can enforce the vehicle code. And I was under the impression that they could not. And if we were going to impose strict parking limits on VHRs, which are enforced primarily by code enforcement, I didn't see them being able to regulate parking on the street by prohibiting it for a VHR and allowing it for a local. So that is why we added number 1 and 2 to the parking and didn't just say it has to be entirely on site.
So just to be argumentative here, how is it that you think they're going to be able to enforce that you can't park on the street November 1st through May first?
Because that, well, that regulation we know does exist. In fact, we sign our streets to that effect.
We
saying
don't. Our signs say during snow removal.
During snow removal operations.
I would,
Okay.
we
So
would
could
have to
mirror that
change them.
language.
Okay,
I guess we tried to provide some, well, it's a good point. I think we attempted to
or we
provide.
change our signage to say November 1st through May 1st, that like Supervisor Heidel was saying, that's way more clear. It's clear, like when are snow removal times? Like what?
Yeah, and we know people get ticketed for
Yeah.
backcountry skiing when it's not snowing. So yeah, that, our wording on our signage is not wonderful, but I'm confused on whether code can really enforce the vehicle code, which is in chapter 10. I don't.
But they can advise law enforcement that there's.
They could.
Parking on the street that's creating a hazard or something or
They
other,
could.
and it's law enforcement's responsibility to do something. We're not. Exactly.
Yeah. So
Okay.
if you'd like to direct all parking be on site, we can try to do that.
That would be a huge win. And then, Mr. Ferry, I just want to bring up one other thing. There's some inconsistency here with the 12 months, 18 months. Like the fines all have a 12-month period assigned to them, but you know, like,
Yeah, on the fines, and I
the
believe
18 months has to do with violations and with warnings. It's an 18-month period.
I believe that's set out in Senate Bill 60.
Yeah,
that why
so
that is?
the fine schedule, again, to comply with the statute, it progresses based upon the number of violations within a 12-month period. So admittedly,
Okay.
yes, that does, the violation schedule that can be a little bit different, but the fine schedule, in order to comply with the statute, had to be based on the number within a 12-month, not an 18-month period.
Okay. I'm a little bit concerned with the 3 warnings equal a violation. And it also is within an 18-month period. And the reason why I bring that up is because you technically could get 9, warnings before it turned into 3 violations, and that would be in an 18-month period. That would be like 1 a month. Then if you got suspended, you're suspended for 6 months. So now you're at 15 months. How would anybody ever get 4 violations, really, if the clock keeps starting over?
Yeah, I guess, well, I think our intent is to try to, again, our intent is just to see compliance. So we're trying to provide ways for people to comply without being unduly penalized. And I think in my example, I mentioned noise occurs Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but they correct it within 3 hours. It's okay. We didn't issue any fines, but it sounds like there's a problem with noise on that property. So we wanted to have some penalty at that point. That's why we chose, and we could change the 18-month. That is not in SB 60. That's something we came up with.
So you want staff to change that?
Yeah, I think it needs to be a larger period of time, because for 9 warnings to add up to 3 violations.
3 within 18 months.
Within 18 months, yeah, but let's say you got a warning every month, once a month. It would take 9 months to get to 3 violations, and then you're suspended. And then by the time you come back into the program, the 18-month period resets. So if you had a bad actor out there who's had a good local contact that resolved the matters all the time, but you're always having problems, you would never get to where you would be eliminating that VHR from the
Just
program.
paying pretty significant penalties.
Right. So I
Maybe
think
being
it
suspended. Yeah.
needs to be like 24-month or 36-month, something like that.
Okay. If you have, whatever your direction on the months, we can add that.
My colleagues kind of follow that one.
I think 24 months is probably okay, but I think we're getting down in the minutia.
We are, but this is
So-
our only opportunity to give direction. If we don't now,
If we're
it's
gonna
not,
do it, we gotta address it
it's
now.
not gonna come back.
24 months. Let's go with that.
change.
The other one I want to bring up to my colleagues is the advisory committee not only came up with the occupancy, and they all agreed that the +2 was something they could live with. They wanted that enforced 24/7. And the way it's written in the proposed ordinances before us is that there's daytime occupancy and nighttime occupancy. And that the stricter occupancy would only pertain to nighttime. And they did that out of fairness for, you know, if you rented a house and you wanted to have some friends come over, family, that there would be a place where you could unite. But it's problematic, first of all, because it's not clean. So it doesn't say how many people you can have over during the day. It just says the occupancy only pertains to the night. And the night is considered 10 p.m. to 8 a.m.
So you're saying that's only two after hours, then, right? Or you're
Two
saying-
per bedroom.
Yeah,
I
oh,
think
per
we're getting
bedroom.
too tight
Okay,
of
all right.
regulations. Yep.
I think we're getting too tight.
Yeah, I know.
It's exhausting.
Yeah.
And I would hate to have to enforce that. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
that's
impractical to try to
Yeah,
enforce.
I
exactly.
understand it, but it's problematic.
Yeah, well, what's harder to, yeah, I'm gonna
So-
let that one go.
Yeah.
Because we're all tired.
Well, the biggest thing is when people go up there, let's say to ski or whatever, where are you gonna find, you know, especially when a lot of the hotels are filled? Then what do you do? So it's just,
That's the end of my list.
Okay, so let me make sure I captured it. So change the penalty period from 18 months to 24 months. Change the VHR cap in the Tahoe Basin to 600, or from 900 to 600. Should I say
Mhm,
that?
mhm.
Okay, from 900 to 600. And what was your other one?
The other one had to do with the 12 and the 18 months, which was explained. You can't do that.
Change penalty period from 18 months to 24 months.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that was the
Just
one.
two.
So just those
the
two.
Okay.
Oh, parking on impervious surfaces.
Yeah, I heard three things,
Sorry.
right? We
Yeah,
capped to
parking.
600, warnings to 24 months, parking on site.
Thank you.
And how would you word the, bring back amendments to the ordinance regarding parking on site?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we need to look more carefully at that one and make sure that we.
Yeah,
can
yeah,
really
of course.
that.
Yep.
Okay.
And was it penalty, change penalty period, or how did you word that?
It was explained that that's part of the state law. It can't be changed.
From 18 to 24?
Oh, no, that one can.
Yeah.
18 to 24 or some other period of time. I wasn't
Warning
really.
period.
Okay, change. Warning, okay. Can I just read what I have and then,
Please.
which included some of the prior discussion? So what I heard that in section 5.56.03 in the last paragraph, in the last sentence, we want to include the bed and breakfast inns. And then in section 5.56.09, subsection 3, include that hot tub restrictions are not applicable to owners. And then in section 5.56.140A, clarify the responsibility for violations, whether it's the host or the owner. And then I have clarify where renters can locate the emergency evacuation information, decrease the vacation home rental permit cap to 600 homes. In section 5.56.100, include language that parking must be contained within the parcel, and then include language with 3 warnings within the 24 months.
That's
That-
awesome.
Are we gonna address the sinks somewhere?
Yeah, I had that.
Did
on
that
my
get in
list.
there? I mean, that
I
just
did not
seems
have
like a
anything.
no-brainer to
Yeah.
allow 2 sinks of
That's
specific
gross, stupid
purpose.
dishes.
Yeah.
Where is that in here?
So, do you want to say that?
The Tahoe Regional Planning Agency has additional rules for guest houses, and they
Okay.
limit the number of sinks to 1. And that could either be a bar sink or a bathroom sink. They leave it up to the applicant, but you get a single sink.
Do we have to comply with TRP on this?
In the
We-
Tahoe Basin.
Our vacation home rental ordinance will be audited, and we get points that go toward the number of allocations we get.
Okay, well, that solves that. So-
Yeah,
We
okay.
can, we can have the discussion with TRPA. I mean, they're looking.
Please
at
do
their-
it. That just doesn't make
yeah, that
sense.
doesn't make any
So-
sense at all.
You gotta go do your dishes in the bathroom
Common
sink.
sense, the evening Christmas.
The point of it, yeah, well, it's a long, yeah, I hear you.
And then additionally, I have to commend our CAO who has cut through all of this challenges with some language saying that we could add to the motion. Recognizing that staff is bringing an update on the ranch marketing ordinance, the board, on September 24th. Direct staff to include a high-level scope and schedule to revise the ranch marketing and winery ordinances to address the issues raised today, including but not limited to hosted rentals, detached guest houses, and VHRs.
What was the other language that was in the ranch marketing ordinance where people were allowed to have basically workers live within the property?
Agricultural homestays. is what it's called.
Agricultural
There you go.
homestays is the other one we need to
Yeah.
define in that. Because it sounds like it's not being used as intended. If it
Yeah,
was
and
really
it's
intended
it's an allowed use.
for workers.
And I don't even know if it says
Wait,
workers.
what?
To me,
No,
it sounds like a.
They're not being used at all.
Like a
No,
homestay.
nobody is doing homestays. Nobody's
Yeah, no.
doing homestays.
Then
They're
let's
not
get
being
rid of
used.
it.
Well, let's not complicate the issues.
Yeah,
Let's not
that's
complicate the
different.
issues.
Leanne, homestays are important, but a homestay is traditionally, and I want to be clear, it is not a hosted rental. And it is traditionally utilized where people come and they have, play on the ranch, learn, work on the ranch. And you're paying for more of that experience. And perhaps what we need to do is define that better.
Okay.
But
That sounds good, yeah. And so part of this update with the scope and schedule, I'd also like to see what recommendations our staff has for how we reconcile these issues within this ordinance and bring back those recommendations on October.
Particular to the ranch marketing?
Right, so
My suggestion would be to go with what Mr. Livingston has suggested.
yeah. That would work while we have this. So.
It got clearer. Is it clear
not
enough?
Clear.
Do you have enough clarity in the direction to
So
understand?
Kim, why don't you read what you have, and then I think I will add Tiffany's language to the end of it.
Can we see it?
No, I think our grades are all over there.
Right.
Oh, wow.
3 p.m., man.
It's fine.
We can read it.
So, motion was made by, you want to read it? Or,
Oh, yeah,
okay. Yes, it
Mhm,
is.
It is.
Include hot tub restrictions are not applicable to owners. Clarify the responsibility for violations, whether it's the host or the owner. Clarify where renters can locate emergency evacuation information. Decrease the vacation home rental permit cap to 600 homes. Include language that parking must be contained within the parcel, and include language of 3 warnings within the 24-month.
Kim, you are so good. You are so good. That's awesome. And then, and I can give you this language, yeah, recognizing, just, we don't need to say that, but recognizing that ranches, that we're already bringing back an update. So the last thing is direct staff to bring back, well, actually, recognizing that staff is bringing an update on the ranch marketing ordinance on September 24th. Direct staff to include a high-level scope and schedule to revise the ranch marketing winery ordinances to address the issues raised today, including but not limited to hosted rentals, detached guest houses, and VHRs.
Okay. And then where are we on the language that Mr. Livingston put forward?
I think part of that staff will bring back an update on that. I think with recommendations for how to modify this ordinance.
Pretty vocal about making sure that our direction truly covers everything.
Which has been very helpful.
Yes, and do we want to include, I think we were talking about the conflict, and do we want to include this language as well?
Yes, and let's incorporate
Yes.
county
I think
councils.
that's
I think that's
what's-
just a layer of protection while we have these conversations.
Exactly.
So for this section
I
5,
don't see that it protects anything though. This is what's bizarre to me. I don't get it. So maybe I'm just thick right now. But if there's a conflict, there is nothing in the ranch marketing ordinance or winery ordinance right now today about VHRs. So if there's
But there's a conflict regarding events, there's conflict
Right.
regarding noise. There's a whole bunch of other things that are conflicts.
This is just saying the ranch marketing winery ordinances trump this ordinance if there's a conflict. And I think it's just a layer of protection. So right now, while we work through this,
I don't think it's gonna do it, but okay.
That's what it is.
let's include this in and include county council's additional wording in section 5.560.030.
And the strikeout.
And the strikeout, yeah, with, that sounds good.
Yeah. So it's gonna come back anyway. correct?
Yep. it's
But
gonna
I
come
think,
back.
please staff hear us today, that if between now and October 14th, you have some great idea on,
Don't be constrained by this. Talk to us,
how we
yeah.
can,
Please
resolve
let
these
us know.
conflicts. We are open. So,
Just a reality check, probably more for me than you, is our materials will be due on September 24th to make the October 15th board meeting, which is in exactly 14 days.
Yep.
So
oh, geez, yeah,
it doesn't give a whole lot of
No, no.
room for wild ideas and
right.
Yep. Tight window.
just a sobering thought.
We're not looking for wild ideas. We're looking for protections and then time for us to have these conversations that we need to have in Westwood. Yeah. Okay.
So I'll make the motion if
Thank
we're ready
you.
for that.
Why not?
Kim had it, so
I will
did everybody
second
read it? Okay.
Yeah, I will second it. Are there any, is there any further conversations regarding this?
Oh my gosh. Yes.
And I second it.
Thomas
All
second.
right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No.
No. Okay. Motion carries. We have a lot of work to do and thank you all. This is a tricky item, so thank you for bringing this back. We look forward to further conversations. Okay. All right. I've been told by our CAO that we can continue item number 29. I suggest we do not do board member updates today.
Thank you.
Oh, that's good.
And
Thanks.
we need to continue our labor negotiations.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
All right, so thank you,
More
staff, for being with
important
us today, and we will recess to closed session.
Can we do a 10 or 15-minute?
Do we anticipate a report out?
No, Madam Chair.
No. All right, thank you, Kim. So we will adjourn today. Yes, thank you. And let's take a 5-minute break, 5-minute break, and then recess to closed session. 10-minute break, yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
That's a good idea.